Okay, welcome to part two of the Activist Summit on RBN. I am here with members from the Green Party. Welcome, Delilah, and welcome, Michelle.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I'm like, am I a friend of the show yet? But thanks so much. Yeah, we're voting tomorrow. Early voting starts tomorrow in my county, and so it's crazy. I declared really early, because it seemed like the smartest thing to do, and it's been it's been like 2 years that you know what I'm saying? Like, it feels like it's been like a long time. So anyway, yeah, thank you for having me on, and I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. And I think Michelle is driving right now, but we can come back to Michelle. So what I wanted to focus on for this panel is climate change and environmentalism, because obviously the Green Party, climate change, environmentalism, any type of impact on the environment is really important to the Green Party. When we look at something like the Green New Deal, that actually came from the Green Party, not the Democratic Party, and it was actually more bold than the Green New Deal that was implemented by the progressives in Congress. So I guess the first question that I have for you, and Delilah, I know you've talked about this before, but here we go, which is what are some of the environmental concerns in your area that you've had to deal with?
So one of the things that's always going to be important to any community is our water. And we have a lot of springs where I live now, and anytime that there's resource extraction, the water is negatively impacted. So there's at the moment events going on against a studio being built out in San Marcos and or Yanawana, I'm saying it properly. Yeah, and so that's right on top of an aquifer, right on top of a recharge zone, and so all of our groundwater is very susceptible to contamination, and a lot of counties, millions of people rely on these water sources for drinking. My county included. So these are just some of the issues. There's the expansion growing on in Austin, and basically, like, these billionaire companies are, trying to bend the rules. They're trying to claim public property as their own for their own welfare and benefit, and they're going to cause more problems to our critical water infrastructure here too. So those are just a couple of the things. We've got resource extraction on the coast that's happening. They're expanding terminals and bridge, Line 3, you probably have heard about that. They're expanding the terminals over, artifacts, basically indigenous artifacts from tribes that have been there, for thousands of years. So it's all over. And then, of course, the struggle with nuclear waste and the struggle with fracking. So it's all combined. Our grid was discussed last year during a really bad snowstorm, and a lot of people are concerned and worried about that right now because, people lost their lives due to not having power. And so, that's another issue. So water rights, very important. And then reliable energy are really big issues environmentally down in Texas.
Right. And when we talk about environmentalism and climate change, this is something that, it's a global issue. It's not just an issue here in the United States. I do want to go ahead and welcome Liana. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself, please?
Yes, thank you, Sabby. My name is Liana West, and apologize. I'm a candidate for Arizona governor here, and I am endorsed by the Arizona Green Party. Thank you for the invite to the Activist Summit. I just was listening to the last episode, and the Watts community efforts, that is I'm just blown away by what they're able to do. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this summit.
Thanks so much. I was just asking Delilah to talk about some of the environmental concerns where she lives, which is in Texas. What are some of the concerns where you are in Arizona?
So as far as Arizona, right now, we are facing what is considered a 1,200-year drought, where decade after decade of diminished rainfall up in Colorado and Wyoming, where the Colorado River starts out, that has also led to diminished water supply here to the Arizona desert. A secondary issue with that is that the community here in Arizona, especially in the Phoenix area, the amount of individual homes and the amount of water being used by municipalities has diminished some of our reserves here as well. We are seeing, geologically, we're seeing subsidence, which is where the ground actually causes caverns, and it is affecting people's homes at this point in time. So as the water table drops, the ground on top of the water also falls, and any houses or buildings on top of that ground also falls. So that is an environmental issue that we've been facing here. I studied it in geology back in college 19 years ago. So it is something that we've been facing. It's worse today because there are more people and now we have less water. So the biggest thing right now, that the crisis that we're facing today, is that we have municipalities in Arizona who are not able to provide drinking water into the homes of their residents. And that became apparent in August of this year.
Wow. And I think we've all seen what's happened in Jackson, Mississippi. They're facing a water crisis. We've also seen this has also happened to Baltimore, Maryland, where they had contaminated water. The same thing goes for, of course, Flint, Michigan. And this was something that, Jordan Sheraton covered the Flint story heavily. And one of the things that he said, like even back then, is people think that it's just Flint. It's not just Flint. There are other communities across the U.S. that are going through this as well. So it is problematic. I do have this clip here that I do want to play just to give people a breakdown about climate change. So let me go ahead and share my screen here.
This is a simple explanation of climate change based on an article in the New York Times. The average temperature on the surface of the planet has already increased 1.7 degrees Fahrenheit since 1880, which may not seem like much, but think about it this way. The heat from human emissions is roughly equal to 400,000 Hiroshima atomic bombs exploding across the planet every single day. Future generations are in big trouble. For now, it'll gradually continue to get warmer and storms will grow more intense, with longer periods of drought in between. But longer term, if emissions continue to rise unchecked, the climate disasters will be so severe they will destabilize entire nations, send millions of refugees across borders, cause widespread extinction of most species on Earth, and melt the polar ice caps, leaving most of the world's coastal cities several feet underwater. All this could take centuries, but something like the sudden collapse of agriculture would trigger immediate chaos in society. Best case is we get our act together and begin to rapidly bring emission levels down. Meanwhile, Earth turns out to be less sensitive to greenhouse gases than we currently believe, plants and animals adapt quickly, and major technological breakthroughs help society limit emissions and adjust to climate change. But these are all the opposite of what we're actually seeing, so the only thing in our control is to limit emissions using all available tools and best behaviors currently at our disposal. Worst case, the collapse of food production causes spiraling prices, and as our capitalist utopia breaks down, billions starve as our world gets violent and messy real quick, kind of like a zombie apocalypse, but with extreme hunger spreading chaos instead. So yeah, still just like a zombie apocalypse.
So something I just want to add in here for a second is that this is why I always try to bring it back to the class issue, because when this happens, people who are wealthy, they'll be able to afford those expensive food prices that he just referred to in the video. If you're working class or poor, even middle class, actually, you are going to have a difficult time trying to do that.
I would honestly add that it's not something that's in the future. It's already happening, and anybody with that's paying attention can see that it's reality. And most of the people that have firsthand experience with these situations are the global South, and that's a direct result of our exploitation. The Western world and the global North has exploited the resources and destabilized these places. So, the whole migration concern, well, capitalism is to blame. And people they get really concerned about, the free market, but it doesn't breed innovation. It breeds, hoarding, which is, and the other thing is, I don't understand why these billionaires think that they're going to be insulated from all of the climate crisis. I think that just shows their lack of understanding and lack of grounding with the world, that they truly believe that they will be insulated. You can stock up, you can have a bunker. That is not a long-term solution.
Right.
And we hear a lot of discussions about, we've got to heal things. We are the worst at that, per capita. We, coming from a healthcare background, we don't heal people. We don't take care of people. We don't prevent disease. So all of these things are related, and our models are just simply unsustainable right now.
That's right.
Can I share from? So in Arizona, I'm sure that your listeners remember when the Republicans were talking about a caravan that was coming from South America.
Right.
Okay, so that kind of messaging never really went away for politicians in Arizona. It's very much used as a scare tactic to be afraid of immigrants and to say that anybody trying to come into this country must be coming here for nefarious reasons, or they must be coming here because they want to sell your kids drugs, or they must be coming here because they're human trafficking. And while we know that those things are happening, we also need to be aware of what is happening in the home countries of where those people are coming from. They're fleeing from imperialism. They're fleeing from literally military or even private military invasions in their own country. Honduras comes to mind, Guatemala. These are recent historic events that unfortunately the US military was on the wrong side of and caused the homes of these people where they live to be unlivable anymore. And so what we're seeing here in Arizona is people fleeing from untold horrors in their own country. And those individuals are being politicized, and they're being talked about as if they're the criminals. And so what you're talking about, the climate change and the zombie apocalypse, that is happening right now. We have hundreds of thousands of traumatized individuals who were forced out of their homes, and they're fleeing to the only place that they think that they can get a clean cup of water and hopefully an education for their kids. And we should not be turning them away.
Well said.
This would be coupled with the melting of the Antarctic ice sheet leading to rapidly rising seas that would force us to abandon many of our greatest cities and all of the social and scientific progress that we were making within them. Adding insult to injury is the fact that many of the emissions were emitted while building these now abandoned underwater metropolises. If emissions continue unchecked, we're looking at a total rise of between 80 to 160 feet, which would occur if all the ice in the poles melted. So the oceans will rise. The real question is how fast. Scientists only have Earth's history to base their predictions on, which suggests that the rate has occasionally hit 1 foot per decade. So we'll have to adapt to an altered coastline sooner or later, but probably much sooner than later, because computer forecasts only give us a range of future possibilities. The most important evidence comes from the study of past climate conditions, which clearly show that every time the amount of carbon dioxide in the air rises, the Earth warms up, ice melts, and the ocean rises. What's important to remember here is that we are in uncharted territory. Humans are pumping carbon dioxide into the air far faster than nature ever has before us. Scientists have been publishing strong evidence that warming is making drought and heat waves more frequent, causing heavier rainstorms and more severe coastal flooding. But while the internet has made us all more aware of weather disasters in distant countries, it's hard to prove these are all directly made worse by climate change. Canada and Russia both have vast frozen lands and could see some economic benefits from a warmer climate. Putin and the Russians, and until recently Canada as well, have been reluctant to make ambitious climate commitments, but expect that to change as these countries realize they will be swamped by millions of refugees from less fortunate nations. Libertarians and other political conservatives do not like the policies proposed to fight climate change, and have chosen to try and block them by actively undermining the science. This effort has been funded by the oil and coal industry, who favor making money above all else. As more resources are devoted to solving the problem, our chances at big technological breakthroughs are improving, but we still should be spending about 3 times as much money as we currently are on these efforts, according to several in-depth reports. You can reduce your carbon footprint by doing things like plugging leaks in your home insulation, installing a smart thermostat, taking public transit, taking less airplane trips, buying an electric car, and putting solar panels on your roof. A big one is eating less meat. But what's really needed is for you to speak up and exercise your rights as a citizen, because strong collective action through state and national policies is how we'll make the most impact. Considering that we've been ignoring scientists' warnings since the 80s to limit emissions, we're pretty late in the game. But we've finally reached a moment where nearly every country in the world agrees this is a huge problem and seem ready to commit to taking at least some kind of action. Leading corporations will continue to make bold promises to do their part, low-emission technologies will improve, and many states and cities will go much further than any goals set by their national governments. The United States, the world's biggest economy, is finally starting to move aggressively, and China, the world's largest emitter, is beginning to recognize that it needs to do the same, as many of its megacities will be underwater if the seas rise too high. But it's up to us, the ordinary citizens, to continue demanding our political leaders tackle climate change, the hardest problem that humanity has ever faced. So like and share this video.
So there was something he mentioned about, I want to highlight airplanes and meat. And I want to mention those two because I do feel like for whatever reason, a lot of times airplanes are not mentioned. But people have to understand just how much the fuel and emissions come from airplanes. Like when people fly all the time, right? Like it's, I mean, across the world. So that's another one. And meat. And this is the big one where, and I do understand not everyone can be vegan. I was vegan I was a part-time vegan. I was a part-time vegan for a year. I did this program called Vegan Before 6, which means that basically the only time that you would have meat or animal products would be for dinner, right? So I did that, and I did have a lot of energy, but I also, it wasn't for me. Like it wasn't the best for me. Like, and not everyone can be vegan, but some people find that it's better for them to be vegetarian instead. But I want to talk about that, the importance of how that can also impact climate as well.
So I just gotta say this real quick. The military industrial complex is the largest contributing factor to emissions, greenhouse gases. So, that's why you'll find a lot of veterans being involved with the Green Party and like peace actions, because they've seen it. Like you can't see that, experience it, and not want to speak out against it. So that is one thing. I think that it's great to limit your consumption, and I think that it is good to consider your personal footprints, but we are not the reason why our globe is in crisis mode right now. It's not individual decisions that are being made. It is colonialism and it is capitalism. And as Liana mentioned, it is also imperialism, all those factors which are really degrading our capabilities to survive on this planet. That's the biggest issue. Anything framed as, and it really irritates me that, electric vehicles are somehow some solution to the crisis that we are dealing with. And if it's framed in this capitalistic, free market model, it's doomed to fail. And our quality of life and expectations and time frame to get things done, it's just throw it away. It's like, you might as well, because it's not, we don't even have public transportation. I have friends who need to wait to schedule a ride or a taxi just to go to the doctor. Like we're not taking care of people. It's going to require a really holistic mind frame. And that's why a lot of people are pushing for indigenous led organization and movements, because unless you have that education or that mind frame about living within some sort of balance to your surroundings, I don't see how, I feel like it's us going to the source of the problem for the solution. That's how I feel about it, But
well, notice something too in that video. Notice they didn't even mention the military industrial complex
at all. No, yeah, it's clearly biased. I mean, I was like, okay, sounded like a AOC video back from 4 years ago. Oh, green new jobs. No healthcare though.
Leanna.
Yeah, the other thing that I noticed from that video is it was only talking to people who are currently participating in the market by having a job. So it does not address the people who, like myself, are unable to work in a regular 9-to-5 job. And so that is unfair. Again, I laughed at the electric cars and solar panels are going to save us from climate change. No, it's way too late. Maybe in the 60s we had a chance to for GM maybe to make a profit off of transitioning to electric cars, but we don't have that chance anymore. We will be dealing with the effects of climate change for the next at least 75 to 100 years. And then we still don't have any models of what that would look like, even if we're able to reverse it. So it is a reality right now. And it's unfortunate that there are commercials out there, like I think from Climate Moms, where it's supposed to be women who are talking to other women, but the conversations are not intelligent conversations. I don't know if you've noticed them, and it's really shameful. I think that the American public deserves to know how far we are into climate change. I remember a country song decades ago that said, the title of it was, one of the lyrics was, "I have oceanfront property in Arizona," and that was a joke 20 years ago. So I don't know how we can get people to be more serious about the fact that we are going to be facing some real changes. We are going to have to house, feed, and clothe refugees who are fleeing from areas where the ocean has overtaken their village, not only their homes, but their cities. their culture and everything that they care about. And we will have to make space for those people.
That's right. Like if people think it's an issue now, or people that are complaining now about, migrants like at the border,
Yeah.
this is nothing
No.
compared to what it will be like once these, the water, it's rising. So once their cities start to go underwater, like this is nothing. I mean, and I've already seen something like this. I haven't watched it in a while, but um I'm probably way behind. But there's actually a show on Netflix. If you haven't seen this, or is it on Netflix? It's on Amazon Prime, I think. If you haven't seen this show, it's probably one of the best shows that you can watch about the future of climate change. It's called The Expanse, and in this show, climate change has already happened, right? So what you'll see is that there's Earth, there's Mars, and then there's the Beltway, and the belt is the asteroid belt. That's where people live. Most of Earth is underwater. So there's very few people that still live on Earth. And some of the Earthers left Earth when this was happening and they're called Earthers, moved to Mars. And so it's like, it's this weird situation where people kind of look at the Earthers as the people that neglected their planet.
Mm-hmm.
So when they see them come to Mars, or they see them come to the belt, their first thought is, you're not going to corrupt my planet the way that you corrupted your planet.
Yeah.
And so also in this show, there's a focus of, and I don't know if everyone sees it this way, but there's a focus of imperialism. Because what you have is, you have the asteroid belt has a lot of resources, but the asteroid belt, the people who live there are typically poor or working class.
Mm-hmm.
So you have Mars and Earth draining resources, taking the resources like water, taking that from the asteroid belt, similar to what you see today, where the US takes resources from other countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the people who live there are living in poverty. So it's a good show. Like if you're kind of, into sci-fi kind of stuff, it's a really good show, but it shows you the future after that has happened. Liana, you said you watched this?
Yes. I very much thought that this was a good representation of what people are right now praising individual billionaires for, going to the moon or thinking about putting settlements on Mars. But to me, The Expanse actually represents what that future would look like if we allowed the capitalists to take over another planet. So that's what it was to me.
Yeah, so it's a really good show to watch if you're interested in what the universe will look like after climate change has taken a hold of Earth. But in reference to electric vehicles, I do want to talk about that for just a second, because I did see that Pete Buttigieg made this comment that in order to fight back against climate change, people just need to buy electric vehicles. And I want to get your take on that, because we know that, like, obviously that's not enough, but it was weird to me that he made this assumption that everyone can afford to buy a car.
So yeah, that's not weird to me, because I remember I was researching before Biden won, and I was like, look at this Pete guy, and some of their in like their first drafts of their climate bill, there was going to be like a tax or some sort of payment involved with using public transportation. And it's like, what an elitist, out of touch, dude thing to say. Like, oh, okay, like, so my 80 90 something year old relative who can't walk is supposed to buy like a $50,000 car. We don't have. It's so hard for me to be okay like through all of this, because it's like apocalyptic future is current events. Okay, that's like every day. Like I was talking to this guy who's a firefighter, and he goes and fights fires during the wildfire season, and like people are just hacking up ash and smoke, and like it doesn't, all of this framing that we need some sort of savior to bring our planet to peace is really ridiculous, because it's not going to be some savior that just shows up and fixes everything. It's going to require work. It's going to require effort. The reason people don't want to talk about their footprints and airline travel is because it's a convenience that they don't want to give up. That's what it is. And say it out loud. I was selfish. I'm a selfish person. I like to travel for pleasure, and at least own it. Okay, stop ignoring the fact that it's contributing to Also, as far as the convenience industries, these cruise lines and the military, all of these big ships. You've seen how big they are, right? Like in scale to.
Yep.
Do you know what they do with their trash? Guess what they do with their trash? They just dump it directly into the ocean. Yeah. Because of course they do, right? And so people are like, oh, green's like you're doomers, like you're just bringing me down. And it's like, no, like I really want you to be well. I want you to be happy and healthy. I want you to have a future, and I want generations past us to have a future. And I think it's really selfish and disrespectful to frame it as a future person's problem. Like as a millennial, I feel like we're just like kicking all of our problems, onto the next generations. Like I have kids myself, and it stresses them out to think about how little concern people have for the climate and things that are going on right now. So it's really, at this point, I don't care about people's comfort. They need to know and come to terms with the fact that these are all realities we're facing, and this is our last time frame to change it before it's too late. And if I sound hysterical, that's fine, because it's important,
That's right. Liana?
I just echo everything that Delilah says. I mean, yes, it's a hard message that we feel compelled to deliver, and it may feel like we're just all doom and gloom, but in reality, I want everyone to have a house. I want everyone to have a home. I want every child to have education. I want every child to have the opportunity to not have an education if they want to be homeschooled. I want people to be housed and happy. Is that just too much of a leap for people to just think? I know no one should be outside, sleeping outside. No one should go to bed hungry. That's just a base level where I would like to start. And if we could just start there, then we can start dismantling some of the systems that have got us to the place where people are being forced out of their homes. Mortgages being too expensive for people, students unable to leave their parents' home because they have student debt that is just unreasonable. Why are we in this place? But we actually have to come to an agreement of where this place is before we can fix it. So that's why you hear Greens talking about how bad things are, because we're trying to get people to just open up your eyes and look around and tell me, is this where you want to be? Is this where you want your children to be?
That's right. I want to share something with everyone here. If you actually go to NASA's website, you can see the live report of climate with our planet. I just want to make sure this is large enough. Okay, yeah, so you can see this is climatenasa.gov. I'm going to put this in the chat because that way you guys can do this whenever you want to. But understanding our planet to benefit humankind. Now, again, this is live. These are live counts. So if we scroll down here, carbon dioxide, this is parts per million. So 419, right? That's increased. Okay. Global temperature 1.01 Celsius since 1880. Notice it's up, right? Arctic sea ice minimum extent. This is down 12.6% per decade since 1979. Ice sheets is down 427. That's billion metric tons per year. And then sea level is up 4 inches since January 1993.
Yeah.
You see this? This date isn't that long ago. Uh-oh, I didn't mean to do that.
But like with the fluctuations of those other numbers, the sea level, right? As you're like the ice sheets and the melting of the ice, and the acidity of the oceans warming. Because I grew up on the coast, so they taught us a lot about coastal benefits, you know, like the kind of grasses that need to be grown and the kind of ecosystems we need to support to make sure that, you know, this area is well protected. But, you know, in context to these growing concerns, you know, it's like we're being kind of like cut at the knees to be able to mitigate some of these disasters brewing, you know. I think that's really and I'm glad I didn't know about this website, so thank you. I'm gonna use it to ruin brunch.
A former student gave me sent this website to me before. And ocean warming, this is up 337 zettajoules since 1955. So, but the one that I think I look back on and I'm like, we could have done something with, even in my generation, sea level is up 4 inches since January 1993.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, obviously I'm on Twitter a bit, and I saw a video and photograph of when subway stations were flooding. And then they were like, meanwhile, in South Korea, like they have, you know, high-speed trains and, you know, it shouldn't take that much motivation to show people. I don't know where the fear comes from with the education, you know, about the climate and about things like I've even met conservative people who are just like, you know, you're like, I don't know if you're have judgments towards people of darker color or not, like those types of people, and then talk to them and they're all just as concerned about, you know, climate change as anybody. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it should be so politicized, I guess, because effectively the Democratic Party are climate change deniers because their goalposts are always moving and not ever enough to address the I don't know, the weight of these problems. You know, they're not nearly bold enough to. So, you know, it doesn't matter if you vote for either of those two parties because neither of them is really dedicated or even willing to have these conversations about the lack of policy and action.
That's right. So I'll put that website one more time down here in the chat. Yeah, this really shouldn't be a partisan issue, but it has become one, right? And then I want to show everyone the Green New Deal on the Green Party's website, the original Green New Deal. We'll go to that one, not the one for the Democratic Party. And I'll put this in the chat as well. Green Party USA. Let me make this a little bit larger so people can see it in the back. The Green New Deal. So we go down here. We can build a better tomorrow today. It's time for a Green New Deal. And there's a lot said about it here, but there was one part I wanted to, this part right here. The National Green Party calls for the following: enact an emergency Green New Deal to turn the tide on climate change, revive the economy, and make wars for oil obsolete.
Yes.
That piece right there.
Yeah. So the Green Party, we have we're global. So even though I think we get a lot of flack down in the States for being small third parties, and to be fair, we could grow a lot with our numbers, but because of the coalitions that we make with other Greens all over the globe, we're able to honestly have these conversations. When I joined GPACs, we had these conversations all the time about the military industrial complex leading, emissions, and how 2030 is like really just like that's the goal. Anything further than that is like effectively you're ignoring that there's even a problem. And I'll even say I know Greens from upstate New York who hate wind turbines. They're terrible because the methods, right? Because we're in capitalism, they're clear cutting forests to make space for the turbines, which is bad for the ecosystem, And so again, these are well informed policies, but me as an Indigenous person, I'm always going to say I think that it's not even enough because land back is a very serious issue that we advocate for, and it's because of like the teachings and the methods that have been in place for centuries sustainably that we advocate for these things, because honestly these were great goals, and it's important information because people in this country are exposed to environmental hazards, the air quality, the water quality, all of the things are affecting our communities. But definitely it's going to have to be, we need actual change to happen. Like people, this is why I support a general strike, because, that's the best way to mobilize they did have a general strike, I think on September 30th. And it was a stay-at-home strike because, and it's women-led. And so that in and of itself, if like just the women in any economy stopped purchasing, stopped, going to work, stopped, stopped contributing to the society and economy that doesn't help them, they could change that, and there's only so much we can do politically through the ballots. A lot of it's going to have to be, power to the people. They need to rise up and, make these demands and stop saying, oh, I'm going to vote for the lesser of evil. You don't have to vote for any evil at all. I would much rather see you get involved with your community about the things. Most places that are poor, they have the same concerns that everybody else does. So how are we going to address those needs? How are we going to speak to those needs for those who are unable to for themselves? And I think that's why we're so big on real grassroots democracy and real commitment to people over profit, because we won't take money from corporations at all, and it's hard, but it's the reason is because of things like this. We need to make sure that we're not missing the goals,
That's right.
Am I still can anyone hear me?
Oh, hi.
Yeah,
Yes.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you ladies this evening and to really check in on issues that matter to us all. The one thing, it was interesting. Excuse me, I was at a brunch that I had co-hosted yesterday, and a young lady who lived and worked and has a podcast type exchange in the area came in and asked me some questions after the meeting about the importance of the vote. And I always say that, to vote is part of your civic responsibility, but it's also a way to establish yourself as someone who is vigilant and, watching what is going on in front of you, and especially if you want to make a change in terms of what you believe needs to be done. So even if you don't recognize anyone on the ballot as someone that you would rather vote for, you should still vote. And if that means that you have to write in a candidate, please do so. But never shirk your responsibility as far as voting is concerned, even if you don't like the options that are available to you. So in the case of Green Party members, most folk don't even recognize or don't even realize that we're here and that we're available, because we don't get nearly as much press. what we have to say is a lot less sexy than some of the other candidates, because they focus on, giving gut punches to each other versus actually talking about things that are solution focused. The orientation of the entire party is based on the outcomes that we're looking to um, push forward in terms of, reducing our national debt and increasing our overall stewardship to the land. Focusing on waste reduction, since we're talking about green initiatives from the original Green New Deal. There's a lot of different things that we have been involved with steadily for the past couple of decades that the other parties just don't even, they dismiss, because there's nothing they can actually gain from it. But
That's
if your
right.
orientation is focused on the bottom line constantly, then that's what you see. If you're not going to make money from it, then you have no interest in it. you know but
That's right.
please, for anyone who is listening this evening to us and allowing us to join you in this space, um, that you also recognize as a space of reconciliation. We've come here to have some serious discussions on what do we do now and how do we move forward, because life as we know it will not exist for us in the next few decades if we don't. You know.
That's right.
Um,
Bank Sister said, it's sad that supporters of Dems think they're supporting a party who will do anything about climate change. They've been fooled. And it's true, because there's a lot of money in oil.
mhm.
And thank you. This question is for the panel. Um, Thanks for the super chat emoji. Is there an international political party the Green Party can learn from or emulate?
We are an international party. We're all over the place. Hawaii, Germany, everywhere you look, there is a Green Party. We're actually in more in parliaments and higher levels of government abroad than we are here. Most likely, you'll find us in local government positions, but we're everywhere.
Okay. And then there's one more from emoji also. Any ideas for helping third parties like the Green Party grow?
Join, show up to the meetings, volunteer. If you don't have a party chapter in your local area, create one and start attending meetings close by. This is what's called grassroots. And we get the same message over and over. And I appreciate the question, and I appreciate the opportunity to answer this question that way, because it is going to take activists like myself, like Delilah, like Michelle, and everyone else who has showed up here to this activist summit to make this work. There's no template for it. And what you have on the screen right now, Sabby, I don't know if you wanted to touch on it, but that 100% clean energy by 2030 is possible, but it is not possible in a world where profit is the only measure of success. We have to drop the idea that somebody needs to make money in order for us to transition to clean energy.
That's right.
Yeah, I just want everybody to realize that's just 7 years away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. And if I could add on to the question, how do we make the Green Party grow? We are a very decentralized model. And if you just make a couple of local contacts and let them know like what you're working on, what your interests are, just keep people up to date. You know what I'm saying? Because we want to support, right? But we are small. Like, we don't have the numbers that other people do. We don't have the budgets, to pay people full time to do these things for us. So it really is. It has to be, and especially I would say youth led and grassroots outside of the political establishment, in addition to what we're doing as Greens. So I guess my advice is, please participate in mutual aid and direct action. Please educate yourself on things, not just globally, but in your municipality, because chances are there are some things happening that you're not exactly pleased with. And as a citizen, you have rights, and it's important to empower yourself through these actions that make you more capable and able to grow the foundation and expand on our foundation that we need. And, basically, we love activists. I'm honestly sad that I can't go to more direct action events. Like this campaign, I only get to do so many now because, I'm trying to do the ballot thing too. But that's things we need We need all fronts involved. And so, yeah, any way you can get involved, we're cheering for you. We want you to succeed. So.
Absolutely. I see other panelists are coming in. I think JB is going to be getting started shortly, but I do want to play this clip really quickly of Jill Stein discussing the Green New Deal, because one of the criticisms that you'll hear political commentators or mainstream political commentators make is that where are you going to get the money, right? So listen to how Jill Stein explains where the money comes from and how it would work.
So, as you know, the climate crisis has been entirely missing in action in the presidential debate between the two establishment parties. I want you to know that we can solve this problem with a political voice that's of, by, and for the people, that is not sponsored by the fossil fuel industry. We can, in fact, create an emergency jobs program that also solves the emergency of climate change. That's what the Green New Deal does. So it's like the New Deal that got us out of the Great Depression, but it's a Green New Deal, so it also solves the crisis of the climate. Essentially, it creates 20 million good wage jobs that transition us on an emergency basis on the scale of a wartime mobilization to 100% clean renewable energy by 2030. That means jobs in clean renewable energy, in healthy and sustainable food systems, and in public transportation. These jobs not only revive the economy, turn the tide on climate change, they also make the friggin' wars for oil obsolete. That is what we are calling for. This is yet another reason to reject the lesser evil and to stand up and fight for the greater good, like our lives depend on it, because in fact they do.
Yep.
See, the Green New Deal was actually create more jobs for people, better paying jobs.
And less health risks, you know, if you're working in the oil fields or you're working in the ocean, you know, trying to extract, you're likely to be exposed to some chemicals, some harm thing, you know, that's not healthy for you. So again, like I always talk about that just because like that's where my work has been mostly, is in healthcare, right? And I see things that, you know, I know that people wouldn't have to be living like this if we invested in a sustainable future. And it's very critical that we all get involved with that and make that a priority. Anything less than renewable by 2030 is not good enough.
That's right. That's right. All right. All right. I see JB is back. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining me for this discussion. Again, I figured if we're going to talk about environmentalism and climate change, who else who better to bring on than Green Party? But thank you so much, Delilah. Thank you, Liana, and thank you, Michelle.
Can we just drop
My pleasure always. Thank you, ladies.
our websites real quick?
Yes.
Okay, DelilahForTexas.com. Please vote for me coming up. Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
And the easiest way to find me is on Twitter, LWest4, the number 4 AZ, LWest4AZ.
And pulling up the rear is me, Michelle Louise Bicking, for governor in Connecticut. The best way to find me online is at roomathetable4.us. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Shout out to the Bank Sisters for the super chat. Thanks so much. Thanks so much to RBN for hosting this weekend. We discussed these issues with such a diversity of voices. Thanks so much. I am heading out and JB is going to take over.
That's absolutely right. Oh, by the way, Sabby, never mind. Before you go, I just want to let you know that I also just came into contact yesterday with a Green Party candidate that's running for state seat here in Florida. So I will also be trying to have her on to talk to her as well, because her name is Robin Harris. So I'll be talking to her. She was actually at the March for Medicare for All last year. So I'll be talking to her whenever I get a chance to. So
Robin's great. I'm so glad you guys met. So
yeah. Absolutely amazing.
All right. So thank you so much, everybody. Have yourself a wonderful evening. Nice to have you all for this summit. And now, as they bow out, we will be getting into our next panel. So, welcome everybody to the 4 o'clock hour of the General Strike Summit Activist Edition. This is actually going to be a very deep episode that we're going to be talking about. And we're going to be talking about a subject that I like to get into with these summits because a lot of us tend to be erased. We don't matter. Out of sight, out of mind. See what I mean? And so that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have this summit and this part of the summit. So this is actually going to be the disability panel. And the thing is that how many of you who are watching right now know somebody that's disabled? Know of somebody that receives disability benefits or try to receive disability benefits? Know of somebody that has a disability that's either visible or invisible? Do you know somebody that's a disability activist? This is one of the reasons why we are actually having this today. I just want to bring in all my guests because I want to get into this and we need to dive in. So I want to bring in all my guests. So good to see all of you here today. Welcome. See your smiling faces. And so today what I will be doing is we will be going in clockwise order. And we will be asking each one to introduce themselves and what their organization they are with, or how they got into disability activism. So we're going to be starting off with Angela Gardner. Angela, welcome to the summit.
Hi, everybody. Hi, James. Hi, Savage.
Hello.
Hi, Joe. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Angela Gardner, and excuse me, and I have autism and anxiety and depression and intellectual disabilities. I am from Los Angeles, California. I live in a suburb, Whittier. And I am currently working as a volunteer with an organization called Hand in Hand, which is an organization that helps people with disabilities get access to long-term services and supports, including in-home care. And also, we also make sure that the workers that are providing the care get decent livable wages. So.
Thank you so much, Angela. Nice to meet you and nice to finally get to formally say hello to you.
Yes.
Now that the next guest is no stranger by any means, by any stretch of the imagination. There she is. She got that savage smile going on right now, savage joy. All right, let people know who the hell you are and why you're here.
First off, nice to meet you, Angela and Joe. Always great to see you. You know, I love you to pieces. Yeah, so I do organize with March for Medicare for All. And I kind of got thrown into being like a representative of like disabled Medicare for All activists. When I was on the Force the Vote town hall, I shared my story for the first time, and it just kind of went from there. You know, hundreds of people messaged me with their own stories, and it just kind of evolved. And I'm just so honored that to be here and also to be, you know, on so many panels and at so many events, just speaking my truth and hopefully, you know, representing other people who may not be given a voice.
Thank you so very much, Joy. So good to have you once again on the channel. Now, Joe Cherry, the Joe Cherry. Look,
Sheree.
Sheree, sorry, my fault.
Hooray.
Look, see, this is the problem with us men. We don't listen like we should. But Joy's laughing because she knows it's true. Sorry. But so look, we're gonna have fun. This isn't just gonna be a somber segment. We're gonna have fun too. So, Joe, you have an interesting perspective because you're not disabled, but you are a caretaker, and I think this is also very important to also include caretakers in this discussion. So, Joe, if you can let us know, what you're all about, and let people know who you are.
My name's Joe Sheree. I live in Topeka, Kansas. I have a son who is 22 years old that I've been raising most of his life, well, all of his life, by myself. He has cerebral palsy. We were on a waiver and we got kicked off the waiver. And ever since, I've been trying to fight to get us back on. And I am the chair of the Kansas Democratic Disability Caucus here in Kansas, and I also serve on the ADA Council here within the city of Topeka. I just started my second term. They're 2-year terms. My first term, I managed to get a sidewalk connected all the way from one business to the other so that people with disabilities didn't have to walk in the street to get to Aldi's and Sam's Club. And I was also responsible for implementing and deploying a survey for accessibility, handicap accessibility in the city of Topeka. So I'm very, very, very active because I have to be.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so very much. And can you guys still see me, or is it Angela's camera?
Angela looks like she's spinning. Oh, there she goes.
Uh-oh. I think she dropped for a second. Okay. Well, she'll make her way back in. Hopefully she also has us playing in the background so she can hear. But one of the things that I want to touch in on, and I know, you've spoke about many times. Oh, there she is. At your back. Got your back.
Thank you.
It's okay. One of the things that a lot of us, touch on is it's not even, actually, that's the wrong word. It's less arduous for us to just sit back and deal with our disability and not do anything else, right? And with that being said, there's an added amount of work. There's also a bit of an added amount of sometimes frustration that can come from being an activist and trying to convince people and trying to get people activated into doing things. And I want to open this up to all of you as far as being an activist is, why were you pushed towards speaking out more instead of just resting and saying somebody else can take care of it? If I can start off with Angela, if you can answer that question.
Well, I used to work at a special education school, and our students were not being included in a lot of the activities and events at the school. So I started advocating to make sure that they were involved and included in all the school activities and events. And that's kind of how I got started. And I really started advocating for my students. And then eventually, I had to start advocating for myself to get a diagnosis and everything, which I didn't get until I was, I got diagnosed at 44, and you know, so that was a lot to get diagnosed, and I'm still trying to get SSI. So yeah, I'm still trying to get services and supports for myself. And
Okay.
so that's how I got started
Mhm.
in advocacy work, and I really enjoy doing it. So
Mhm. Well, we're so glad that you're able to do that, and thank you for your advocacy work, by the way.
thank you.
Um, and we're going to go counterclockwise to you, Joe. Why didn't you just rest on your laurels and say, "I'm a caretaker. I'm exhausted. Let somebody else do it"? Why are you so forward in being an activist and advocate as well?
Well, I'm too damn stubborn to give up. For one.
I love it.
True.
I had to start fighting for myself very early on. You know, I left a home where I was being sexually and physically abused, and I ran away from home when I was 15, and so you know, I came out swinging early in life, and when I found out that I was going to be a parent to a child with a disability, I made myself grow up real fast. Um, I decided that it was time to, you know, stop the dumb shit. I needed to get my life together, and you know, I was in. His dad was abusive, so we spent time in and out of battered women's shelters, and you know, I was really just super determined to make sure that he has a life that the life that I really didn't have, and that he had a childhood that I didn't have. And
Got it.
so um, I just I made sure that I was always going to be fighting for him. And yes, it is tiring. It is. I mean, I uh, I even got we even got our respite hours taken away. So I don't even have respite hours. So if I wanted to take 20 hours a week just to go do something, I can't. I mean, I can. I mean, he's old enough. He's fairly high functioning enough to where I can leave him at home by himself. But the fact of the matter is I have no respite hours. You know, if I do go out and do anything short term, I have to make sure I'm here in town. If I do anything long term, I have to really source my friends and see who's going to be available for a couple hours here and there to check in on him, make sure he's got food, make sure he's taking care of himself and whatnot. And, you know, I'm just too stubborn to give up, you know, and I love my son. And, you know, I would do anything in the world for this boy, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you're a parent, you don't you grow up when you become a parent. You're supposed to grow up when you become a parent.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's no owner's manual when you're a parent to a normal kid. Well, there's really no owner's manual when you're a parent to a child with a disability. And so, yeah, I'm just too damn stubborn to give up. And I love my kid.
That's that mama bear energy that you got.
Yes. And I apologize for looking like crap today, but it's been a weekend.
Nah, you don't look like crap.
You
You just been working hard. That's all it is. You just work hard. Now, Joy, you and I have a special relationship, Joy.
We do because we have we both have the very dirty sense of humor. But other than that, we do.
Tell everybody that. Joy. Gosh, jeez.
Y'all watched the last time I was on his show, and then
the same people can get freaky too. But Joy, before that's beside the point. Now, no, but the serious part of the question, it being, why didn't you just relax and say, you know what, I'm just going to let other activists handle it? Why?
Well, and I want to give a trigger warning. At first I did. For those who don't know my story, I woke up one morning 2.5 years ago with most of my sight gone. So immediately I became about 80% blind. And my sight never came back. It's actually only gotten worse. So my life just changed immediately overnight. And so at first I didn't even want to get out of bed in the morning. I just didn't. I was like, I really don't care if I die. Like, I don't care, because I would try to sleep. But I was so scared to go to sleep because I was like, what if I wake up tomorrow and the rest of my sight's gone? And it was just so traumatic. And I didn't even tell anyone what I was going through, because I was just, you go through, when you become disabled, you go through that grieving process, the denial, the bargaining, the acceptance. And it's like, I don't even think I've gotten to the acceptance sometimes still, even 2.5 years later. But starting to call myself disabled really, gave me strength. But at first, I mean, God, it had to be, well, I lost my job because of my eyesight. I tried to fake it for several months. And I would hold my, keyboard like this at my computer. And if I hear someone walking, I would suddenly sit up and be like, I'm typing. And then they started realizing I was typing like 5 words a minute, and stuff like that. And I lost my job, which in Pennsylvania is completely legal. So that really set into the depression. I'm 40 years old and I can't work. I'll never get a job again. I refuse to go on Social Security. And my doctor's like, look, you need to get on it. Like, period. I fought him for months. And I just kept saying, I'll keep looking for a job. I'll get something. And you just go through denial. And I was just so suicidal. I just wanted to give up. But then I started to realize I had 2 options: either giving up. Absolutely. My 2 options were giving up or turning my trauma into activism and advocacy for not just people who are blind, but people who are disabled, people who need healthcare, period. And I've always supported Medicare for all. I worked in healthcare over a decade, so I've seen it all. And I thought, why don't I use that? So it was gradual. It was not overnight. It was gradual. And I still have days when I'm like, what is the point? What is the point? People aren't listening. People don't care. People wait till they go through something themselves before they even acknowledge, the pain people are going in. So I still have those days, absolutely. But I just gradually got to the point where I'm like, look, just laying here waiting to die isn't helping anyone, including myself. And I watched what it was doing to my husband and my family. Just being this free spirit who was always going around doing everything. And now all of a sudden, all I want to do is just lay in bed. So, it was gradual, but I'm just so glad that I came around and said, you know
Me
what?
too. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to fight this shit. Like, what this is, it's not fair. And I want people to know that you can fight, but I acknowledge it is not easy at all.
Yeah. But your nickname is Savage for a reason.
I try.
Yep. So that being that this is the Activist Summit, I would like to get some of the challenges as well as victories that you guys have experienced when it comes to your activism. Starting off with you, Angela, what are some of the challenges that you felt that you met while being an activist, and what are some of the victories that you have been able to see through?
Wow, yeah, there are challenges for sure. I think the biggest challenge, as Savage Joy said, is not being heard, especially from elected officials. That's always, one of the, more challenging parts of this work. Some of the good things that have happened to me, or the pluses, part of it was when I worked at the school, seeing my students make progress. I mean, that was really, really good, and getting the services and supports that they needed so they could make progress. And now for me, since I've been a part of Hand in Hand for 2 years, and it's great to have that support, and to be able to work together with other people. That's probably the biggest plus. And having a sense of community, because it's not good to be able to just work by yourself on these issues. You have to collaborate and work together with other people. So that's definitely a plus for me.
Thank you so very much. And now I want to extend that question to you, Joe. What are some of the challenges that you have been met since being a caretaker for your son? And what are some of the victories? Because you spoke of one of the victories earlier when you first spoke, but I would like to expand on that as well.
Well, like I said, one of the things that I did manage to get accomplished with one of my roles here is I did get a sidewalk fully connected between Aldi's and Sam's, so that disabled people didn't have to walk in the street when they're trying to go from one place to the other. Especially there's a curve in that street where you can't see if somebody's coming from one angle. Back up, kitty. Sorry, my cat got in the way there. I just happened to be out. We were doing something for this survey that we were working on, and we went and we took pictures of it. I was with one of the city people, and so we took pictures of it. And a couple months later, he's like, "Oh, by the way, your sidewalk finally got put in." I was just like, "Really?" So when I go by and I see the sidewalk connected, I'm just like, "Dang, I actually made something happen in this town. Go me."
Excuse me, Joe. Just one second. Are you going to take some chalk and say Joe was here on the sidewalk?
We thought about doing that. Dave said you should do that, and I think I'm going to. I'm going to put in
Anthony sidewalk.
Joe Sheree is responsible for this sidewalk being connected. Thank you.
Yes.
That's right.
I'm sorry. I just had to interject that, but please continue.
No, that's somebody else suggested that. Actually, the guy that helped me with that suggested it. The big challenge is still this IDD waitlist nightmare. The Kansas Reflector came out with an article this week, and they said that the Kansas disability waitlist study could take 2 years as needs mount. I'm sorry, but why do they need to study something when they know what's wrong with it? Doing another study for 2 years when there are close to 5,000 Kansans with intellectual and developmental disabilities on a wait list that is 8 to 10 years long is stupid. You know what's wrong with this thing. Get it fixed. The problem is they don't want to put money into this thing. And, they had a legislator who recommended that $100 million be transferred from the state general education fund to the waitlist reduction. That never materialized. It never made it out of committee. Our governor denied funding upwards to $20 million to the reduction of the wait list. Agencies requested this money, and she denied this money. I don't know why. And, the only thing I can think of is they don't want to fix the broken system, because all of these politicians that are on these committees, all of them take money from the insurance companies within our state Medicaid system. They all take money from United. They take money from Aetna. They take money from Sunflower. They take money from Centene. They take money from Anthem, which is Aetna's parent company. Centene is Sunflower's parent company. I mean, that is the only thing I can think of. And, the insurance companies sit there and bitch because, well, we don't have the money to cover this, but you have money to give to these politicians. I did on just the Democrat side. I did a deep dive, and I found out that there were 16, some of them are coming off their terms and not going up for re-election, but I found 16 Democratic legislators that are taking $40,000, over $40,000 cumulatively from these insurance companies for their campaigns. And I'm like, $40,000 would get maybe a family or two families off the wait list. So that is still the biggest challenge that I face for my family and advocating for people here in Kansas. It's very frustrating.
You're telling me. Wow. Well,
and I have proof of all of this. I've done the homework. So if anybody on the chat's like saying, "Oh, you're full of shit," no, I'm not full of shit. I am prepared to provide anybody with proof of my homework.
Well, they probably can go to Open Secrets and see some of that information too.
Yeah.
But yeah. Now, Joy, as far as your successes are pretty well known, but I just want to hear you talk about them again. But what are some of these successes, just some of the challenges that you still face, and some of the successes that you have experienced in your activism?
I think, as far as being a lead national organizer with M for All, last year we organized 56 marches and actions across the country. So in 56 cities, we had Medicare for All marches, rallies. That was never before done in history. So it's something we're all super proud of. Then this year in July, we had a week of action in DC, in which we had a march and rally, but also we did things like hang a big banner on the highway in front of multiple insurance companies on a big black sheet that said essentially they were murdering us, and it was still there when we left a week later. We protested Nancy Pelosi's 21st house in DC. We went to, we all dressed as zombies and went to Capitol Hill with, you know, full on makeup and tombstones around our necks that said things like dead from Big Pharma, dead from Unaffordable Care Act. And we just went around the Capitol for a couple hours, just stayed right around the Capitol. I unexpectedly decided to walk through the Capitol fountain and just kind of slowly walked through the fountain with my cane. And it's a really long fountain.
Oh my God.
I was like, shout out to the Banks sisters. I was with them and I was like, I feel like I should get in the fountain. And they're like, Joy, be careful. And I was like, hold my hand, I'm getting it. But you know, it was so cool to like be there and do something so out of the box and just do it on Capitol grounds. And then we also went to MSNBC and did it there, threatened arrest, of course. But then, you know, since then, me, Ricky Rant, and another teammate, Logan, have we were asked to go to DC to meet with Congressman Ro Khanna. He reached out to us. It was kind of surprising. And he said he wanted to meet with us. So we went to DC. And a lot of people didn't understand that. Why would you meet with him? And my response was always, if you had the opportunity to sit down with someone you have serious issues with and, you know, candidly express that, you know, one-on-one essentially, why the hell would you turn that down? Why? Because we all say this shit on Twitter. They don't read it. It's not changing anything. We were given the opportunity to go there, sit face to face and be like, okay, here's our problems and list them out. And by the time we left Ro's office, about an hour and 15 minutes later, he had agreed to work with Bernie. Well, he had to ask Bernie first if he was down, and he was, to work on a medical debt cancellation bill. And it's almost finished. And 3 activists, 3 volunteers made that happen in an hour and 15 minutes. I am so proud of that. That's like one of the best things ever. That would change millions of people's lives. And even if it doesn't pass, the fact that people would finally start talking about medical debt instead of student debt 24/7, medical debt is directly murdering people, directly. And people just don't talk about it. So even if that gets the ball rolling and has people start talking about it, I'll never forget, I brought over $15,000 worth of medical debt with me in a big, huge manila folder. And I was like, this is since I became disabled 2.5 years ago, and I have insurance. And Rose said this to me, I kid you not. Are you in debt?
No shit, Sherlock.
I am not.
Damn, that's totally fair.
Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So that was how it started. And then I was like, you know, I went savage, essentially. And it worked. They're not used to people holding them accountable. Then we met with Rashida Tlaib. And let's say, I'm not proud of this. I'm not saying it as a brag, but let's say we had her in tears. We did. Because they don't like being held accountable. Then we met with, what's his name? New Jersey, Ron Kim. And he has not signed on to Medicare for All. We met with him for over 45 minutes. He agreed to sign our bill for Medicare, for medical debt cancellation. And he also agreed to reach out to Pramila Jayapal and Bernie to talk about Medicare for All, which he's never done. So these things, while people are like, oh, why would you meet with them? I don't like them. What's that have to do with anything? I don't agree with them. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not passing up the opportunity to meet with these people. So I may have recorded the Ron Kim meeting without his knowledge and put it on one of my shows. May have. But it's juicy. You can hear me and Ricky Rants not being very nice. So, and then look, I go in there representing. I'm like, if you go in there looking boots, they get that all the time. They don't care. You're another number. But being able to tell them exactly how so many of us feel, it is a kink. It's like, yes, I feel so much better getting this out. And then the next panel, I'll be joined, me and JB will be joined by 3 of my teammates who were doing an action with the United Nations. So as far as those are some of our accomplishments, as far as the issues, it's very much so, what's the point? I'm sure that's going to do a lot. Ha ha ha. It's, why would you waste your time? Why, and things like that. And, they never give suggestions of what you should do instead, ever. And complaining on Twitter does nothing. I'll just say that. And unless someone is actually hurting the movement, why do you care that we're volunteering our personal time to do something to help your asses as well? Why do you care? So that's it. But also one of my biggest frustrations, and I hope people watching this hold them accountable, is people with huge audiences, who are considered indie media, see our request to share our posts, see our request to come to our events, see our request to have us go on their show. These are people I have done shows with. I have done events with. I've had a show over 5 years. I've worked with all of these people, and they see my messages and they blatantly ignore me. And then they post about Medicare for all. So my thing is, we're all very good with holding politicians accountable, but we need to hold indie media accountable. Because if you're sitting there talking about this all the time and you don't have activists on your show, that's a problem, and you need to be called out. Period. I don't care if it's me. I don't give a shit. Just have people on who are doing the work. I have had people literally say to me, well, we can't find disabled people. They don't want to go on camera. Now, come on. Me and JB, damn right well that's a lie. They're not trying. That's what it comes down to, because I'll give you 20 people right now. So
there's 4.4 million disabled people in America.
Yep.
Hello.
Yeah.
So I think, honestly, my biggest frustration is with indie media, or people who are considered indie media, because you see people make those threads like, who's your favorite activist? And they put YouTubers in there who don't do anything. They don't even interview activists. They don't even share posts of activists. And it's not just me. I have been told this by 4 other organizers, that these people have seen their requests and even told them, I'll have you on my show, and then never respond. And this is a problem we face all the time. And it's so important. It's not about clout. It's not about attention. It's about, you have a huge platform. And if even half the people watching sign up for this or that, or send us a video of their trauma, it changes everything. But instead, you are using, I support Medicare for all, and doing nothing. We need to hold them accountable. We've talked about this before. I've talked about it with Savvy too. And shout out to Savvy as well, because she has always had our back. She has always promoted us, always supported us.
Yeah.
It means so much to us because,
Yeah.
you know, having connections to these people in the past, and I'm still getting ignored, you know, it's like, are you serious?
Wow.
Why?
Wow.
It's hard.
It's one thing to complain about disenfranchised people not having a voice. It's another thing to be someone that could give disenfranchised people a voice and you ignore them every single time.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
So yeah. And as far as talking about Medicare for all, we'll be doing that next hour. I know Kat Terrell said this is a panel on Medicare for all. Actually, no, this is a panel on disability activism. But the Medicare for all will be next hour. And so what and I'm gonna go to you, Joe, really quick. What methods or advice do you give to someone, especially those of us who are disabled? Because there's a lot of us that will say, I'm disabled, there's not much I can do. What do I do? Or I'm a caretaker and I have to spend all this time to take care of somebody I love. You know, it's like, what can I do? Like, what suggestions or what advice can you give either to caretakers or people who are disabled and what they can do in order to get into activism or advocacy? You know, what ideas can you impart to them?
Yeah, sure. Well, I also do social media and communications for a couple of organizations here. So I understand what the audiences are for certain areas in my state. And Topeka is a Facebook town. So I always encourage people in my town to get on Facebook. Find a way to get involved in Facebook.
Fighting words.
Huh?
I said them's fighting words because the people on Twitter are like, no, Facebook is the devil. So
well, oddly enough, though, Lawrence is a mix, but Lawrence is predominantly a Twitter town, and Kansas City is a mix between Twitter and Facebook. There are people that use Twitch. There's people that use TikTok. Instagram is still pretty big in Topeka. So I say, if you're not able to get out of your house, get active on social media. If you have a communication device and internet, get on social media and create an account. Get and find groups to get involved with. I belong to between 30 to 50 politically relevant Facebook groups that I post stuff to on a consistent basis. Our disability caucus, our Facebook page has over 900 followers. Our Twitter account has over 160 followers. We have 65 on our email list. So, we have a Google form for people to sign up to get updates from the caucus and to volunteer if they want to, that I have pinned to our Facebook page. I talk about our disability caucus all the time. When I was running for office this past summer, one of the things that I talked about was I am the chair of the disability caucus here in Kansas, so that people knew I wasn't talking out my ass about disability issues. And I also, made IDD and disability issues a core tenet of my platform. And so it's just talking about it all the time. Special education is not fully funded here in Kansas. And finally, candidates and politicians here are like, oh, we need to fully fund special education. Well, I've been talking about that for like forever. Subminimum wage issue. I've been talking about that on social media and everybody in real life offline for 2 or 3 years now. People are finally waking up that, oh, it's legal to pay disabled people a sub-minimum wage. Yes, it is legal to pay disabled people a sub-minimum wage in 47 states in the union. Kansas is included in that. The language for disabled sub-minimum wage has not changed in our Constitution since 1978. The statute was updated in 2012, but the language for disabled has not changed since 1978. And so a lot of it too is researching your issues and making sure that, you know, when you're involved in conversations, that you're bringing the receipts. You know what you're talking about. And so, and showing up to committee hearings. I'm going to be going to the IDD, Home and Community Based Supports quarterly meeting next month and testifying. And, you know, it's just being as active as you possibly can, because nobody's going to advocate for you except yourself. And you find that there's other people that are in the same situation that you are, looking for somebody to come alongside them and help them out. And you know, what is that one, something about a boat, you lift it up and everybody, I can't remember what it is, but
tides lift all boats.
Yes, thank you. So you know, I just don't want people to feel like they're alone in their fight. So that's another reason why I fight, because I know I feel like I'm alone sometimes and people don't take me seriously. And so I feel like it's important for other people to feel like they're not alone, and that there are people out here that are fighting for them.
Thank you so much for that. Beautiful suggestions, by the way. And by the way, Joe, are you on TikTok?
I am not on TikTok. No, I have not joined the TikTok craze.
Okay.
My son is on TikTok, though.
Oh, for real? Okay, good.
Yes.
Representation matters. Okay. Now, Angela, it's the same question to you: is what suggestions and advice do you give to people who want to become an activist, especially those of us who may be disabled?
I just started many years ago with a pen and a piece of paper, and I just started, you know, finding phone numbers. But now with social media, and this was pre-social media and the internet, by the way. Now, one of the things I suggest people do is Google and find out in your state who are your elected representatives. On the local level, which is the city or county, the state level, and the federal level. And, you know, when you start contacting them, sometimes, and you'll find out different hearings and things that are going on. It's also important, if you have a concern or an issue, to call them. Also, Google different disability organizations, and make sure that you sign up to their email list. That's what I did as well. Follow people on social media, these groups on social media as well. Most of them do have social media pages on different platforms. Let's see. Yeah, and sometimes, you know, your local, in the media, for example, you know, sometimes there are stories of disability that you can find. Sometimes I found them on people.com as a story, or, you know, Yahoo has stories on, you know, disability issues and people, and, you know, read up on some of those issues. Google an issue that means a lot to you, and articles will probably pop up and you can read and learn more about them. Google is a really essential tool, in my opinion, to get access to information. So, you know, those are the kinds of things that I would suggest also.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Same question to you, Joy. What tips and advice would you give to people who want to dive into this activism, especially for those of us who are disabled?
I think being an advocate is just so important. I mean, not everybody has the capability of physically going to marches and things like that. So I always try to make everything inclusive. I think one of the things that as disabled people we can do is call out those who say they're healthcare activists, who have events without Braille, without ASL interpreters, things like that, and you're promoting healthcare, yet you don't have disabled speakers, things like that, and they're not accessible events. So I think even just reaching out to events and saying, do you have ASL interpreters, things like that, is a shame you have to do that, but that is one of the things I started with. So that, as well as if you go on Twitter, you can do hashtag disability Twitter. You're going to get responses. Trust me. Also, if you have a local, as Angela said, you can Google local disability, workshops, meetings. If you go to a meeting on disability, you will meet at very least one activist, at least, who can connect you to people, or, if you want to speak, or, I mean, that's what I did. I connected to PA Association of the Blind and had an event literally that same Saturday that I went to, where I met tons of people. So there's really, with social media, it's just, and honestly, reach out to me. I will help you. I've done it many times. Just reach out and say, can you help me find whatever in this zip code? I'll do it. Trust me, I will. And there are many people who will, definitely help you find whatever you need.
So yeah, and that, thank you so much for that as well. I think one of the things that is very important for those of us who are disabled, for those of us who have been in activist spaces and organizational spaces, is to also use our voice to recruit more activists and more people so that they can feel empowered to speak up for themselves, right? And so that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have you all on, is because we have a lot of people who say, yes, we know what the problem is. And Sabby and I were talking about this last night. We know what the problem is, but what do we do about it? And this is why I wanted to have you on, because you're giving your advice, you're giving your wisdom to let people start at least on the journey to getting more people represented, especially those of us who are disabled, because like the old saying goes, we save us, right? So with that being said, we have to, advocate. And I talked about this with Afeni yesterday on the LGBTQ activist panel. Those of us who are the most disenfranchised need to be the ones that lead the movement.
Yes.
I said what I said. Those of us who are the most disenfranchised need to be the ones that lead the movement. I'm going to say it with my whole chest, and I'm going to say it twice on Sundays. I just did. So that's the thing. And if you're talking about a movement for single payer healthcare, or it can be nationalization of healthcare. The people who are the most disenfranchised, are they leading the movement? Or do you have a bunch of neurotypical, able-bodied people who have no disabilities, the ones leading the movement?
Ooh. Mm.
See what I just did there? If you're going to be talking about justice, especially with criminal justice reform, then it would behoove you to have the people who are the victims of criminal justice system being the ones that lead the movement. If you want to talk about, for instance, women's issues, who do you get to lead that movement? Isn't it the women? Both cis and trans? You guys want to talk about LGBTQ? Guess what? Are the trans women and the non-binary people helping you lead that movement? Let's be real. See, this is the thing that we also have to keep in mind. Welcome to RBN. Nice to see you. I'm JB. That's the thing that we need to keep in mind. The most disenfranchised. And that's the problem with this country that we have, is that you actually have the people who do not have a dog in this fight being the ones to speak for that fight. This is why you got a whole bunch of men telling women what to do with their own bodies when they ain't got a uterus to basically speak on shit.
Preach. Thank you.
Yeah.
We don't need a savior. We need representation. That's the problem. That's what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mic drop, my friend. Thank you.
And as a lot of disability activists say, nothing about us without us.
Absolutely.
Ooh, Candles Boat just said it too at the same time. I love it. I love it. Yep. So, I just want to thank you all for being with me today. We got 3 minutes left, so I want each of you just to take 1 minute to let us know where they can find you and how they can get in touch with you or the organization you're involved in. I'm going to start off with you, Angela.
Okay. I can be reached on Twitter at Angie G for Ability, or Angela Gardner, and that I should pop up. I'm also on LinkedIn as well. And Hand in Hand is on Twitter, it's HIH Employers on Twitter. So you can see the work that we do on Twitter.
Okay, thank you so much. Joe?
You can reach me on, or send me a friend request if you want to be friends on Facebook at Joe Sheray, Joe, C as in cat, Heray. You can follow me on Twitter at WildHeart4VR. I am on Instagram as Sheray, Joe, and you can also connect with me through the Kansas Democratic Disability Caucus. We're on Facebook.
Thank you so much. And Joy.
I think that's my Twitter in my thingy. That's the easiest way, and my DMs are open, and I don't mean that the way it sounds. I mean, if you want to talk to me about activism out there, I mean,
right.
Well, that sounded sketch.
I realized as I was saying it. But yeah, I'm always down to talk to anyone. And I also share tons of mutual aid requests, so please send them to me. I will boost them without question. Yeah, so Twitter's usually the easiest. At M4All is our organization, and it's also M4all.org. You can find our current, past actions, what we're up to now.
All right. Thank you so very much to Angela and Joe. I know, Joe, you'll be sticking around for the next panel, so we'll be getting into that really soon. But Angela and Joe, it was such a privilege to have you, and thank you so much for joining.
Oh, well, thank you, and I appreciate you asking. And I appreciate you asking me to be on the panel today. Thank you.
And I'm
You're
so
both
grateful for
amazing.
RBN too, for having disability people on your platform. I'm so grateful.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I'll catch you all on the interwebs and see you next time.
Bye,
All right.
everybody.
Bye.
All right. Gonna drop you guys out. All right. And then, oh, so, all right. Sorry, wrong one.
Sorry, you guys are stuck with me another hour. Damn it.
For the next hour.
Well, both
Yes,
of us.
it is fun. Yes, and you know what? I'm starting right on time. Holy crap, I'm on time. Isn't this wonderful? Okay, so Medicare for all. Healthcare and activism. You are an advocate for Medicare for all. And one of the things that and it hasn't been missed upon me, what has been said in the chat. You have some that feel that Medicare for all is just bad because giving Medicare to everybody, Medicare is still faulty. I'm going to give an explanation as to what Medicare for all is because I actually read Bernie Sanders' Senate bill, the entire thing. And so here's how it goes. Now, one of the things that I want to bring out is that Kat Terrell says Medicare sucks and I don't want everyone to deal with all the robbery, so quit Medicare for all slogan and advocacy, please. Here's the thing. Number one, Medicare for all is not the same as regular Medicare. How do I know? I have Medicare. Medicare for all, Medicare, okay, start off with Medicare. Medicare is actually the federal government program that pays 80% of your hospital bills, right? The difference is Medicare for all is fully comprehensive. Medicare for all will pay 100% of your hospital bills. Secondly, Medicare does not cover auditory, vision, or dental, or long-term care. That's what Medicare does not cover. Medicare for all, according to the bill, would cover auditory, dental, vision, and long-term care. Also, as far as the other point that was made, Catrell says people on Medicare still going bankrupt off medical bills. Feel that, damn it. Yeah, because that's Medicare, but Medicare for all means that you actually you get taxed 4% on your taxes after $29,000 per year. So anyone who makes under $29,000 per year actually does not get any taxes on their Medicare for all, and actually they basically essentially get Medicare for all for free. Anybody who is above 29,000 is 4% on anyone who makes above 29,000. So actually, the more you make, the more you pay into the system. So also, when it comes to medications, it is capped at $200 per year, which comes out to about $16 per month for your medications. So that's the actual crux of Medicare for all. There's a difference between Medicare for all and Medicare. Because if I have Medicare for all, I wouldn't have to pay the Medicare premiums that I get charged every single year, and which would save me a lot of money. So this is why single payer healthcare is an improvement. Now, I want a full nationalized healthcare system because I think that it should also be, nationalized as far as doctors, hospitals, clinics, the whole shebang, because, well, they're going to try to, take so much from the government, even if we had single payer healthcare. But single payer healthcare is a deep step in the right direction. So that's the thing about Medicare. So I just wanted to make sure I include that as far as the facts. So I want to include our guests. So wonderful to have all of you join. I hope that my I hope that my explanation of it was satisfactory.
Yeah, and I absolutely, and we hear that all the time. I just want to clarify that it's actually National Improved Medicare for All. So that's where that, and sometimes we do like hashtag NEMA. So I mean, thank you, Bernie, for making it a household term. But unfortunately, he said Medicare for all, and it just kind of started this. Everyone calls it Medicare for all, and Medicare does suck. It's better than most of what we have, but we don't do better. We want it all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, National Improved Medicare for All. I stand corrected. Thank you, Joy.
Oh, no, it's all good. Medicare for all is very misleading. I totally understand why, not to you, but to anyone having questions in the comments. So it's, yeah, definitely, I think going with National Improved Medicare for All or single payer is just the more people seem to respond to us more when we say it that way.
Got it. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to introduce the guests as well. And we're going to start clockwise. Mary, if you can introduce yourself and let us know who you are and who you're with.
Sure. My name is Mary Garish, and I'm actually joining you from Bennington, Vermont this evening. And I am with March for Medicare for All, and numerous other organizations that are healthcare organizations that have been advocating for many years, actually, for the kind of universal healthcare system that almost every other industrialized country has, and we don't. And trying to educate folks as to why there seems to be confusion about the Affordable Care Act and the government touting that as a healthcare measure when in fact it has nothing to do with healthcare, because healthcare isn't health insurance. I'm not sure if that's what you wanted, but anyway, that's what I have to say.
All right, thank you so much. Now we have Elizabeth. Please introduce yourself and what you do in the movement, basically.
Well, hello, beautiful humans, and happy Sunday. Thank you so much for having us here today. I really actually just want to take a moment really quickly to thank everyone at RBN for everything that you do, not only virtually educating the masses, but also in communities. It's really important what you're doing. So I'm really grateful to be here. I'm a little nervous. I'm not really an on-screen person. I'm more of a in the background behind the scenes type, but I am a national organizer. What?
I got some edibles if you want to chill out. I'm just kidding.
Oh, honey,
I told you we were gonna have fun.
You're talking to the right girl. So I am a national organizer with March Medicare for All, but I really view it more so as like a volunteer to this country because healthcare is a human right and all of us deserve it. So the work that I'm doing is not just for some people, it's for all people. And that's what I'm here to do and talk about. Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Now we have Martha. Hello, Martha.
Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for inviting me. Well, I'm also with March for Medicare for All, working on this complaint to the UN Human Rights Council on the gross violations of healthcare in the US. I'm also very active in the National Lawyers Guild. I'm a retired lawyer and have been doing various kinds of human rights activism and legal work for some time. And I used to be a union and community organizer as well.
We love y'all.
I got a lot of perspectives.
Definitely. So as far as this action is concerned, why go this route? And I'm going to start with you, Joy. Why go this route with going to the United Nations about this? And, Mary, Elizabeth, and Martha, if please feel free to jump in whenever you feel like.
I think, to me, it's, and not to belittle anything we've done or, the other, national supporters have done, but I feel like we've done the marching, we've done the rallies, we've done the protests. Now what? And honestly, the thought of the UN having to read an official complaint from United States citizens on how egregious our lack of healthcare or insufficient healthcare is, and the numbers of people who are dying, the numbers of people suffering. These are people from other countries who are going to have to read this. If it was Americans, I'd say, whatever, they're not going to care anyway. These are people from countries who have the healthcare we want. And when I talk to people in UK and such, they say, what is wrong with your country? That's the reaction we want right there. We want other countries to read this complaint, hear about this complaint, and say, you know what? US needs to be held accountable. This is unacceptable. This is a human rights violation. And these people we're watching eugenics of the poor. They are being completely ignored. And the thought of that is pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in too and say that at the United Nations, the US has managed to create an aura and in some cases to pay for the privilege of not having to conform to the international law, including the law of human rights. And what we want to do is expose that. We want the exceptionalism of the US to be the focus. And the US, it's the number one country for the cost of healthcare. It's the number one country for the profits made by healthcare industry. And we had the largest number of deaths from COVID. We have a really colossal problem here. And we have to bring it to the world community, this, what's going on here, because we need to have the solidarity of people in other countries, whether they're civil society, NGOs, or other states that do have health care, recognize their obligations, and are going to ask the US what the heck is going on.
I totally agree with everything that's been said. And to those points, I would also like to say that typically when there are these reviews in Geneva at the UN of the United States, like there is of every country that belongs to the UN gets reviewed in terms of, so the United States has managed to, not only do they have all of us thinking that, oh, they've passed great laws and our healthcare is going to be really good now with the Affordable Care Act. And they have us thinking that healthcare isn't yet a right. Okay. Now, the international community knows very well that healthcare is a right. Yes. But the international community also has been, they've been lied to by the United States. I'm just going to be blunt, because when the United States government goes over there and talks about health and health insurance, the international community doesn't really get what they're talking about, because the word health insurance is used, for example, for the national health system in Britain. It's used in France, it's used in Germany, but their quote insurance is a national program, which is sometimes supplemented by a private company, but always a non-profit company. So they don't even conceive that insurers in this country profit off of our suffering, and that's why they're so hard to get rid of, especially when they make nice with all the legislators who at least pretend to believe, if they don't believe, that the insurance companies are actually helping us out. So this will do a few things, in my opinion. One, it will let the international community know that just because the US says, oh, we've got this great Affordable Care Act and we've got this great insurance and, you know, blah, 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 they need to know that's not what they would think of when they think of health insurance. And for all the folks here who are ignored and whose suffering causes very big profits and huge bonuses to insurance company CEOs, the folks here in this country need to be empowered to, one, know that healthcare is a human right, and be able to actually do something about it with the support of the world, because we already know the government isn't listening to just us.
Yeah,
I'll add to that too. I definitely agree with all of these wonderful women on the panel today. But I also want to just mention that this has never been attempted before. This is a historic action that all of these legacy organizations who've existed for however long, pretending that they're fighting for a national health system or Medicare for all or single payer or universal health care, none of them have done this. So it's just another thing that March for Medicare for All will be accomplishing that's historic, along with the July 21st, or excuse me, July 24th, 2021, 56 actions across the country in one Solidarity Day. I'm just blown away that these legacy orgs have not done anything. So they're continuing to gather your stories, they're continuing to ask for your donations, and they're not actually doing any of the work to get the legislation they're claiming to fight for. So it's time that we do something about that. And this is historic. So if you want to share a story with us, or you are part of an organization that might be interested in joining this complaint, we want as many organizations as possible to join this, because we want it to be big. And if you have connections outside of this country, international members that are interested in healthcare for the United States, I mean, please connect them with us. Send us an email. You can send us a message through the website. All of that. We just need to get this far and wide and as many people on it as possible. And what we really need to do, we're not sure how far this is going to go. I mean, we know that we have an imperialist government who has their boot on everyone's throats across the world. So we don't know how far it's going to go. And the fact that it's just never been done before, we have to do this because it's another form of getting us to where we want to go. And I really am pleading with everyone. We're not gathering your stories for poverty porn like politicians do. How would healthcare change your life? No, that's not this. We're getting your testimony as an individual in this country who is failing to provide you with healthcare. You are a human. You deserve healthcare. Your story is evidence in this complaint against the United States government, and I would love to shame them across this entire world and make them give us what we deserve. The purpose that we have a government for is to take care of the people, and they are failing us. We need healthcare, and this is one of the steps to get there.
And I mean, you think, how many times do we hear or see healthcare is a human right? It's not. Not to our country. It's not. If it was, we'd have it. So
it's not recognized, but I would say it is a human right.
Yes.
Claiming
I mean, it is, literally.
What we're doing with this complaint is using the international law principles like universal access and non-discrimination and equity and the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health care and transparency and participation. These are all international standards that other countries feel obligated to conform to, but the US has basically snubbed the international law and disregarded these basic legal principles. So what we've done with our, we have a form that you can fill out. We have, when you go to the website, you'll see that some of our suggestions about the stories of the evidence that we'd like to get. And for example, universal access, that there's so many people who can't afford to use the health care that they have because they have high deductibles. And then there's like the outrageously horrible standard of care. The quality is so terrible in prisoner care. I mean, it's just, there's so many stories out there. So we know, and there's whole groups of people who don't have access, immigrants, a lot of immigrants. And we want people to, participate and join this effort so that we can help people claim their right to health care by actually pointing out where the failings are in the system.
Yeah, and I particularly would like to emphasize, as did Marty, that one of the key factors in this fight is that even healthcare activists, I hear them say all the time, we have to make healthcare a human right. Healthcare is a human right, okay? The United States has signed treaties, and I know I've said this before, so I apologize to anybody for whom I'm repeating myself, but and I'm talking about treaties, like those official international documents that end wars that the US wouldn't dare to violate. Well, there are certain treaties that have been actually, well, a lot of them have been signed by Congress. A lot more have been what's called ratified, which means you don't dare step over those boundaries. And in very many of these, it talks about the right to health care and the right to equity and the right to life, which includes living a healthy life and includes, and equity, again, it's not equality, okay? It's that you get what you need, not that somebody decides what somebody else with your condition needs, and that's what you're going to get. You get what you need, no matter who you are, no matter where you're from, no matter what your economic status or anything else, or citizenship status, as Marty was saying. And I think
there is also equality, Mary, because
yes,
the
well, there is, but
and equality, everybody should have equal facilities to go to.
Right.
Like the hospitals should be equal in poor neighborhoods as well as rich neighborhoods, or the clinics. So
you're absolutely right. I was only wanting to distinguish that because insurance companies, when they are setting forth their list of covered services, okay, like everybody can get these things, and so you're all equal. Well, no, first of all, you're not equal anyway, because it depends on your copay, it depends on your deductible, it depends on whether you can even afford insurance. But also you're not equal because just because what I need isn't on that list doesn't mean I shouldn't get it. So it's a blend of both. You're right. It's equality in terms of access and facility, and equity in terms of the treatment that you need.
Yes. Yes.
And if I may just finish where I was going, when I was saying it's not a human right, I was going to finish and say to politicians.
Right, exactly.
So is it to me? Of course. Is it to millions of people? Absolutely. But what I was gonna, get to is that by politicians, it's not a human right. And the Biden tweeted, "Healthcare is a human right."
He did.
Biden. Okay, so this is
a slogan for them.
A slogan, and that's where we have to say human right. If this is a human right, and we're all saying it's a human right, then what do? We make a human rights complaint. That is the next step.
Recognizes that, Joy.
What's that?
Biden, like many politicians, weaponizes human rights.
Of
They
course.
do it all the time. And they use it against our movement, which is why we have to be clever. We have to take it apart. We have to know what it means to claim a human right, you know, like universal access. Okay, how come all these people are left out? You know, just tell us what kind of system you have in mind that leaves so many millions of people out of the healthcare system.
Right.
Thank you very much for that. Now, I have a question that I wanted to also pose to you all to answer. What do you say to people who say that the world leaders won't listen? So why take part in this submitting this complaint to United Nations?
Well, I think that part of it is it depends on who you're envisioning as a world leader here. Because so we're not talking about like the president of a country or the dictator of a country or whatever the circumstances might be. We're talking about their UN presence, and we're talking about the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations. And there is a difference. There's a big difference because, at least in my opinion, almost any country, if you're talking about a world leader, I mean, who could be considered a world leader? Putin, Biden, take your pick. They're not the ones that we're appealing to. We're appealing to the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations, which is supposed to stand up to, they're supposed to give the message to the country's representative, who then takes it back to that world leader and says, people are saying that we're violating rights. And the US hopefully is always the first one to say that other countries are violating people's rights. So they need to know that they're violating people's rights.
But I kind of disagree, about the, I can see people's point that, is the UN really going to do anything? Right. That's a good question.
We don't know.
And the Human Rights Council, it's just 48 states. And this complaint goes to a committee of a working group of 5 states that looks at it. But I will say that one of the countries on the working group is China. And China certainly has a different view about human rights and certainly about the right to health than the United States, just based on the COVID pandemic and the number of people who died. So we know that there is a difference of opinion about what the US is doing and the US record within this council. And so the Human Rights Council is it's a mechanism. I would also mention that although this is the first example, to my knowledge, of a group of organizations filing a complaint about a social and economic right, the right to health, against a rich country. All the previous gross violations complaints are against Asian, African, and Latin American countries, as the usual, right? They have to do often with civil rights issues. And I think it's about time that the richer countries, the white, majorities in those countries actually get held accountable for their human rights records. There's a lot of interesting politics going on now in the UN system. And I think that we can get some kind of consideration filing this complaint at this time because of the way the whole UN system is being challenged.
That's true. And usually, so when we've been over in Geneva at the UN, not on a complaint, but on any of these reviews that they do periodically, it's very interesting because the European press, whether it's Al Jazeera or whether it's no matter what country it is, they pick up on all of this right away. They want this. They want to put out the stories about how the US is being criticized and what for, versus our press here in the United States who aren't so willing to do so.
Well, I'm not sure the press in the U.S. even understands what a human right is either.
Well, no, but they.
If you notice, even the progressive media in the U.S., they will talk about human rights and social justice, for example. They will put the right to health as if it's an issue of social justice, but not a right. And so they create these binaries of understanding that actually tend to just substantiate the misinformation in the U.S. This idea about the right to health, of course, goes back to the Cold War, because what happened during the Cold War is that the U.S. refused to ratify the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We signed that treaty, and it still hasn't been ratified. It went to the Senate in the 70s. It's still waiting to be ratified. That has the main codification of the right to health. However, the U.S. did ratify the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which does also have a right to health in it, which the U.S. just blithely ignores. And, like African American women have one of the highest rates of maternal mortality, for example, but somehow that just can't, get the attention in these reviews. So I think that, anyway, so
no, you're right.
And that, but there is a problem with the way the right to health is treated as a human right, even in the media.
Oh, I may have misspoke. I think our media here does not treat it. I mean, they don't. You're right. They don't know it's a right. They don't call it a right. They get it all confused. What I was trying to say was that when we're in Geneva, and if we're talking about the human right to health, and they have a press conference at the Geneva Press Club, that a lot of the international news stations, they may not quite get, depending on what country they're from, the fact that healthcare is a human right, but they will certainly publicize the fact that we're complaining that the U.S. doesn't do it. That's what I was trying to say.
We don't even get covered, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Right.
And for anyone who says, why do this? Why not? I mean, I don't understand why people who are like leftists are always like, what's the point? Look, we're the ones volunteering our time and energy into this. We're not asking you to help. I mean, we'd love your support, but every time we post about it, we get comments like that. What's the point? Well, the point is, if it gets other countries talking about it and the US is held accountable, even verbally, that's the point.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's also an example, what you're saying, when people say, what's the point? What's the point? Why do it? That's also an example of how American exceptionalism has penetrated our entire society. It affects right, left, center, all kinds of political tendencies. You find people saying, a lot of people, including lawyers, will say there's no such thing as international law of human rights, or they will say, oh, well, international law, what's that? It's not really important. And it's so interesting because whenever, for example, the Biden administration wants to get some points, they'll be pointing the finger at some other country about violating international law, right? But it only goes in one direction, against the countries that aren't considered allies. But and anyway, so I think that we've talked ourselves into a corner, of excluding ourselves from the rest of the world, and also in terms of our movement of making common cause with people in other countries, like activists in other countries. They know how to use human rights as a framework to help their struggles. But
look at Haiti. Look at them today. Americans don't do what other countries do.
Right.
They don't have solidarity like other countries who are like, yo, let's get in the streets, let's do this. I don't know if we ever will. So that's why doing things like this is so important.
And
So
I'll just add to that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure. No, please go ahead.
Oh, I'll just add to that. I think that that's one of the tactics and strategies that they have. I already mentioned, I don't know how far this is going to go with the UN. I don't trust our politicians, our government. I don't trust the predator class. I don't trust any of the elite. I don't trust the global WEF. Like, I don't trust any of this. But here's the thing. They want us to be dumb and numb and have malaise and not fight for our own rights. And I'm one of the people who is willing to die for the right for the rest of this country to have health care. And we need more people like that that are going to continue this fight, whether it be for health care, whether it be for climate change, whether it be for housing, whether it be for jobs, whether it be for food stability, like whatever the case may be, we have to keep fighting. A lot of people will say, oh, well, no, you just need to do it in your own community. Just do it all in your own community. The propaganda machine, which is our mainstream media in this country, has spent a lot of time perfecting the ability to divide us. They want us to hate each other. They don't want us to work together. And so for anyone to say, well, why do this? If you're not interested, that's perfectly fine. But you need to be working on something. You have to be building something. You have to be fighting for something. Otherwise, they're going to win. And we can't let these bastards beat us down. We have to keep fighting.
And as long as they can keep, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
As long as they can keep us scrambling under the table, fighting each other for the crumbs, we will never be sitting at the table sharing the meal.
Correct.
Well,
So
and human rights is a vision too. You know, it's a vision, a more complete vision of what we want. And so it gives us a way also to, I think, you know, a lot of people are so disheartened and discouraged, and it gives people a common language that we can use, you know, across the board here and globally. Sorry.
No, it's quite all right. So this was kind of a question, but it's more of a statement. And I just wanted to get your perspective about what I'm about to say. It's kind of an analogy. So one thing that a lot of people don't realize, or they realize as they find out what the United States is actually doing, is that we are not the only ones that are propagandized. Like Nick always says that the United States is the most propagandized country in the world. However, one thing I also notice is that people of other nations are also fed United States propaganda about the United States. And so they have in their mind, oh, the land of opportunity, freedom. You have all these beautiful things about the United States until they get here. And so it feels like this submitting it to the United Nations is basically taking a bucket of ice water and splashing it on the face of all the people who are abroad who fed into the U.S. propaganda, who drank the U.S. propaganda Kool-Aid, and it's waking them up to say, wait, the United States isn't what you think it is. Anybody want to comment on that, please?
You know, another thing related to that is that the U.S. spends millions of dollars through the National Endowment for Democracy of propagandizing for human rights. If you look at the grants that they give to destabilize other countries, almost all of them have democracy or human rights in their titles. And so you can see this this disinformation and machine is really actually quite elaborate. So we're always dealing with that, but I think that I actually think that a lot of people in other countries know a lot more than people do in the US, that's part of the problem, is that the propaganda is to make Americans not rise up to ask for things that other people actually have achieved. For example, like a national health system. And even now, this discussion we could take this a little further from like Medicare for all to the whole question, which is going to be coming up, of whether we should have, privately delivered health care through Medicare for all type of system, or whether we should have a national health service where all the physicians are employees of the government, like what a lot of people call socialism, but some kind of system like that in the US, because of the nature of capital, how capital is evolving here, and the health industry. So
yeah, that doesn't scare me because I'm literally a socialist. So keep on speaking. So that's music to my ears.
But it's very interesting to that point, Marty, because I know that going back years, and trying to get folks involved, we had a lot of stories from older folks who couldn't afford the treatment they wanted, that sort of thing. But they were so glad to have Medicare. So when we were talking about a united single payer national health system, they're like, oh no, I don't want any laws on healthcare. I don't want my Medicare taken away. I don't want my Medicare taken away, because that's the only thing that's saving us. And we're going, but what you're not getting is we're trying to do Medicare and better. So you're not going to get it taken away. You're going to get it improved. And it's very hard for people to understand that. And I can recall when Medicare first came into being, and there was a big to-do in Washington about it. A lot of people were against it. And the hope was that it would progress, but instead it's kind of stalled where it is.
Well,
so
it's been privatized. It's being privatized as we speak.
Worse. Yeah.
It's underway with Medicare. And that's another aspect of this, is to try to get more attention on the commodification and the unbelievable profits that are being squeezed out of people in this system, and how it leads to, a complete perversion of the health system. It exists to channel profits to the insurance companies. I mean, that was the Affordable Care Act. It brought the insurance companies' profits were declining, and they're doing great now.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, can you touch on DCEs? Because I know I get, like, when I talk about that, people are so confused, and many people have no idea what it is.
I mean, it's just the privatization of Medicare. DCEs have been rebranded from direct contracting entities to ACO REACH, which is, I can't remember what it breaks down to, but it's like empowering, and just this stupid rebranding that they did to try and trick, our elderly into believing that it's gone from a direct contracting entity for privatization to this cool thing that's going to allow access for all people, regardless of where they're
equity in it.
Yeah. And so
with equity.
That's the thing, is a lot of people don't really understand. I'm from the country. I grew up on a 10-acre farm in a small town, population 514. We didn't have a stoplight. I grew up on a gravel road. Like, I am country. And so a lot of people don't realize that community clinics are being bought up by these direct contracting entities, private equity. And then when it's determined that they are not profitable, which healthcare is not profitable, it will always cost money. It always will. And so when they realize that they're not going to make the profit that they want out of that clinic, they shut it down. So then the people in the rural areas have to drive even further. And a lot of people that I know either don't have a vehicle, don't have the money for gas to put in that vehicle, especially now, can't afford to renew the tags on there, can't get their license renewed, can't afford to do that, and so that's creating even more barriers. But they brand it as like this amazing thing that if we don't do this privatization and allow these, hedge funds and private equity groups to manage all of this, then our healthcare is just going to go nowhere. And it's really time for us to imagine a better society. I feel like everything, all the work that all of these activists that you've had throughout this weekend, and even in past summits that you've done, it's really laying the groundwork for a general strike where we need to have a list of demands and we don't do anything for this country. We create nothing for them until we get our demands met with zero negotiations. We really need to imagine something better for, the future of this country and the planet. I mean, ultimately, what we're doing here in this country is impacting so many others across the globe. So, but one of the things that we're exporting is privatization. We see that has gone across the pond. And they're trying to take down the national health system in the UK and privatize it. And that's not okay, which is why we really need to connect very much so with those outlets in the UK, journalists and organizations, to come on board and realize that what we're fighting for is also fighting for them too, so they can continue to have their national health system and not allow the privatization to go any further.
Okay, so for the naysayers in this group, some of them are in the chat. Can you all explain why the privatization of healthcare, especially from the aspect of health insurance, is detrimental to those of us, especially those of us who are disenfranchised? And anybody can pick this up.
I'm sure we all have a lot to say. Go ahead, Sarah.
I feel like
Mary,
that's
as an Indigenous
already
person,
answered.
Let's
a
go.
lot of little pieces, but I mean, one of the issues right away is that if you have a healthcare system that is extremely complicated and requires middle managers all over the place, which is what insurance companies are, they're managing the care that you should be getting directly from your physician or your dentist or whatever. But if you have, basically it's set up to channel profits to the people who manage the system. So to create, new sources of value. And so instead of delivering healthcare to people, so and it creates an incentive, of course, and this is what's happening with Medicare Advantage, for example, the privatized so-called alternative to Medicare, which now is predicted to be, it's like more than 50% because of this unbelievable fraudulent advertising on television and and extra payments to the insurance brokers who sell it rather than and so people think, oh, I like that, I get the silver sneakers and I'm going to get vision care, but they don't even know that. And so Congress keeps guaranteeing the profits. They guarantee the profits to the insurers because it costs more. It costs more and it delivers less. And then they reduce who you can go to. So you can't go to the doctors that you need, or your care is denied and you have to appeal.
And not only that, but
I just wanted to ask. So, Martha, are you saying that the insurance company is a middleman that really puts a barrier between you
don't
and
need
your
them.
doctor?
You don't need insurance companies at all. You don't need them at all. They're totally useless. They exist to take money. They manage the care. You don't. And so, with regular Medicare, like, can you believe, like, there's all these ads saying, oh, it's open, open enrollment every fall. They say open enrollment for Medicare. Well, if, like me, I have Part B Medicare, I don't have to sign up every year. I already signed up when I was 65. Hey, it's done, Anyway, but they make it sound like you have to pick an insurance company and, that anyway, so people, but yes, it's true that it's designed to send profits to the private sector. That's exactly how it's designed. And since Medicare was adopted, there has been a constant trend year after year to privatize. I mean, that is foreseeable in a capitalist system that it would always be under attack, but it's why we have to push ahead.
It also terribly increases the costs of operating a hospital or a doctor's office. And the reason is because the paperwork that the hospital and the doctor have to fill out is so voluminous and has so many different codes on it, they need to hire all these people to do nothing but send the insurance company bills, when in fact they could be spending that money on paying their nursing staff or their doctors. And in fact, I have an example because I live in Bennington, I said, and it's a relatively small town compared to like New York or any large city.
Sure.
So our hospital here has 3 floors, and one whole floor is devoted to billing services. Now, that's because of all this insurance company paperwork. If they didn't have to do that, and it was like a national health system, they don't have billing offices at hospitals. So people are complaining about, yeah, no, they don't. I mean, like, you literally, one of our legislators here in Vermont got hurt when he was in Europe, and it was in France actually, and he broke his leg, and they took him to the emergency room, and they set it, and they did everything, and he's like, "Where do I pay my bill?" And they said, "What?" And he said, "Where's your billing department so I can pay?" And they said, "We don't have a billing department." "What do you mean billing department?" And he was appalled that there was no billing department where he could find out how much he owed. And he was further appalled to find out he didn't know anything, because this is a service at the emergency room, which is totally covered by, regardless of your citizenship. So it's just like, it shortcuts the procedure. It's like you had a card and they swipe your card and that's it. The government does the rest, instead of having hundreds of employees, both at insurance companies and at hospitals, getting involved in this.
JP, can you repeat the question, and then Mary, maybe you can answer from the Indigenous perspective? I think we got kind of off track.
So what do you say to people who, I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember the question.
I think it was about like equity, people who are disenfranchised, unless I'm hallucinating.
Right. So, and I did notice thank you for pointing that out, Joy, because I actually noticed a comment from somebody in the chat, I don't know who it was, about saying, well, of course, they don't keep any treaties. What about all the treaties with Indigenous peoples? And here, that's absolutely correct. However, though, and those have also gone to the UN recently, okay? And the health services are particularly appalling for folks on the reservations. And I just, I have a friend whose mom moved from one state to another, still on a reservation, and she couldn't get the services she needed in Washington, the state of Washington, because the Indian Health Services office, she wasn't registered at that one. She was registered at the one in South Dakota. So they had to drive from the state of Washington to the state of South Dakota. So, and with COVID, we know there was a report actually submitted by some groups, the Bringing Human Rights Home Lawyers Network. And what they had is we did a report on COVID and how it's affected people that are in any way marginalized. And one of the big populations that it impacted the most were all people of color, and including Indigenous people to a very large extent, and all people that were below the poverty level, because they couldn't afford to go anywhere and get any treatment. So I'm not sure if that answers the question, Savage.
Yeah. I think so.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, just to touch on that, for national improved Medicare for all, there is literally no one who would benefit more than Black, disadvantaged women who are poor or and I mean, like, this is specifically to not, one of the benefits of this is to help the disenfranchised, the most marginalized. You are going to see people, helped, who are people of color, the disabled, the poor. I mean, homeless people on the street, they're going to be able to get treatment. People, it will literally help every single person, even immigrants. Where you live is irrelevant. It makes, who cares? You deserve healthcare, period.
Maybe it's just me and I'm channeling my inner spirit of savage joy, but I'm going to give a little snappy comment right now. So I'm going to explain for the private insurance lovers that are in the chat right now exactly how it actually works within this country. So here's how it works. So private insurers, they have to make a little thing called profit. With profit, that means that whenever they take in all this money, in order for them to make more profit, they have to deny you care so that they can continue to keep that money within their coffers for their shareholders as well as their CEOs. So whenever you have an emergency, guess what? They're going to say, well, it's not in network, or you know what? That's a test I don't think that you need. And so guess what? The people that are at the top of these insurance companies, the ones who back in the day, they used to say death panels. Guess what? They're the people who are the heads of the insurance companies. So these death panels are literally saying to grandma and grandpa, no, we're not going to pay for your insurance. We're going to let you die because it's actually cheaper and we don't have to pay anything out. So this is the point of private insurance. And this is why you want to get rid of them, because they are a middleman, which actually makes it so that we die quickly because they don't want to pay the money out, even though we put all this money in. So this is one of the reasons why National Improved Medicare for All, or in my case that I would love, a nationalized healthcare system is actually better. So not just the richest people can have gold star platinum healthcare, but even the people who are living out on the street can also have platinum healthcare, because healthcare is a human right. I hope I explained that very well to anybody who's a private insurance cover in the chat, but that's how it works. Welcome to RBN.
And as a human rights matter, everybody's entitled to platinum level care too. That's that's a total violation of the right to health care. That's a total violation of the principles of human rights.
And I'll drop a little savage joy myself, okay?
Yeah.
Because I'm just going to say, the only people who say stuff like that have the privilege of saying that. So before we get to why cut privatization out and stuff, talk to poor people, talk to disenfranchised people, talk to the millions of us with medical debt, talk to people who are actually hurting. And let them explain why. Because if you are privileged enough not to understand that, please go to someone who can teach you, and be thankful it's not you. Because in the future, it may be you, a family member, a friend. Don't wait till you get to that point. Start.
And by the way, let me add this as well. If you are saying that healthcare is not a right, that means that you're telling people like myself and everybody on this panel that because you don't make enough money, you deserve to die.
Right.
That's what you're saying.
Or to be
and people are like, oh, don't put words in my mouth. No, I'm putting words in your mouth because that's exactly what you're implying. Is that we deserve to die simply because of circumstances that may have befallen us. And do not come to me saying, oh, well, you made poor healthcare choices, so that's on you. The thing is that we live in a capitalist system. Yep, that's right. I'm going to go on my socialist rant. Welcome to RBN. You live in a capitalist system that is predicated on making as much profit off people as they possibly can. So guess what? They're going to use that in order to exploit you, in order to downgrade your health. So guess what? One hand feeds the other. So Guess what? The health insurance industry feeds the big pharmaceutical industry. Big pharmaceutical industry feeds big agriculture. Big agriculture feeds all these different industries in order to create and maximize more profit. So guess what? This is one of the reasons why somebody like me is anti-capitalist, because guess what? It will actually save lives. Please go ahead.
You know, there's another issue here, though, for even those people who don't think that, you know, they're not compelled by the issues about equity and justice for people who are low or no income. And that is that a national healthcare system that's funded through single payer financing actually equalizes the right to health care in the US, and actually would reduce mortality for everyone, not only people who are low income or minorities, but also it because there's this whole notion, which is very well substantiated by the research, you know, of Wilkinson and others, and that shows that more unequal societies have worse health outcomes just because they're more unequal. And the health system is a perfect example of some of the worst inequalities in our society. And in fact, having a national health system would do a lot to reduce inequality and to improve the outcomes, including, you know, all these so-called social determinants of health. And we could have we could have a national system of gathering data and actually deal with some of the really horrible environmental pollution and other types of issues that are social determinants of health, which affect everybody. You know, air pollution after 2 weeks of smoke here in the Northwest, you know, you realize every single person, you can't stay in your room with an air purifier for, you know, forever, right? You have to go outside, and it affects everybody. Seattle was the worst, most polluted city in the entire world this past week.
Yeah. You know, I'm sorry. Elizabeth, did you want to chime in as well?
I was just going to mention that not only would a national health system help, you know, marginalized people, but also like incarcerated people who are getting just subpar care in, you know, jails and prisons. Absolutely abysmal. I actually come from a dental background, and I've worked in the nonprofit sector. So I've helped a lot of people who are, you know, recently got out of prison, didn't qualify for care yet in the state of Washington, and needed help, like for extractions, because they were not cared for while they were incarcerated. You know, they have infections that would reinfect and things like that, causing ultimately death if you don't have it taken care of. So, I mean, we don't have a healthcare system in this country. We have a death care industrial complex, as you explained, JB. And we need to change that. We have to.
In fact, I can speak anecdotally to what you just said, because I literally lost my uncle who was in prison. He died in prison because they did not give him the adequate health care that should be afforded to every single human in this country.
Right.
So I know intimately about that.
I have one too. I know of one in Washington, a peace activist who is incarcerated, a nun who died because she had cancer and they didn't give her prompt care.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to remind, I've really just worked a lot. I mean, I have 25 years of customer and patient service in my history, my work history. So I'm not highly educated. I graduated high school. I used what little savings I had to put myself through community college. No idea what I wanted to do with my life. Then I went to trade school. And so I'm a worker. That's who I am. I'm not a professional. I'm not an academic, you know. I'm just a worker, and through all the jobs that I've had, every insurance policy has been crap. And I'll tell you, the current employer that I have right now, the policy that they literally to sign up for is called a high deductible policy. And not only that, they give you the options to buy in, meaning you can upgrade your high deductible policy, paying more so you have access to more providers. So you're just now at this point paying to see a doctor. That's all you're doing is like, well, will I need specialty care? I don't know. And I've actually, this last like 2 months, I've been going through my own personal health issues that I've never experienced before. I've been to the urgent care twice. I've been to the ER twice. I've seen a surgeon for a consultation. I've had CTs. I need to go in for an MRI. I can't even tell you how many prescriptions at this point. And so I'm at a cross point because either I push myself to work and go with this high deductible policy, or I quit my job so I can keep my Medicaid and take care of my personal health issues.
Yep.
Because I was actually fired in March of 2020, the first time I've ever been fired before, because I wouldn't sign a 2-year non-compete without getting a 50-cent raise. And the employer refused to do that. I know, it's ridiculous. And so he fired me on the spot. And when I filed for unemployment, I automatically got signed up for Medicaid. And I didn't know that. And this, at the end of 2021, my unemployment expired and all of that. So I just assumed that my Medicaid had expired as well. I got hired for a new job in June of 2022. And I didn't know that I still had Medicaid until I went to the urgent care in September. And they're like, oh, we see that you have active coverage right here. And so I was like, oh my gosh, because I had pushed it so long to not go see a doctor because I didn't know how much I was going to have to pay. I'm already in debt.
Wow.
So I'm now at a cross point. Do I push myself to work and possibly get worse with my health condition and have crappy high deductible insurance that I buy into? Or do I quit my job and live in poverty or continue living in poverty so I can have my Medicaid insurance here in Washington State? So, I mean, that's the people who are saying, oh, what's wrong with privatization? There's too many things that are wrong with privatization.
Yeah.
I can't tell you it's a scroll. It's not a list. It's a scroll. And
how many millions of us can you ask?
Right, exactly. And that's the thing, is that my story is not unique. And that's the really messed up part. Is that it's across this country.
Yeah.
Well,
there's some people need to talk
delaying.
about
So many people delaying care because they're afraid of the bills, right?
Yep.
And or they're afraid. The other thing is, I'll just mention, that there's another reason to have a national health system, like whether it's, Medicare or a national health system. But Medicaid, of course, is means tested. And another problem that crops up, and I can speak from family experience too, is that you can go in and out of being eligible for Medicaid depending on your income, especially for contract workers or people who are low income, especially when they start calculating your income according to the last month or the last quarter, and you have erratic income. So many people are basically denied access to health care because of the nature of their work and their income. And what we have is we have a ton of people who might have nominal insurance, but they're way underinsured. So we have millions, who are uninsured, who are underinsured, and who, for various reasons, can't use even the health insurance that they have. So the magnitude of the problem is much greater than it even appears. And and also these insurance companies, the rates that they bill at and the rates that they get paid at are just very interesting.
And JB, I'm so sorry. I noticed we are totally eating into the new panel. I'm so sorry.
What? No, you're not.
Oh, yeah.
No, you're not.
I thought it was at 6.
Keep going, baby. Keep the party going. Let's go.
I was just gonna say the
I
most
wanted to give
important
one
thing.
example of a I know of a surgical procedure that a young woman had put off for a long time because of intermittent access to Medicaid. And then when the procedure, which did not involve more than a 1-day hospital stay, when the procedure actually took place and it was billed to Medicaid, it was billed at $100,000.
Oh my God.
Or what you see, and this is another thing about the privatization and how Medicare Advantage works, as the overbilling, the fraud. It's privatization builds fraud into the system, and that's bad public policy. And to create incentives for fraud and fraud is maybe the not even the worst, but what they call overbilling is the typical situation where the upcoding and basically saying people are sicker than they are so that they can get paid more. And there's all these prosecutions, but they don't seem to be a few prosecutions now for Medicare Advantage overbilling, like Kaiser and
but
health. But there's so little of enforcement, even of the little regulation we have, that I think actually we'd have a better system if it were a comprehensive system than this patchwork, this messy patchwork of all these privatized subsystems.
And the thing is, there is nowhere for people to go to get any relief. It's not like our government has refused for years to take the suggestion of the UN and establish our own national human rights council. Okay. So but we don't have that because we don't need it, because we all know that, we're exceptional. But anyway, so then if people have literally nowhere to go, so you appeal the insurance company up the chain, and maybe if you're lucky enough to know that you might be able to get an attorney to sue the insurance company under a class action, then you might be able to get some money back. But the vast majority of people don't even know that there's anything they can do about it, let alone can they find an attorney who's willing to take on such a class action. So there is no other remedy other than the insurance company that's denying you. That is crazy, really crazy.
Yeah. There's a couple things that I wanted to bring up. And so we're talking about the privatization. This kind of goes into really, hospitals, but, of course, private insurance can also benefit from this. I'm going to share my screen really quick. And you probably saw this statistic as well, but I really want to show this because I shared this before on my channel. So this is from Statuside. It says the number of all hospital beds in the United States from 1975 to 2019. Back in 1975, there was over 200 million Americans in the United States. Now we're over 330 million today. That being said, in 1975, there were 1,465,828 hospital beds in the United States. Did it go up commensurate with the population? No, it went down. So by 2019, it went down to 919,559 hospital beds. Any reason why that could be?
Sure. People can't afford to get hospital care, and so they can't use the beds because they don't have insurance and they don't get to go to the hospital when they need it.
Well, and private equity closes those beds when they don't make money, which they
Yes,
don't
yeah,
ever
that
make
too.
money.
That too.
Well, even before private equity, they were closing hospitals and they were reorganizing hospitals. Like I used to be a union organizer for a union that represented healthcare workers, and they would make the workers rebid for their jobs. They would reorganize the entire hospital as a way to make it more profitable. This happened repeatedly and make the workers rebid for jobs. They changed the jobs and basically ease out the workers. So while they were reducing the number of hospital beds, they were also reducing staffing. And that's you can see all the problems that then all it takes is one pandemic, right? For the thing to just completely go off the rails. But it's another way to, you reduce your costs and you increase your profits by reducing your costs.
So I have another question as well to for the panel. So hang on, where is it? Hang on, sorry. Oh, here it is. Okay. So there was a statistic that said that over 300,000 people's lives could have been saved during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Correct.
Would you say that the U.S. is guilty of eugenics via neglect?
I say that every day. We are watching Eugenics of the Poor. Biden can sign an executive order to have healthcare for all our asses right now, but he doesn't care. So this is absolutely
why we're filing this complaint. This 338,000 so-called excess deaths. I have trouble with that phrase. It's kind of disgusting on one level, but they're excess deaths and attributable to the fact that we don't have a single payer healthcare system, which is pretty amazing to be able to actually make the link between the type of healthcare system we have and mortality. But this is exactly one of the pieces of our gross violations of the right to health.
Right.
Because gross violations, which is what this complaint alleges, includes repeated violations. It includes severity. It encompasses the severity of violations. Surely dying is the arbitrary denial of the right to life is another issue here. I also would say it's not only the poor, like the first people who died during the pandemic were in basically a pretty fancy nursing home, although the workers didn't have sick leave in the nursing home. It's very close to where I live. The nursing homes, a lot of them are only really available to people who are pretty high income, high wealth. And so you could say that it also targeted old people, because we know that. And speaking as an old person, I recognize that, but I think that it is one of the cornerstones really of the high mortality, which will suffer again. And we have like just this last week, according to the CDC, there's 323 people dying every day from COVID. It's not over. And so.
Well, and we need to remember that before COVID, we already had 68,000 deaths on average per year.
Yeah.
Right.
And we knew that people could only afford a $400 to $600 emergency. It's not gotten better. It has not. And it won't, because we don't know what's next. We have no idea what is being concocted as bioweapons. We have no idea what they're unearthing. The Arctic is melting. Like, we don't know what's coming down the pike next. And the time is really now for us to get healthcare, because we should have had it decades ago. And as Joy mentioned, Biden can sign 1881A, which is of the Social Security Act, and give us health care. But he isn't going to do that because he comes from a state where it has the most health insurance companies headquartered out of. He has been a godsend to these insurance and pharmaceutical companies throughout his entire career, not just as president, but throughout his entire career. So we're not going to get anything from this guy in office. That's why I think that we need to do a general strike.
And at the same time, this is, I guess, my PSA. We as Americans, we are trained, and it is ingrained in us to feel like we are expendable, but we deserve to not just survive, to thrive. And there are so many people now who just exist, and they say, you know what, I got these bills, I gotta go to work, I hate because I can't lose my insurance, things like that. Please know you have worth. You are worth more. You deserve healthcare. You deserve to thrive. You deserve your family, friends, and everyone else in our country too as well. And the importance of that cannot be overstated, even subconsciously. So many of us are just like, you know what? You hear, ever since COVID started, you hear people say things like survival of the fittest and thinning the herd. That is so fucking ignorant. That is so ignorant. Everyone deserves to thrive. Everyone deserves healthcare. And I guess my plea to everyone would be, with this formal complaint, we are taking testimonials. We have people sending us videos of their personal stories. And it's incredibly powerful. And the important thing with that is UN is very, used to like statistics and percentages, and people are desensitized to that. If they have to watch videos of people breaking down and saying, look, I had to file bankruptcy, I had to keep a job that was like mentally destroying me because I couldn't lose my health care, things like that. That's the kind of stuff they need to see. They need to see just how it literally ruins people's lives. So if you take one thing from this, please send us your video testimonial. If you're not comfortable on camera, you can type something up. I just want to give a disclaimer that if you say things like fuck the Democrats, yes, I'm with you, but we can't use it. It has to be, in the scope. It has to be, this happened to me, this was the effects of it, things like that. But yeah, m4m4all.org. We appreciate it, because with millions of people having stories, we should be able to get a lot of submissions. So this is your chance to be heard. This is your chance to be part of history and to really fight for healthcare justice.
Yeah, definitely. I have it shared on my screen right now. It says, send us your healthcare stories to be included in the complaint with the UN Human Rights Council against the U.S. government for denying your right to health care. It says healthcare includes medical, dental, vision, hearing, mental health, reproductive health, pharmaceuticals, gender-related health. This is to anybody who's trans out there. Medical and assistive devices, long-term home and assistive care, alternative medicine, and more. So yes, this is deeply important. And one of the things I also want to ask, just like I asked, last panel, and, I'm going to start off with you, Elizabeth, is as far as being an activist is concerned, what are some of the best practice advice and what is the best advice that you can give to people who want to dive into healthcare or activism, period, but if they specifically want to get into healthcare?
I would say don't let yourself get caught up in the culture war. Everyone deserves healthcare, so you're fighting for everyone, regardless whether you agree with them or not. There's plenty of people that I disagree with on many other things, but we agree with on healthcare, and we fight together. So don't pigeonhole yourself and put yourself in an echo chamber with people who are just interested in hearing what you have to say. Reach out to other organizations. I actually will admit I grew up as a conservative. I was very right leaning. You know, growing up in the country, we listened to Rush Limbaugh and Lars Larson and all of that. Like, yeah, crazy right wing. I have insane stories about my father. But once I moved out of the country and, you know, had life experiences, everything about my perspective on life changed. I got to know people better and realize we're all more alike than we think we are. We just have small little intricacies that we disagree on from time to time, but it is okay to fight together for things that we believe in. Because honestly, we need to stop putting these politicians up on pedestals and hero worshiping them and thinking that they're going to get things done for us. They're not, regardless of who you are, what party you're running with. And I know I respect people who are third party, but with no election integrity in this country, it's going to be incredibly difficult for us to, you know, flood the House and the Senate with people who are going to get things accomplished. We need to do this from the outside. And the only way that we're going to do that is working together for each other. And it's okay to disagree with people on things. You know, one of the things that we fight for here at March for Medicare for All is for gender related health. You know, those who are transitioning to have the care that they need, whether that be mental health or that be the medications that you take for transitioning, what have you. And some will disagree with that. I know a lot of people that I grew up with that are conservatives are going to be against that. Same with abortion. We believe that abortion should be free. It is a right. That's okay to disagree on that. But understand that there would be services in this legislation that will help you and yours. It's okay for you to not go get an abortion. It's okay for you to not to transition. But other people are humans too, and they have that right. So we need to just remember that. And, you know, as I mentioned earlier on, I don't really consider myself an activist. I really consider myself more of a volunteer to this nation by fighting for healthcare. I have a background of volunteerism my entire life. From being a young girl, I was the junior auxiliary president of the American Legion Post 122, and I would gather up girls in the community. We would spend our weekends sewing quilts to take to veterans up at the VA. I've done spaghetti feeds, hamburger feeds, bingo nights, fundraisers, car washes. My experience in the dental field is doing like Project Homeless, Homeless Veterans Stand Down, Dentistry from the Heart, compassion clinics. And I'll tell you, one of the hardest things to do is to tell people who have been standing in a line from 3 a.m. for a first come, first serve free clinic, free at the point of service, medical, dental, vision, mental health, all sorts of things, that the clinic is over and they will not be treated today. That is the most difficult thing to have to tell somebody. And so we really need to dig into our empathy and our compassion for one another and remember that our neighbor is not our enemy. The powers that be are, and we need to work together to fight them.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be moving to Mary for this same question. What advice do you have to people who want to get into the activist, organizer, and volunteer work?
I guess I would say that you definitely should look and find other people who have your same passion. And also bear in mind that as human beings, all of our rights are interrelated, right? Healthcare, housing, education. You can't exist it doesn't exist in a vacuum. You know, if I'm not healthy, I probably can't pay my rent. And if I'm not healthy, I certainly can't get a job, let alone a living wage. So we have to recognize that we all have a lot in common. And to Elizabeth's point, we may not agree on every detail, but we need to come together, because the only way we can build power in what we seek to accomplish is in numbers. And I don't mean numbers as in get 3,000 people to sign your petition. I mean numbers as in the number of relationships we have, because the only way, to me, that we can lift up our humanity and act in favor of the rights that we have as humans is if we relate to people individually, which is why stories are so important. Like numbers on a piece of paper, so what, right? In our state, we do, instead of when the legislators convene and there's a bill that we want, instead of like having people sign a petition of a piece of paper, we have what we call photo petitions, which is where we go out to public places and we take pictures of families where you can see their faces, okay, or individuals, and they're holding a sign saying what they need to exist with dignity as a human being in our community. And we take those pictures and names and addresses, we send those to the legislators. That works a lot better, because there's something about connecting with the heart. You know, I can remember, I don't remember how long ago it was, and not long enough ago, when one of the crazy candidates was on there talking about healthcare and people that couldn't afford things, and some of the audience were going, let them die, let them die. And I was appalled. And I also thought, I'll bet you if they had someone who was dying walk out there and say, please, please help me, I don't think anyone, well, that might not be true. There might be crazy people that would, but all those people that were chanting, let them die, let them die, I really don't believe they would have. So it's all about personal interrelations, whether it's for organizing or volunteerism or activism, and empowering other people, whether you have to stand next to them, in front of them, or behind them, which is all going to take place at a different point in their activism. And then the next thing I would say that we have to be ready for, and I am not admitting defeat on this, don't get me wrong, but after more than a half a century of activism, I can tell you that when I started out, it was like, oh yeah, in 5 years, you know, racism's going to be gone, you know, no more whites only signs, no more, you know. Well, guess what? I mean, we're still there, right? Now, there's been some progression, not enough, of course, but it breaks your heart every time you launch a campaign and don't get all that you want, right? But sometimes if the public recognition is good, you know that you can use that as a building block on the next ones. So like for me, for example, and I'm an old lady right now, but if my great grandchildren live in the kind of world that I work towards, I'll be so happy. So we can't give up the fight. We can't get angry and disappointed. We have to understand that we have to stay with it. And we have to have more and more people coming in of all ages, so that when one of us goes, the next one is right there to pick up. And that's the only way we're ever going to win.
Thank you so much. Joy, same thing to you. What tips and advice would you give to people who are diving into this?
I was on the last panel, so I'll give a different answer. So I think, you know, one of the main things I would say is please fight for equity. Please fight for all, not just certain state borders, not just, you know, immigrant people who are residents and not immigrants, not just people with certain incomes, not just incrementalism and no, demand what we deserve. Demand it. Don't ask. As Americans, ask. No more asking. Make politicians nervous. Make them feel uncomfortable. Why would they change when everyone's still like, vote blue no matter who? Why would they change? Go to those town halls. Hold them accountable. Ask to meet with them. This is how things are done. This is what happens. Nothing has ever happened from electoral politics. People are saying they support Medicare for all, and are we even closer? Think outside candidates. If you want to vote, cool, go ahead, volunteer. I don't care. But don't think it's going to happen through that. It's not. So I guess that's my thing. Do it with equity in mind. Do it for all. Think outside electoralism. And also, if you organize, please, and this is something I'm so proud of M for All for doing since day one, please have people who are disabled, people of color, poor, LGBTQIA. These people should be the front of your movement. These people should be on your team. These people should be your speakers. This doesn't happen. So I'm so proud of us that we have done that from day one. Please do that. It's so freaking important.
Thank you so much. And Martha, advice, please.
I might have a different perspective as a person who's been both activist and then a lawyer, but not a legislator. I think that actually we do have bills in Congress for national improved Medicare for all. So I would not say that it's worthless to do legislative work. But unfortunately, the way legislative work is done is not, it's lobbying rather than building political power. So that's one of my pieces of advice, that people have to understand doing legislative work differently, that what you are demanding is that people who represent you are accountable to you, and that I use you as more than an individual issue. And what I see repeatedly is that organizations have meetings with legislators, but they don't continue to badger them or to hold them accountable. It's just I've been on so many delegations where you'll have a meeting and then they say they'll get back to you. Of course, they never get back to you, or if they do, it's just like nothing, or you get a letter that says nothing. And then people give up. They give up. They don't keep demanding. They're not doing it week in, week out, saying, how come you didn't? Okay, how come you're not co-sponsoring that bill to end sanctions against Cuba and make Cuba, to withdraw the designation as a terrorist state, for example? I'm just using an example. So I think this is a problem of our not having enough confidence in ourselves and expectations. And we need to rethink that, because that goes along with working at the base on the ground. And I can also say, thinking about my role, I think education is really important. Thinking about my role with the education for the protests against WTO in 1999. I was a labor educator, and, we got 50,000 people out here in Seattle, and we shut the thing down. We did something really amazing, and we were surprised at what was, there were several different approaches. You have to have multiple approaches. You have the people who do the direct confrontation, who are willing to get arrested and go and be on trial for their, to do civil disobedience. You have people doing education. You mobilize more people, get them out in the streets. I think that one of the things we have to do more of is to raise people's expectations that we can have a national health system, that people are so propagandized that it's impossible that they believe it, so that's one of our jobs, is to raise expectations and not not to give up. The other thing that I would just like to mention is the importance of building unity across movements. And people have talked about this as well. But when I see the right, we're talking about the right to health. And the right to health is like, it's amazing how interrelated this is. This is, human rights are interconnected and interdependent. The right to an adequate standard of living, the right to a clean environment, these are all, the right to housing, these are all so connected to the right to health. And so, and healthcare, within the human rights framework, the right to healthcare is a subset of the right to health, which is a much broader idea. And it includes, having a healthy planet for all species, not just humans. So I think that one of the things that we can all push ourselves to do is to continually try to figure out what other movements we can bring ourselves together with, and how we can explain what we're doing in light of what they're doing and find common ground. Because what I see is that it's coalition building and building a movement of movements that is the real task here, because we have lots of small movements. And for example, like the reproductive rights focus now is not really focusing on the right to health care. Well, reproductive rights exist within the right to health care. It's right to health care is comprehensive and includes all of these reproductive rights and gender related rights. So I just, I think that is one of the most critical things that we can do, is to try to, whatever you're working on, try to figure out how you can expand who you relate to and what movements you're working with, and to bring into whatever conversation you're involved in, why it's important for us to have a national single payer system. It's amazing. You can talk to anybody on the bus or wherever, and you'll find that almost everybody believes that we should have a national healthcare system. It's just like, you can see that if you reach out. And I think, we have to get out of our isolation.
And thank you to people like Poor People's Campaign and, all the incredible organizations who have signed on to support this UN action.
National Single Payer, Real Progressives, National Lawyers Guild, PNHP, Students for a National Health Program as well. If you are a member of an organization that you think should be involved in this filing, please reach out to us. You can submit an email message through the website. You can also just email mfromforall@mfromforall.org. I'll also tell you that when you submit a story through the website, it doesn't just go into an abyss. It actually is read by myself and the women on this panel, and we cry tears together reading these stories. And, it is heartbreaking to see all of these people hurting. And I really glean from, the information everyone's shared, is that we need to make these politicians as uncomfortable as we are. And this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. So make sure that you take care of yourself when you are an activist. You need to care for yourself so you can care for others. And so you need to remember that also.
I would like to just do a few chats that's have been talked about. There's a couple I missed in the last hour, so I want to make sure I get to that as well. Brian Shea says disabled people are isolated. That's a material factor that organizers in our community have to deal with. So is being poor. Thank you to Angela, Joe, and Savage for your work. Thank you so much for that. Also, this one is from John Chaos, says, at Revolutionary Blackout, please explicitly include rural health care.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you said you were a country girl, so I
I'm
was just
country.
like,
I'm
yeah.
a little country bumpkin over here.
And that's
All right.
one of the things we really, are trying to change because it's going down the tubes. We need it. That for rural areas, might actually make the difference. There's initiatives all around the country, like in rural Wisconsin, demanding their legislators call for a national Medicare for all system.
Yeah.
So,
and a lot of people are going to lose Medicaid. Don't forget that a lot of people are going to be losing their Medicaid. It's going to be bad.
Well, and that's only in the states that accepted the expansion. There's 24 states in this country right now, I think, that maybe it's 16, I can't remember at this time, but that didn't even accept the Medicaid expansion from the Affordable Care Act being passed. They're still fighting. Those activists are still fighting in their state to expand Medicaid. And I can't recall, GB, are you in Georgia or Alabama?
I'm in Florida.
You're in Florida. So, and Florida is a state that did not accept the Medicaid expansion. Is that correct? Do you know?
I don't think so. But yeah, it's horrible here.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah.
Well,
DeSantis is my governor.
Yes, we know about him.
That says it all.
Maybe didn't sign on.
This past week there was the expansion for 3 more months of the emergency public health emergency, but they expect that 15 million people will lose their health care if that isn't extended past the 3 months.
I just saw a question in the comments that I'd like to address briefly, if I might.
Sure.
And it said, didn't one state already pass universal health care? And the answer to that is yes, and it would be Vermont, where I live. And it took us a number of years to do it. However, it's a good lesson in why it doesn't work to get states to do it. Because our governor at the time, who was a Democrat, all of a sudden at the last minute, when the financing plan and everything else was supposed to be presented on a PowerPoint to the committee that was administering it, the day before, he had a meeting with insurance executives, closed door meeting in his office. We were standing there waiting to present this to the committee and the legislators, and his employee, who was his healthcare person, got a text message from him saying, "Don't present, we're changing it." Now, it's a law, okay? But that being said, he's a politician. And of course, he was told, the scoop is, I wasn't there, but he was apparently told that he wouldn't win the next election as governor if he actually let this be implemented. And so instead, he delayed it and delayed it and delayed it until he was out of office. And now we don't have it anymore, even though it's a law. So that's a good example of why we need to approach this nationally.
Yeah, and then just a reminder, by definition, a single state passing some form of enhanced health care is not Medicare for all.
No,
it's
right,
Medicare for some within an arbitrary border.
Yes,
and that's not recognized by the United Nations. The United States is considered a state, member of the United Nations. So our entire country, the United States, is considered one single state, all of us together within these borders. And that is how we are represented with the United Nations. And so this really has to be a national filing because it's for all people. And we saw, similar to what Mary mentioned, same thing happened down in California, AB 1400. The co-author of that bill, Ash Kalra, he I think is still an assembly member, and careerism is more important to people. So he is a co-author of that bill and pulled it off the floor before the Democratic majority voted on it. So they don't have anything down in California, and that's the 5th largest economy in the world. So,
all you need to do is buy one politician, just one. That's it.
I just want to say something about this national and state discussion, because I don't want people to go away with the idea that you could actually have even a universal system at the state level, because states
Right.
have to balance their budgets. We're in a horrible austerity time now, and things are getting chopped right and left, and it will get worse. The federal government can, it's not an issue with a national system.
Right.
So
Right.
that's a really important reason why you need to have, and when you consider how capitalism is evolving in the US, and the fact that private equity is getting to have more and more power in the health industry, I think you have to recognize that only a national federal government can actually rope this in.
Well, and that's the thing, is a lot of people don't realize that a state budget is ran like a household budget. You have money coming in, you have bills going out. That's how it works for a state. You only have the currency that's within your borders of that state, from whether it, agriculture that was sold, or, whatever was produced in that state that created the money to spend on the services. And then by the end of that fiscal year, you have to make sure that your budget lines up. Most states are in a budgetary downfall, meaning they're already in the negative. There's no way possible that they're ever going to be able to achieve anything as an individual state related to healthcare, enhanced healthcare. So now on the other spectrum is the United States government. We create our own currency in this country. We create the US dollar. There's no other country that creates the US dollar. So healthcare would be a service and billed and voted on just like the debt for the military spending. They increase the debt limit so they can spend more on the military. We can do the same thing for healthcare. And by cutting out the middlemen of the insurance and the pharmaceutical companies, we actually would be saving more money in this country than we're currently spending. And that's been proven twice by a Republican majority congressional budget office, that it is more cost effective to have a national healthcare program than what we currently have. Not only would people have better care, but everyone would have that care. You wouldn't have to rely on a crappy job to have shitty insurance. You have health care. When you need it, you use it. And the government doesn't decide how your care goes. They have no conversation whatsoever. It is a conversation between you and your provider, and then the government pays the bill. That's it.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. And also, please keep in mind that anyone who says if it's state by state does not have to go through Congress, that is an absolute lie. To say that a state will reallocate their Medicare budget to a Medicare for all budget, that is not possible without a waiver. Such a waiver does not exist. And to get it to exist, you have to write it and get it to Congress. So that is a lie. That is not possible. So even if you vote on it, doesn't matter. But I want people to read some of these state propositions, because there's a lot of caveats and a lot of asterisks, and it's not single payer. I've yet to see one that's single payer. And it's already in what, like 7 states or something? So I think, people need to realize that 1 out of 50 is nothing more than incrementalism, and we need to start thinking about everyone. And if we really believe healthcare is a human right, or if we think that statement should have asterisk after it.
Well, so, can I just make one other remark related to this?
Sure.
To do a state healthcare system, some kind of more universal healthcare system at the state level, every state wants to get Medicare money because that will make it possible to have the system. But to get Medicare money means the state has to use the privatized program, Medicare Advantage, to turn the money over into the state. So that would undo one of the best single payer systems we have, which is Medicare. So privatizing Medicare is to have one state program is not a recipe for equity or a viable system. So that's, I think equity gets sacrificed when you can't do a national single payer system. That's the bottom line.
And 24 states don't have ballot access, so fuck us. We have no ballot initiatives, so oh well. Fuck us.
I got you. Well, I want to get to some chats, but I'll get to that right after. But for all of you, if you can just give us within 1 minute, give us your parting thoughts as well as where they can find you. We're going to start with Mary.
Hi. I want to say I really appreciate the opportunity for us to all come together here. And I'm hoping that all the folks who are with us in this venue are going to talk to their friends about getting together, because we need to come together in order to have the power to get this done. And so that's sort of my parting thought, and I forgot what the other question was. I'm sorry.
Where can we find you?
Oh, all right. Where can they find me? So you can find me on Facebook, or you can find me. I'm Mary Garish, Gerisch. Also, Elizabeth and Joy have my contact information. I'm happy to answer any questions via email or in whatever. If it's easier to call, I don't mind them giving somebody my phone number if the person has a question. Just please get involved. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. Elizabeth, please.
I just wanted to take this time to really thank RBN again for everything that you've already done and what you continue to do, like I said, virtually and in person. You guys are inspiring the future, and I really do believe that it's going to take a revolution of like-minded people within RBN and others who are on the same, wavelength to get things done, because we cannot rely on the system that the way that it currently exists. And I also just wanted to take a moment too to shout out the others at March Medicare for All who do a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. Shane, who does most of our graphics. Logan also helps with them as well. Lauren, Ricky, Virginia, Josh, it's Zach. He's our newest National Steering Committee member, and he is only 17. He runs our TikTok and puts those together. Yeah. So I just really wanted to shout out. We have others as well, like Louise and Steve and Joyce. Just a lot of people that come to our meetings and help with all kinds of projects and things that we're doing for organizing. It's just, we really do need to come together and fight for each other, because if we don't, then they continue to win, and we can't allow that anymore. We just can't.
All right. Thank you so very much. Martha?
Oh, well, thank you all very much for inviting us to participate in this panel. And I really also, like Elizabeth, appreciate all the work that goes on to make it possible for us to be here and to do our work, especially trying to push forward on this UN complaint, which has been quite a project. We've been at it now for, at least I have, for about a year. So persistence pays off, I think, and we have to persist, because we will win if we persist. You can reach me through March for Medicare for All, I'll be working with the committee and the people doing, looking at your testimonies and videos, so we can have the best possible complaint submitted to the Human Rights Council. Also, you can get in touch with me at my website. It's marthalschmidt.net. And I'm happy to answer questions about human rights, or to do educational work with groups. I'm always willing to share my knowledge and information about human rights and activism and how human rights law can be used in a popular way.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so very much. Anne Joy.
Why you say it like that?
Because you know why. You know why. Now go ahead with your bad self.
So I have YouTube and Rockfin, and I'm on Rural Progress in Action every Monday. But I do shows several times a week. I've had a show for over 5 years. You can also contact me through my Twitter, and my DMs are open if you ever want to, ask questions about Medicare for All. You need me to promote your mutual aid. Please don't hesitate to ask. I always want to help people. And if you do one thing to take from this, just please send us your stories. If you know anyone with a story, even if you don't have it, or, it's a family member and you want to share on their perspective, we just need more people to be sending their stories, because we want you guys to be heard. And now I see Sabby. Thank you so much. I gave you a shout out last panel because you and JB have been with Medicare for All, March for Medicare for All from day one. And we know it and we appreciate it. So thank you
so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everybody at RBN. I actually got to meet CJ out in Los Angeles in July of 21. He was just out there live streaming. I was like, oh my gosh, is that CJ? Oh my gosh. Because I'm actually from Washington State. So I drove down. I was an organizer for that LA action. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's CJ in real life. You guys are all amazing. Thank you for everything.
Yeah. He's taller than people think. So, but I just want to thank all of you. It was a privilege to have you all on. I cannot wait to have more conversations like this in the future. And thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
With that,
thanks so much. We appreciate it. Gosh.
Much
Yes,
love,
we
you guys.
do. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Subs!
All right.
So, yeah,
they are here.
I don't have time to get to these comments that I wanted to, but we'll probably get to them sometime later. But I just want to say thank you so much. And I am leaving on time.
All right.
So we're going to leave it to you, Sabs, and have a great stream.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, JB. And I do see that Socialist Alternative is here. Let me go ahead and add them to the stream. Greetings. Greetings. Welcome. And CJ, whenever you're ready, hop on as well. Okay, we have a pretty based panel right now. This is Socialist Alternative, and also we have Shama Sawant, Seattle City Councilor. Welcome, and CJ is joining me as well.
Absolutely. Good to see everybody.
Hey.
Hey.
Yes, Eric, I have to tell you, or I have to tell all of you actually, every time someone from Socialist Alternative comes on, you guys are always the most requested guests. They're like, bring them back on. But welcome and thank you guys for joining. I want to start off with in reference to Socialist Alternative, and we'll start with you, Shama. Can you explain to people, for those who are not aware, what is Socialist Alternative?
The Socialist Alternative, in the most basic sense, is a nationwide organization of activists for social, economic, racial, and gender justice. And we are also affiliated with an international organization which has its sections in many different nations, including the United States. So we are the United States section of the International Socialist Alternative. We also have a Socialist Alternative in Canada. We have an organization in Mexico, Brazil, many different countries in Europe, and so on basically all continents. And we, as Socialist Alternative, we are involved, as you'll see in the discussion today, we are involved in many different ongoing struggles of the working class, whether it is Black Lives Matter or strikes of the working class, of union members. And what we bring to the struggle is not only our solidarity in action, but also our ideas. And our ideas are based in scientific understanding of the capitalist system, and also an analysis, a presentation of what future we should be fighting for. And we believe that future is a socialist society. And the analysis that we bring is not only about what the system is like and what we want to go towards, but also how we do that. So tactics and strategy is very much a fundamental component that determines success or defeat of various movements. And what we bring is a Marxist analysis to that kind of strategy and tactics.
Awesome. Well said. CJ, I have some questions here, but I want to make sure I get you in.
No, absolutely. I can let me go ahead and pivot to the second question. It kind of because I was curious about this question. What's the difference between Socialist Alternative and DSA? And I'm not curious because I don't know the difference, but I'm curious to hear what you have to say in that comparison question. Kashama.
Okay. Yes, I mean, DSA is a socialist organization. It's a democratic socialist organization, Democratic Socialists of America. And we are actually, I think all three of us are members, dual members of DSA and Socialist Alternative, which means that we are in solidarity with many of the goals and agenda of the members of Democratic Socialists of America. However, we believe that a broader socialist organization like the Democratic Socialists, although, maybe we should get into where the DSA has come so far, relative to, say, 2016. I think that deserves its own discussion, because we have to also understand what works and doesn't work in this kind of organization. But leaving that aside for a moment, we believe that a broad organization like the DSA, which has within itself various schools of thought related to socialism in terms of what kind of accountability structure should we have for elected leaders, what kind of strategy should we bring to a picket line for a union struggle, what should the demands of the Black Lives Matter have been, and what would have been the strategy to fight back, what should what should the demands be of the leaders of social movements as well. So all of these various questions are very important and concrete questions. And the DSA as an organization is a broader structure that has many different ideas on many of these concrete questions. And within Socialist Alternative, of course, also we have extremely healthy and lively and constant debate and discussion on various ideas. But we are a different kind of organization in the sense that as Marxist revolutionaries, we have a much more finely tuned agreement on those political ideas within our organization. So we genuinely, if you're watching this and if you agree with the way we approach political questions, then I urge you to contact us and join Socialist Alternative. But if you don't feel like you are ready to have that level of agreement with us, but you agree with us in terms of fighting together, fighting in solidarity for the working class, then absolutely you should be joining one of the broader organizations, and then we should be fighting alongside each other. And we don't see at this moment an either or. We want broader organizations and an organization like Socialist Alternative both to develop, because without this organization like Socialist Alternative, I mean, we can get into this if you like, but all of history, whether it's American or international, shows that without a genuine and strong Marxist current within the labor movement, within social movements, we actually cannot win victories. For example, all the victories of the New Deal were on the basis of many, crucial general strike actions, including the Minneapolis strike in the 1930s. And that, for example, was very much led by Marxists, by Trotskyists. So you'll see that it's a decisive component of social and labor struggle. At the same time, we also need to be in solidarity with the mass of people who are fighting for the same goals.
Have you had a lot of pushback? And we can bring in the other two brothers into the question if you would like to also answer after Kashama. Have you had pushback about, what was your pushback? Because I think I've heard a little pushback about it. what was the pushback? And what we need to instill into people sort of a revolutionary discipline. And I feel like this strategy of joining the DSA is good, and I get the way that you're explaining it, but I see it as Marxists being in the room while this broader organization is talking about policy and strategy. We have Marxists in the room able to push Marx's viewpoints, strategies in this organization. So I don't look at it as sort of a co-optation, because that's what I've heard. Oh, Kashama joined DSA. I don't see it as that. I see it as a person going and sitting in a room and saying, hey, no, I'm going to be the voice that's pushing for these policies. I'm going to be the voice that's pushing even further than maybe some other under the broader tent of socialism with the DSA. So if you can address any part of that, Kashama, and then the other two brothers, and then I'll pass it back to you, Sabi.
Thank you so much for that question, CJ. I'd like to have Ryan and Eric respond to it, and I can, of course, join in.
How about you go first, Ryan?
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna pick one, but if you decide whoever wants to go first, go ahead.
How about I start? So I'm also a dual member, and hey, my name's Eric. I live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I've been an SA member for a number of years now. And there's definitely has been like just ruckus on social media, but all that is really based on genuine political disagreement. Like there are people in DSA that disagree with our call for a mass party of the working class, that think that we can actually go into the Democratic Party and not really even reform it, but just operate in it and hope they don't kick socialists out. And I think that people join DSA to achieve their political goals. It's a socialist organization. People should be going into socialist organizations, working class organizations, fighting for their ideas. For example, New York City DSA just had their convention, and 100 elected officials who are a member of DSA or endorsed by DSA signed a letter against the 1224 proposal, which would have brought some accountability of DSA socialists to the organization. And these elects said, no, we don't want to do that. We actually don't want to have that proposal. So I actually don't know the details of the debate. So I won't say, which side is right or wrong, but it's clear that, all sorts of people join DSA to fight for their political ideas. And that's what DSA should be. People should not join. It should not be another organization. People are afraid to do so. And people should be open and honest about it,
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Ryan?
Just kind of answer the question about do we run into walls of our revolutionary ideas? Yeah, I mean, to piggyback off of what Eric said, absolutely. You have people who may identify as a socialist, but their notion of socialism is kind of like a capitalism with some control over it, some workers kind of control over it, right? Whereas our analysis is that whenever you inject capitalism into the system, it's always going to do what is inherent to the system, which is going to be one that's going to be at the fault of working people. And so, yeah, I mean, I think what we don't have here versus what we have in most OECD countries is multiple parties outside of the two capitalist systems. The two capitalist parties, rather. And so actually having a place where workers can come together and be able to debate these ideas. And, we one, that 1, 2, 3, 4 deal was a notion that DSA would become something like a proto party, it was a party where we can have debates, where we could, and that's a welcome development from our perspective. We want, right now, politics for most people, the reason why most people don't get involved, particularly working people and poor people don't get involved, is they feel like that it's so disconnected, it's so distant from what their reality is. And so ultimately you have that saying, like, the biggest way to get people to forego their power is to perceive that they never had any. And so that notion, what we would like is an alternative organization where you can come in and feel like your voice can be heard, and what you want to perceive and struggle for can be won over. And that's what we would like DSA to be pushed into. But yeah, obviously what Eric said is there are other people who have different notions, different ideas, different reasons for being in that, and for example, Sharma takes home the average worker's wage, right? That's a demand that we think is a way of holding accountability over our elected officials. The Democratic Party is never going to do that, right? Like, the Democratic Party is like, I mean, as we know, I think in Congress, they're richer than the Republicans in often cases. So like, there's no notion where that's going to actually happen. We need to build a party where we need to create accountability measures, and I think that's one.
Is the Democrats, I just want to interject this and add this to your answer. Is the Democrats, is that subject a continuous contentious sort of thing that has to be addressed or is revisited? Because it seems like there's part, like you described, that's like there's a divide. There's like and I call this a class divide. And it seems like there's an acceptance of the vehicle or vessel of the Democratic Party is a suitable vessel for the working class people. And then there's people like you who are part of the DSA who says, we don't see that as a suitable vehicle. That actually is what needs to be challenged also, along with the red team. So it seems like, policies, you're debating that, but that particular point seems like the point that's never going to change to me. So I'm curious to how the relationship proceeds. Like, is that not a deal breaker for them? If you're saying, no, I'm not going to participate in electing, you're a Democrat, that's not something I'm interested in doing. Like, how does that conversation go? Or do you even have those conversations in your perspective area? And you can continue, what you're saying.
If I understand what you're saying correctly, from Socialist Alternative perspective, the Democratic Party is not a vehicle for change for working people. If we look at Canada with the new Democratic Party, the NDP. When you look at the Labour Party, which came into, I think, the 20s and 30s in response to the Liberal and Tory parties, we saw in the creation of new parties, we see some of the largest advances for working people in history. And we think that that's one thing, not the only thing, obviously, but one major thing that working people in the U.S. have to create to actually start to make the material changes that can improve the lives of working people here. So yeah, in DSA, there's definitely a debate on, dirty break, clean break from the Democratic Party, or people who just don't even have an interest in breaking from the Democratic Party at all. But for Socialist Alternative, there's a basic agreement that the Democratic Party is not the vehicle for change for working people.
That's right. This is a good question here. Now, Sharma, I did ask you this before, but I want you to explain to people how this works as being a part of Socialist Alternative. So Rodrigo said Socialist Alternative should primary Pramila Jayapal to expose her as a corrupt fraud that she is, then use the funds raised for mutual aid. I mentioned this to you before, and you told me it's not your decision alone. Can you explain to people how someone becomes a candidate out of Socialist Alternative?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question, maybe even part of the fundamental discussion of what kind of party working people need. I really agree with Eric and Ryan, really emphasizing the question of the of forming a new party for the working class, because neither the Republicans nor the Democrats, regardless of what differences they have between them, is going to work for us. They've proven themselves as completely betraying of any working class interests and loyal, for the most part, to the interests of big business and the wealthy. So we do need a mass party of our own. And the way Socialist Alternative approaches these questions is a model for what we want to fight for in such a new party. I mean, it's not just a question, any third party. I don't agree with people who say, oh, we need a third party. Well, it matters what kind of party it is. I come from India, which has a multitude of parties, and not one of them serves the interests of the working class. So it does matter what kind of party we are fighting for. And so some of the principled approach that Socialist Alternative brings to these questions is, I think, a model for what we should do. And one of those is something that Eric and Ryan have already mentioned, which is the fact that our elected representatives, representatives who are elected as members of Socialist Alternative, we have an obligation to take home the average worker's wage and donate the rest, which in my case, as a city council salary, which is the second highest city council salary after Los Angeles, is $146,000. So I take home only the average worker's wage, and the rest after taxes is put into a solidarity fund, which Socialist Alternative members democratically decide where are we going to donate that. So it's not a charity fund, it's a struggle fund, if you want to think of it that way. So in other words, if you're a union that's going on strike, we will absolutely donate to your strike fund. We donated $20,000 to the Amazon labor union when they were fighting in New York City for their unionization struggle, and we've donated to many other both social and labor struggles. And outside of that, in terms of how this question even begins, how do we run candidates for office? We, first of all, just to emphasize, we're not an electoral machine like the Democratic Party, which primarily what it does is it elects candidates who are then loyal to big business for the most part. But then the rest of the time, that is what they do. They raise funds to run candidates, and then they raise funds to run candidates. This is what they do. It's a never-ending cycle. You don't see the Democratic Party actually investing its resources in actively building social and labor struggle. So for the most part, what we do is that latter thing, helping to build that struggle. And as part of that struggle, within a larger strategy of building the fight back of the working class, we then also think about these questions about, does it make sense to run a candidate in this context? So what I'm trying to explain is that running a candidate does not have life in itself. It is part of the overall strategy of fight back. And so just to give an concrete example of what we did in Seattle, we played a Socialist Alternative in many cities, played a very important role in the Occupy movement in the fall of 2011. And then coming out of that, remember, it was Obama's re-election year. Everybody, all the activists were told it's all well and good. You spoke out. There's all this anger against inequality, the burden of the recession being placed on working people's shoulder, young people. But now all you can do is vote for Obama. So there was clearly a feeling of discontent, a feeling of disenchantment with that idea. And so we as Socialist Alternative sensed that there is an opening for us to show a different kind of campaign. So the birth of this election campaign came from that idea, not from me waking up one morning and thinking, I want to run for office because I want to be self-important. That's not how it begins. In fact, there is no room for self-importance or careerism in working class politics. That is the death knell of the working class. So we have to, really fiercely push back against that and have a collective approach. And so what we did was agreed that, yes, this is a moment for us to run a candidate and show what working class politics looks like. Then we collectively decide where we should run. Does it make sense to run in Seattle or in another city? Because, a strategy and the tactics matter. You don't just run anywhere. You don't have a sledgehammerish approach. We have to have an effective approach to where we run. What program should we run on? What are the three main demands we will put forward as part of the campaign? That's part of the democratic discussion. And yes, indeed, who the candidate should be is very much part of a democratic decision. And that's the kind of party we should have, a party where the career careerist or self-interest of the most prominent members are not the ones that are deciding the course of the party, but the needs of the working class that the party represents decide the course of the party and decide the actions of the elected representatives. And so it was through that process that we ran the campaign in 2013.
That's right. I just want to add, this is how you end up with good candidates and good politicians. You don't have people that say, I want to be Congresswoman, I want to be president, I want to be. That's how you end up with like the careerist, right? So I think it's great that the organization decides like who is the best person to do it, right? And that person may feel like they may think like, well, I don't know if I want to even run for office, but that's the whole thing about having like a Marxist organization. I want to go ahead and bring in Rome as well. Hey, Rome.
Hey, how's everybody doing? I'm sorry, I got called into work, but I've been doing some work on the side, trying to get this grant going, and I'm still working on a GoFundMe for the library that we are building on the east side of Detroit. But I've been listening to the show. I love what I hear, what I'm hearing, especially from people that's wanting to build parties, third parties. Now, if y'all was to follow me, you guys know that I'm the don't vote type of guy, right? I always remind you, don't vote. Just don't even do it. Not even locally. Get your shit together. You know what I'm saying? Type of deal, whatnot. But I love that people are actually building these parties, because I always remind you guys, we are going to need people that's political minded, with that political mindset, who will want to run the country, run certain offices, have certain powers or whatnot. And we're going to need people on the outside like us to actually make sure that they make it to the finish line. It's not, you know what I'm saying? We can't just fight for one thing. We got to fight for everything. And this is the way that we make it to the finish line altogether, is by making sure, you know, the powers that will crush third parties. You see how they do the Green Party, and they have millions of dollars and generations of propaganda that they have been pushing, and they still get crushed by these capitalists. So if we was to actually go out and have a real third party like Socialist Alternative, then we got to really put everything behind them. Everything, get out here, canvas, and really push, and don't adopt the language of your oppressors. Don't adopt the language of these Republicans and these Democrats and talk about wins and talk about gains, because it's not about winning and losing and whatnot. We're just fighting here, and we're gonna keep fighting and until we lose it all. But don't worry about winning, because you know, even if we was to spark a revolution right now, no matter how you see it, we won't see. Our generation won't see the benefits of that revolution anyway. So just keep pushing.
I just want to add really quick when we talk about the workers and unionizing, and we look at something like the Fight for 15. So Seattle, you guys were a part of the Fight for 15. We had a Fight for 15 here in Massachusetts too, past years ago. When you look at like the workers, for example, the Amazon workers, what could be some of the danger, I think, when you have workers a part of that type of movement trying to unionize? Also, I guess I would say also allowing the Democratic Party to come in, if you know what I mean, because I feel like we've seen that happen, and I worry about unions being co-opted by the Democratic Party. I feel like it should just be focused on the worker and what the workers are fighting for. I want to get you guys' take on that. Go ahead, Eric.
We can start with one of the gentlemen.
Eric or Ryan?
I'll talk. I'll do it. I don't want to be super talkative, but can you do me a favor? Just rephrase the question real quick, because I know you're talking about the labor movement and unions, but I want to make sure that I'm not like just rambling.
What could be the danger of a unionizing effort allowing the Democratic Party to come in and kind of co-opt what they're fighting for?
I mean, I think it's just massive dangers, because like at the end of the day, the Democratic Party is not a party of the working class. It's a corporate party, like the same bosses that you're fighting against are funding this political party. And I think we've seen it like with this whole fiasco. I mean, there's so many fiascos, but I'll focus on the biggest one, the PRO Act, right? That the AFL-CIO was like, oh, we're going to door knock for Biden, we're going to massively door knock for and we're going to get the PRO Act, because this really, frankly, silly idea that we can't have a revitalized labor movement until we pass the PRO Act. So go door knock for Biden, and then we pass the PRO Act, and then we can organize in the workplace. It's just totally backward. Like, that's not how it works. You organize in the workplace, you fight in the streets, and then you can actually get the legislation, the PRO Act, but that's not going to just like be a panacea. But they didn't get the PRO Act. They said, oh, we're going to pressure Biden, and they didn't do that. And they're still not doing that. They're door knocking for the Democrats again. And so we don't have the PRO Act. And also, a lot of these, we're seeing a lot of workers going to unionization, seeing like the union, as an important step to take in the workplace. But instead of the money going to like organize, is going to canvassing for the Democrats.
Yep.
So it's like, if a Democrat goes into your like labor struggle, most likely they're going to talk about the midterms. They're going to talk about canvassing. And like, I think while like the labor movement, we should be skillful though. I think it's like, at the same time, you don't want to be like completely cut them off from like, we don't want you to come to our events, et cetera, et cetera. I think like a lot of unions, particularly even unions like Amazon Labor Union, can have like have a skillful approach and like invite these politicians in, and have them say their thing, but we should politicize it that like we're pressuring them, like you can't just come here and tell us to canvass. No, you have to talk about what you're going to do to fight against the boss that's funding your party. And us as Marxist organization, and as a Marxist, ultimately they're not going to do that. They're going to say, no, we don't want to do that anymore. Because at the end of the day, they're there for the boss, not for the workers. And I think we want to create those situations, because in those situations when like the workers is like, why didn't this politician show up to the picket line? Why didn't this politician talk about demands? Why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? That's when they start to see real lessons. Not only the Democratic Party can't be trusted, but we actually need our own political party, that's based in the workplace, that's based in the unions, that's based in working class communities, because we can't just like depend on these people.
CJ?
Absolutely. I actually want to hear. I'm sorry. What's your name? The next gentleman that needs to. Ryan. I'm sorry, Ryan. I actually want to. I'm curious to hear what Ryan has to say for the same question. Before I asked a different question. What say you, Ryan, about the same question that Eric was answering?
Just to kind of reiterate the question is like the problem with the unions affiliated with the Democratic Party, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously my answer will echo what Eric's saying. Essentially, like at the core, you have what Eric says, like a party that has both capitalist interests, and then the unions are coming into that as well. And like, if we look at that on a international scale, the creation of the Labour Party in the UK, we can see like the actual gains, like the national health system was built on that kind of that successful drive to building a third party outside of the two corporate parties. So when we talk about the need for Medicare for all in the US, when we talk about COLA, cost of living adjustment, which I mean is desperately needed when we're talking about inflation that's well above 8 and 9%, while our wages are like at 4 or 3% rise. All of this is based on the fact that money, time that is being ran into the Democratic Party is like being taken away from what needs to be happening, which is like there's an emphasis in raising up the discontent, particularly from the right. But there's no avenue, no like a voice for working people who are actually struggling. You know, nurses who are being turned around at the job because they're demanding that more people be on the ground because they're under staffed. There's no vocal way to push that power out and to put these struggles out into the open. I think working people would be more than willing, and not just people who already identify themselves on the left, but people who are in unions have the potential of being able to be swung to working struggles if they actually felt like they had a voice that was going to be pointing in the right direction. And that should be the role of labor unions, because where do we spend 40 hours, sometimes 50 hours of our waking day, working time, but at work? So like, oftentimes at work is where you have most of your experiences outside of the segregation. I'm in Chicago, fourth more segregated city in the United States. Where do you spend the most time with working class people of different racial backgrounds? At work. So what unions need to be drawing out is, how do we bring our similarities together and fight to improve the lives, so that schools on the north side of Chicago that might be 5 times better than schools in the west and south side of Chicago, but like not nearly as great as schools in 1% areas, can come together and be like, we need a fighting struggle to improve schools all over. And I think that's what that's kind of an issue, and a lot of union leadership plays into a like Democrat first, union second.
Yes.
And that really does play out into a very like, when those things bump heads, which they often do, they tend to be on the wrong side of where we need them to be. And ultimately, and I'll close out with this thought process, people put a blanket analysis over unions as the fault of that issue, whereas the reality is the union's leadership's affiliation to the Democratic Party that usually is the reason why little improvement has happened to the material conditions of working people.
I think
I do
Shama's
have-
going to add on to that real
Go
quick,
ahead.
CJ, and then
Absolutely. Go ahead, Kashama.
Yeah, I thought this was a very important question. And just to add to what Eric and Ryan have already said, I think just in terms of the last point that Ryan was making, really the fact that the labor leadership, for the most part, today has been, and for a long while has been tied to the Democratic Party, really is symptomatic of the overall degeneration that has happened of the labor movement over the last decades, since the Reagan era, basically. And it's a demonstration also of how why it is important to have an analysis that capital things don't actually change permanently for the better under capitalism. So in other words, the history of the American labor movement is proud and militant, but it's a while ago that happened. And then since then, what we've seen is the ability of the capitalist system, the ability of the wealthy and the elite to mold their system in such a way that they are able to co-opt vast sections of the leadership of the labor movement. And we've seen this in social movements throughout the ages as well. And so what happens when a whole section of the leadership becomes part of the elite in some shape or form, and they represent their interests? And as Ryan was saying, they put the interests of the Democratic Party establishment first and the union second. And in fact, there's a deeper story there as well, right? So the fact that they are supporting this party that has betrayed the interests of working people for so many decades, basically throughout its existence, does not exist by itself. It's a function of their overall approach to the working class, which is not actually doing everything they can to defend the working class, but really somehow seeing their job as managing the struggle that working people have, but mainly keeping the bosses happy, and above all else, trying to avoid any real conflict with the bosses. And so what we see there is that not only do they put the union second, they put the members last for the most part. I mean, I don't want to paint all labor leaders with a broad brush. I think there are many genuine people who are struggling to find a different way away from that and really have a fighting approach, which we believe in. However, I think it is fair to say that for the most part, this is what we have seen through the labor leadership. That's actually not only that they are tied at the hip to the democratic establishment, they also don't fight for working people in the way that they should be fighting. And so you're seeing that so many of the gains that were won in the past have been wrenched away from workers. I mean, just to give you one small example, very important, but one very small example in the large scheme of things, which is that in the 1950s, 60s, so on, the proportion of union membership that had cost of living increases written into their contracts was 50, 60, 70%. Now it's 20%. So consider the fact that the vast majority of American workers, especially younger workers, don't have a union, and the ones who do have a union, only a very small proportion of them have cost of living increases. And why are we talking about this? It's exactly what Ryan said. I mean, we are in the period of unprecedented inflation, which is eating away at the meager income that working people have. And in real terms, wages have fallen back to an alarming degree, to the point that most people are not able to make ends meet, and we're now staring at a very grim period ahead for workers, which is the recession. And we know from past experience, unless we fight back, the wealthy classes, the capitalists, they are going to put all the burden of the recession on us, on our shoulders. And so the question for the labor movement is not only breaking from the Democratic Party, which absolutely it is. And in fact, let's be clear, the project of a new party for the working class is a non-starter without the masses in the labor movement, the rank and file taking a militant approach and taking charge of that, and not waiting for the leaders to do it, but really showing leadership ourselves at the rank and file and becoming a huge backbone of the working class party. It's not going to happen otherwise. But it's also at the same time, at this moment, it is also going to be true that unless we find a way to build rank and file militancy within the unions, workers are going to lose more and more ground. So that is why it's important that we have seen these many important glimmers of rank and file fight back. I'll close on one very important example. The UAW leadership internationally has been just thoroughly discredited. And this is you can read this on the news. And what happened when the John Deere workers went on strike in the recent months? They, in the previous contract, the UAW leadership had rottenly lost away the cost of living increases, that cost of living adjustment, COLA, in other words, that the workers had won in the past. And in this recent strike, the rank and file really took charge, put aside the leadership, and was able to win that back in the contract. I mean, this is a very significant victory, but we should not only just be celebrating the victories, but looking at how they won. So strategy and tactics are the bedrock of any movement. And so I really urge workers who are watching this to also understand that is how they won. They won not by putting blind faith in their leaders in the union, but by understanding that they're going to have to fight for themselves, and they're going to have to build solidarity amongst themselves, and not allow sort of this proxy solidarity, but explain to their fellow rank and file that if you want to win something here, brother, sister, sibling, you got to be out front with us.
Let me just chime in here. That was absolutely there's so many things you said there that is perfect for this short video I want to play. And I want to zero in on when you said strategy and tactic is the bedrock, and also militancy. And I want to use those in the context of talking about the strategy of the progressive Democrat. This is why RBN, Savvy, Rome, I, Nick, JB, we so aggressively argue against using this strategy of using this decrepit apparatus of the Democratic Party as sort of the pseudo vehicle for working class struggle. It's not a suitable vehicle. So, you know, this little snippet of you, when you had an interview on bad faith, I want to just play it and then just kind of zero in on a part that you say, and you're making the same point. So let's listen, and then I'll kind of ask the question at the end.
There absolutely should be a progressive challenger from the left in a militant campaign. I absolutely don't think it should be from the Democratic Party. And I do want to address the specific names that you brought up. But before doing that, I want to say it's much more about the strategy, the political strategy that we as working people use to bring a real challenge to the Democratic and Republican candidates. And the starting point, the ABCs of that strategy are you don't run as a Democrat. Because look at what they did to Bernie Sanders. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry of progressive Democrats supported Bernie in 2020. They were, when I went to the Tacoma Dome to speak at Bernie's rally, they were all there with me. I know these people. They don't support Bernie's politics, but they were there because it was so easy. There was nothing at stake to get on the Bernie bandwagon at that time, and yet then go ahead and support Biden once Bernie was crushed, because we all knew that was going to happen. The Democratic Party elite were going to use some trick or another to get Bernie off the books. And then you got James Clyburn, you got South Carolina, and lo and behold, it happened. We didn't know exactly how it would happen, but we knew it would happen. So the first obligation we have as people on the left, if we are serious organizers, if we have any loyalty to the working class, is to first be crystal clear about that. Whether it makes you popular or not, be crystal clear. The Democratic Party is not the way to go. And I don't want to hear, these things that people come up with on the left where they'll say, well, it's the ballot line, it's the technicality. No, this is no technicality. This is, if you don't run as an independent, you are not taking on the fight that needs to be taken on, which is to present an independent fight back. And if you don't, Bernie was the strongest expression so far of the burning desires that working people have. And I have a lot of appreciation for Bernie, but look what happened. It went nowhere.
And to the point, ooh, something is scratching my ears there. To that point that you made there in the video, like, this is the reason why we advocate so hard against using the Democratic Party, is because the working class has been put through so much with this idea that the Democratic Party is going to do something. Like, it is like we having this crushing capitalism on us, and then we having these broken promises at the same time, all crashing down on us. Like, this cycle has to stop. And what I say to this is, like, what is the difference in 20-30 years that you've been trying to get the same thing out of the Democratic Party than 20 or 30 years that you're putting in an independent party of the two parties? Like, you're not getting, because you're claiming you're not going to get a result from the third party, but what's the difference in what you're getting? You're not getting anything. And the trade-off that the professional managerial class on the left that's willing to make, to trade off all these things for the people at the very bottom to get these meager gains, is so disheartening, I gotta say, for those some of those that are willing to do those things on the left. But could you speak to any part of that, Kashama? And then we'll also bring in Eric and Ryan. Any part of the video or any part that I said that you want to kind of chime in on or reflect on?
Yeah, I think one of the distinctions that might be useful to make is between, and I think you were alluding to this, CJ, between the very conscious and cynical practitioners of the Democratic Party strategy, which is, let's say the leaders of organization and big NGO organizations and other Democrats themselves, like maybe local Democrats themselves, as opposed to just ordinary people, working people who might be voting for the Democratic Party because they don't know what else to do. And in the absence of any alternative to the Republicans, especially a Republican Party that is increasingly representing far more reactionary, really far right, dangerous ideas. I think our responsibility as organizers on the left, as Marxists, has to be to understand that for the people who might be doing that because they haven't heard a different strategy, or they haven't heard different ideas, they haven't had access to it, or they think that that's the best they can do, we have to, of course, have friendly and patient understanding of why they're doing that, and help to educate them to understand that actually we do need a new party for the working class. Having said that, I think it is amply clear that increasingly more and more ordinary people, just American working people, are disenchanted with both parties and want something different. However, we are at a very dangerous point, and I don't think today's discussion can be complete if we don't bring this point into our conversation, which is the dangerous rise of the far right. And all of that, I think, it can be explained by the failures of the Democratic Party to represent any aspect of the working class agenda. I mean, if you look at the recent Harvard-Harris poll that came out just days ago, the two political figures with the most, broad approval are Trump and Pence. AOC has an approval rating of 29%. So the point here is that that it's not only that we want to be able to win victories for working people immediately, address the climate strategy, climate crisis. We're also seeing a dangerous rise of the far right, and really the only way to counter that is to build a strong and independent left. And as long as we allow the sort of the crashing of all hopes at the shores of the Democratic Party, we are going to see more and more of that. Trump is about to announce his presidency, and so for us, we have to inside the labor movement and inside social movements have somewhat tough conversations about what has been the result of this kind of approach. And I would just also add in this context the fact that the BLM movement, Black Lives Matter movement, the George Floyd movement, was not able to win victories commensurate with the scale of the street movement. It's not been lost on ordinary people, on young people. They are thinking seriously about it. But who's going to provide the answers to why that happened? Who's going to provide the answers for the fact that even though we had these mass organizations like NARAL, the pro-choice, now Planned Parenthood, whose one job was to protect abortion rights, and they miserably failed at that job, and how the Democratic Party was complicit in this and failing to codify abortion rights in the last 50 years. I apologize for my dogs. So, all of this requires a serious analysis, and I think in some ways it comes full circle to one of your original questions of why does socialist alternative exist? The truth is, unfortunately, we don't want it to be this way, but unfortunately, at this moment, Socialist Alternative is perhaps the only political organization that offers this analysis, and this analysis is crucial because BLM showed that going out on the streets is super crucial, and I think every member of Socialist Alternative was out on the streets with our fellow working people and Black community members at that time. But as important is the political analysis, the political ideas, because without that, we are lost.
I just want to chime in here for just a second and say, I realize that the progressive movement, it was mainly, the energy was mainly behind Bernie Sanders, right? 2 election cycles in a row. And then perhaps the squad, the first group of the squad that went in. But I feel like after the second time, 2020, when Bernie Sanders lost, there was nothing for us to go back to because the movement was all about a political campaign. There was no working, you know what I'm saying? It's like CJ and Rome, there was no working class. There was nothing that, there was no organizing,
and there was no
unions.
interest. There was no interest, it seemed like, in doing that either. I don't know how you mobilize millions of people that are willing to give you millions of dollars, and then just because President Obama comes and says, "Hey, buddy, it's time to have a seat," okay, you drop out of the campaign, but why don't you continue to leverage that momentum, that power? That is just so disheartening and disappointing. in that particular moment. But that's where, to me, I realized that the Democratic Party just it's never going to be that. That's when I realized in my own mind that it's never going to be that, and we need to organize a different way. And I believe that RBN, an organization like Socialist Alternative is an organization that some of the things that your organization does, we want to model after doing that, because we're about to launch our own sort of chapter like sort of thing, like in our home city. So like Sabby's in Boston, so it'll be like an RBN in Boston, and I'm in Los Angeles, it'll be one here. And it's community outreach. It's helping to meet some of the material needs or the gaps in material needs in our communities, so that they can take a breath and be able to even listen about organizing and what's happening. That's the first step. You have to sort of give a life raft first, like, to people, so that they can even have the ability to listen with so much going on. I felt like somebody was going to chime in.
I just wanted to chime in and say, like, this goes back to the union type of deal, because you can't expect two corporations who's giving each other money to do anything for you, right? Because I know that it's just part of our vocabulary and whatnot, but I think we really should get it out of our system of calling the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, a party. We know it's a corporation. They only move like corporations, and they show us all the time. So I think I think that would help drive our message to the people more if we was to call them what they truly are, is a corporation. And when you see these politicians out here, like me and Bernie went to the catalog strike, but I pushed back on Bernie because I said, yeah, you want to hear for their clout, you know what I'm saying, get a little clout, this and that, because they lost their negotiation deal. They lost that bill, right? He didn't push.
Yeah. He
didn't use his power or anything. We got the man on our show multiple times to try to get people to fund, et cetera, et cetera. None of that happened with Bernie. He didn't even tweet him, at him on Twitter, right? But this is what we are going to have to do. We're going to have to just stick up for our people and make sure that our people unions are ran by, are ran by the people who want the best for the people, because these corporations, they get in and a lot of people see what they didn't have before and they take it and they look back and they forget about the people that they had before, right? Managerial class, right? Oh, well, I'm going to fire you. I'm going to demote you, whatever. That attitude, that's how they do us. They get in a better position and they knock us down. But I think
I think you're speaking to the petty bourgeoisie class,
yeah.
Where they're like they're part of us, but they think they're part of the other class. Like they think the other class is really
like
with them, but they don't understand that other class is going to squash them too when it comes down to it.
Yep. People that live in gentrified neighborhoods but still think they think they're rich.
Yeah,
I do want to make sure. I just want to make sure I do just shout this out really quick, because so people know where to go. So this is Socialist Alternative's website, and I put the link in the chat. What's important to note, let me take this banner down for just a second. What's important to note is what they stand for. So always check and see what are the demands. So they have a long list of demands here. I'm not going to go through them. It's a lot of them, and I'm looking at the time, but a long list of demands here: a new political party for working people, fighting for the 99%, raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, healthcare. It's Socialist Green New Deal. So fight racist oppression, a long list here, but definitely check out their website so you can see what Socialist Alternative is doing. And I just love this, like building a working class fight back.
I've never seen fight racism. Like I've seen people I've seen corporations try to use racism to, trying to try to get their little money and what, but I never saw it as a demand. I never saw it in their plans to actually do something about racism, because I do actually want to do something about racism if we can make it laws or anything, because I don't think the laws that we have against racism right now is strong enough. Of course, it won't be strong enough because it's a racist ass country, but we have work to do. And I'm glad that somebody is actually pushing back on this, because it's not only Black people that's feeling this. It's a lot of our people that's feeling this, you know, from Middle Eastern, Asian, and fucking African. So it's gonna take a lot, but I love to see that. I'm about to go on that website actually.
Yeah, check it out, and I'll tell people too. I've met a socialist alternative members all around. I met one from the New York chapter when I was at camp. I don't know if I told you that, CJ, in Rome, but when I went to Camp Dada, I met a SA member from New York, the New York chapter. But they're all over, and I usually see them wearing the Socialist Alternative T-shirt. So, but you guys are like, don't see. I just want to say you guys are doing awesome.
I know there's one in LA, so I'm gonna reach out to them, and I think there's a Marxist student. The campus is near USC, so I think there's something on that campus. But before we go, I do want to make sure, because Kashama is very hard to get a hold of sometimes. So Kashama, I want to make sure we have the opportunity to have that joint interview with Dr. Jill Stein. We want to have a discussion, because RBN is really, we feel like we have a platform and a voice. We feel like people tell us all the time, oh, we used to listen to so-and-so. We used to listen to so-and-so. They're great, but we feel like you are actually trying to actually physically do things, not physically, but actually execute, move towards the plan instead of just talking. So I'm really want to have a strategy sort of conversation with you and Dr. Jill Stein, possibly, maybe if Sabby's available or Nick is available to join also. So I just wanted to put that out there to make sure you knew before this segment is over, because we are coming to the end of this segment, Sabby, and I'll pass it back to you.
I think Ryan, you wanted to say something really quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in. I mean, as Marxists, we see just like how Malcolm X said, like, you can't have capitalism without racism. So a fight against racism, fight against sexism, homophobia, all of the anti-human ideas has to be tied to any type of a struggle against capitalism, because ultimately the whole role of those ideas is to pit us against each other. And so, like, if I'm fighting working class white folks, I'm never going to get to Jeff Bezos, because there's so many of them. You know, like, there's only one Jeff Bezos. And so that's in place. So you have to have and oftentimes that's the first way people come to struggle, is through identity. You know, for me, I came to struggle through the fight for Black liberation, and the fight for Black liberation led me to a socialist analysis. You know, when I'm seeing, you name it, Ella Baker, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Huey Newton, you know, like, you name them. When I'm seeing that they're all coming to similar conclusions, like, the necessary next step is to fight against racism. You have to fight against the economic backbone to those ideas. And ultimately, if you like look at, like, I think his name is Cox, he talks about, like, the need for the ideas of anti-Black and anti-white, and, you know, all of these, they disappear when there's no economic system to kind of reinforce these ideas that do it. And like, that's not going to happen like in a generation, but like by removing that power structure in a generation or two, you know, like the whole idea, the whole emphasis behind it disappears. So yeah, when you look at what we stand for, you'll see, like, we think that those struggles are directly tied, and also are the bridge to people to come to, like, socialist conclusions and to fight for a multiracial working class mass party is going to be key for that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fucking dope, man. Because yeah, that's dope.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much, especially like Shama, Eric, Ryan. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you.
We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
Alrighty. I believe we have a lot of our guests for our next segment. That was a great segment. I wish we had another hour, to be honest with you. It always feels like that with these segments, like we could have had more time. But if you both want to stick around, it's up to you if you want to stick around or not. This is police brutality.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
All right, Savvy. Rome, just join again whenever you want. I'm gonna pop the next guest in, and let's go. Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure I don't pop the wrong person. Okay, so this segment is about police brutality, and I want to welcome our guests. I'm gonna be the host for this segment. I'm CJ, and what's up, Chuck? How are you? I'm going to introduce Chuck first because Chuck is the one who brought our other two guests. So, Chuck, can you introduce yourself and then the two other activists that we have here for this discussion?
Yeah, well, first, CJ, I really appreciate the invite and having a police brutality panel and all the great work that's going on the last couple of days. And when you talked about activists, and having activists on a panel who are really, really in the trenches. When you're talking about Nene Taylor and you're talking about Kevin Kramer, who are here, these are individuals who've been in the street. I mean, I think I met Nene going back 10.
I do another show with Chuck, so give him about 10 seconds. And he'll be right here in about 10 seconds here. It'll pop right back up. So it happens.
We're back.
There he goes. Yes. So
yeah,
like I was telling them, we do another show. So I know it's about 15 seconds. He'll be gone and he'll pop right back. But go ahead, continue.
Right. Well, you know what? People don't know this, but back when Mike Brown was killed, DC had the strongest solidarity, I would brag and argue, of any place in the nation. And Nene had a lot to do with that. And there was an incredible amount of support, and people from DC went to Ferguson at that time, many trips in buses from DC to Ferguson. And then over the years, there was a lull. There wasn't a lull in police brutality. There wasn't a lull in police killings, but there was a lull in protest. And then entered George Floyd. And what happens is there's an explosion, and there's an explosion in DC as well of protesters coming out. And you meet incredible individuals like Kevin Kramer who are here. And I think as I set it up to introduce them, what I really want to get across is that just because the uprising in George Floyd has subsided, the police killings have not stopped, and especially in DC as well. And protests have continued, and they'll be able to talk about that. The brutality has not stopped. The protests against the brutality and the killings has not stopped. Their arrest, Kevin was recently arrested, has not stopped. Their selective racist arrests have not stopped. Our jail support that goes on has not stopped either. The support that goes on in DC has not stopped. The mantra is "we keep us safe." You will hear that at any protest. So really, we want to talk about the nation's capital, but not the nation's capital that everybody descends on anytime there's a protest, but actual living people in DC and what that looks like. So I couldn't be happier to have Nene and Kevin join us and give that texture to let people know DC is just more than the capital.
So thank you, Chuck, for that great introduction. Let's go to Nene first, and then we'll go to Kevin. So Nene, can you just talk about further go into more detail about the beautiful introduction that Chuck gave you? Talk more about yourself and just kind of the work you do, why you got into the work, and what's happening on the ground right now.
Yeah, so shout out, you're right. Chuck is a go-to guy because it's Black Joy Sunday, and I don't work on Sundays. That's my balance day. And I had to tell Chuck, I really mess with you for you to get me out here on a Sunday to do a panel on a
Wow.
Sunday.
Chuck called in a favor. Thank
Yeah,
you,
he's
Chuck.
the go-to guy. I love Chuck. Chuck shows up for us in so many ways. And so, my name is Nene Teller. I'm a DC native, born and raised in the most marginalized part of Southeast Washington, DC. Actually, I didn't choose the movement. The movement chose me as a Black young girl raised in the projects in DC. And my parents did the civil rights, the civil rights thing, Murray Burry. I was that little kid passing the flyers out back in the day. So the movement chose me, and I'm just stuck here. But I'm formerly a direct action coordinator for Black Lives Matter DC. But as Chuck said, it was a higher calling on my life, and I founded Harriet's Wildest Dreams, which is a Black-led abolitionist community defense hub, where we actually do the work of mutual aid, direct action, protesting, but legal empowerment and political education. Is a three-pillar organization, because reality is just fighting the police is not going to get us free. And so we literally do all three pillars as a community defense hub. We do legal empowerment, political education, and the rapid responses of the everyday work, the everyday needs of Black people here in DC. So that's who I am, and we outside, and the work don't stop. I was just outside yesterday, Friday, the whole week. Saturday I took the weekend off. I literally did some spiritual work because you have to find balance. So that's who I am. I'm outside, DC native, been doing the work since I was a kid, but the calling came just like you said when the Black Lives Matter global network started. I got involved, and we created the Black Lives Matter DC. But now I have Harriet's Wildest Dreams.
Absolutely. Let's go to Kevin. Same sort of deal. Like, tell us who you are. Tell us, like, what brought you to this activism and what's happening on the ground.
Hi, thank you for having me. Like, before I speak, first and foremost, sorry for my voice. Being when you're on the ground, this is what it sounds like. Give honor to my African ancestry and my indigenous ancestry and the indigenous land that I'm standing on in Piscataway land in Arlington, Virginia. So my name is Kevin Kramer, and I'm a full-time revolutionary, and I am the co-founder of the Palm Collective, where we fight for Black liberation intersectionally, and simply knowing that justice is literally in the palm of our hands. Active member of the participatory defense with Harriet's Wildest Dreams, and a member of Arm in Arm, fighting to end the climate crisis by centering it in racial and economic justice. Choosing to put my body on the front line is really, I think it came to thinking about paying the price of freedom. Like so many of us, like just simply being Black, like Nene was saying, when we wake up, when we move, when we exist, when we do, I didn't choose to be a revolutionary. Like, being a revolutionary was the only option.
I'm sorry. I thought you guys were going to say something else. I threw up both of your. Oh, he got stuck. So let's maybe give him a few seconds. He might come back. We'll give him a few seconds. I don't know how it does that. So it broke Kevin. I can't hear Kevin. Can you hear Kevin? Anybody? I can't hear Kevin.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you. Yeah. I think you might have to reset, and that just simply go out of the room and then come back into the room. You may have to reset your sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You may have to go out.
So if you can hear us, can you put that in the chat, JB, for him to know what's going on, JB? Just let him know for his sound, he has to go out of the room and come back.
Yeah, leave the room and come back for sure.
Yeah. All right. So JB, the producer, he'll handle that. So let's go back to Nene, and can you talk, as I put up your website, I want you to talk more about what, more. I know you gave the three pillars, but I want to kind of drill down into wait, who was arrested? Oh, Kevin was arrested. Oh, check it. Kevin was arrested. Okay, so Kevin, there goes Kevin. All right, so I think we can hear you, Kevin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Okay, there we go.
Know where I left off, but I don't want to bombard over time. But I think I would.
You were talking about your website. You were talking about you had just finished describing what the the Palm Collective was about, and then after that, I don't know what we don't know what was said right after that.
I'm just going to go with like literally, just like many other people in that summer of 2020 went outside to answer the call. I was just concluding that choosing to be a revolutionary wasn't like an option. Merely existing in this skin was what concluded my decision. But going outside and being outside and staying outside and building community and learning about abolition and mutual aid and what it looks like to be in community, and not just with people from your area, but people from all walks of life and also in different states, and just really been truly digging into that, because building community is how we build people power, and people power leads us to liberation. But in that space, it wasn't until January 6th where I decided to do this full time. I went 6 months leaving work, skipping work, lying. I was running an office of 35 people. I was a city coordinator. And on January 6th, white supremacy was at its all-time high, and the Capitol was sieged by Donald Trump and his supporters. And in an office full of Black people who I'm giving orientation to, I had to decide right there. I was thinking to myself, like, I'm out here working for Save the Children. I've saved over 1,000 lives working for them. And in that, even knowing that these kids are living in some of the most horrible conditions in the world, they got Fortune 500s fighting for them. And Black people have nobody. So I decided at work, I told my boss I was going to furlough myself, that if I was going to give my time, energy, and talent to anybody, it was going to be to the liberation of Black people. And ever since then, being outside and being in spaces like this and making the connections and making the bonds and building community has been my life.
Absolutely. I want to bring Chuck back in. I didn't know if because I know we talked about the arrest. I didn't know if you had something. It looks like Chuck might be frozen himself. This is the free show, both of them. There he goes. I didn't know if you had something already set up before I go into my questions. It doesn't look like. So then this is where I wanted to start. I wanted to start with, because this is one of the questions I hear a lot when I'm reading through like some of the fears people have, like, oh, I'm defund the police, police brutality. I want to fight against, but it's like, is activism in the space of police brutality, since you're fighting against police, is that a fear that you had to overcome in your activism? Because a lot of people want to fight against a lot of what the police do, but they may be fearful. So I want to try to talk about that gap in hopes to maybe getting more people involved with activism against police and police brutality. So I can start with Nini and then go to Kevin for that question.
Yeah, for me, if you ever come to DC, I'm known as the modern day Harriet Tubman. So for me, I have no fear. That just as Kevin was just saying, I do this work and been led by the spirit of my ancestors who came before me to do the work. And I literally live my life as like Harriet Tubman, like the spirit of Harriet Tubman. That's the commitment. I'm a commitment to the spirit of Harriet Tubman. And that's my bold commitment. If you all know about bold, because I'm a member of bold, the organization bold. And my commitment in life is I'm a commitment to the spirit of Harriet Tubman. So with that being said, when I'm out there, people be like, wow, like, did she just do that? Did she just do that? And honestly, I don't even think I be present when I'm fighting for Black people liberation when it comes to police brutality. But I do know that white supremacy does oppress us. And this is why with Harriet's Dreams, we literally have the 3 pillars. We literally respond in a way to keep people safe. Where when we out there and we have to experience, or our people experience police brutality, we make sure that they have court support and legal representation. And as Kevin said, participatory defense, where we work with our people on their case to get the best outcome of that case. And right now we got a 98% winning record where we like,
wow,
you mess with us, we winning with our attorneys and preparing our cases, because we have movement lawyers who help us move those cases and tell us what to tell the people who's arrested. They come and work on their cases, and then we get them free. We believe in getting our people free. So with that being said, a lot of people trust Harriet's Wildest Dreams to come out and do the work with us, because we really do keep our people safe.
when you say the spirit of Harriet Tubman, you feel like that's where you're getting this. It may be a little figurative, but the question I have is, when I'm seeing police brutality, I'm seeing what my ancestors, a little bit of what my ancestors, and I ask the question, I retweet when these videos come out, I'm like, ask yourself the question when you're watching this video, does it look like protection or does it resemble slave catching? Like, what
Yes.
does it resemble to you? Take
Slave
away,
catching.
yeah, take away
Slave
like
catching.
all of the politics. Just
Yeah.
physically, what would you label this if you just saw this happening? You know what I mean? So could you
Yeah,
speak to that? Go ahead,
it's
Nina.
definitely
Yeah.
it's definitely slave catching. If you follow our page, when Kevin got arrested on Friday, I literally went there and said, you all kidnapped Kevin Kramer and you have him enslaved, and I'm here to get him. And I was at the police station by myself, coming to set the captive free. And they was like, you have to leave the police station, because I told everybody come to the police station, and they closed it. And I said, I'm not leaving out the police station. I come to retrieve my loved one. You enslaving him right now. And I meant that from the bottom of my heart. And I speak in that language of kidnap and enslave anytime it's a police brutality case. It just happened again on what? Friday,
Yeah.
and right again. I'm
Yeah.
Thursday night in DC, and I'm right back in the courts. Like, hey, you are going to stop enslaving our people, because it's exactly what it is. It's the enslaved patrol. They were made to do just what they're doing, and nothing has changed. It's just a different name, but they still do the work that they did of the masters. And we have the same people, the coon people, that's doing what the masters say do. And back then, the coon people did the same thing. So nothing changed with the name. That's how I view police brutality. And I literally speak to them in those terms. I don't say the police and nothing. I say the
Wow.
enslaved patrol. I call them the enslaved
Yes.
patrol.
And I love that energy, and that's what Rome was saying about in another segment. Like, you have to start using the right language to describe them. Police is a too nice of a word for what's happening. So
because
Kevin,
they don't
can
police
you?
any neighborhoods, man. And if you look how deep slave patrol goes, think it can go to, it can talk to a lot of the working class, because what are you? You know what I'm saying? Do you get enough? Do you feel like you get enough breaks? Do you feel like your breaks are long enough? Do you get enough vacations? Do they let you get holiday? You know what I'm saying? When you get pregnant, what happens? Do they rush you back on the line? Are you a slave or are you free? In many ways. And what happens when you rushing to get to your, you know what I'm saying, to get back on the fucking plantation? The slave patrol pull your ass over. Oh, here go a motherfucking ticket. If they feeling like it, they might bust you up your motherfucking head.
I mean, that's literally what slave catching. Like, they literally just went out and just, I'm just gonna fuck with them, and that's it. Like, I'm gonna take their shit. They call it civil asset forfeiture now. It's just a nice name for it. But let's bring in Kevin, because Kevin has had an ordeal with the police. So I want you to kind of talk about it in your own words. Like, what sort of happened? How did you feel when a community came and came together in support of you? Can you talk about that experience?
Yes, and first of all, I want to premise that by saying there is no good cops in a racist system. Like, they're all murderers. Like, every single last one of them, from ICE all the way down to the Border Patrol. Like, they all go hand in hand. And that day, I went outside to protest against the World Bank, against IMF, and against the capitalistic and imperialistic practices that have been using extractive ways to weaponize Black and brown countries all throughout the global South, or do reparations, are in states of mass poverty and mass human betrayal, that they are not the beneficiaries of their own oppression. They haven't gotten there by their own state. So using my charisma and my voice and holding space and body with my comrades. We went outside to protest and hold the federal government and the world leaders, all 20 of them that were meeting here for their annual summit, accountable to the Black and brown and marginalized people of the global South. And in that, because of the work that I do, because of the work that me and Nini do and Chuck, that the police know you by name. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's not there. I walked up and it was like, hey, like I got a hey Kevin, like, you know what I'm saying? And I say that not to endure the fact that people know me. It's just that when Nini gets up and she goes, because of her charisma, because how she shows up in her passion, people know you. And in that, when you're doing the work, when we're calling out the police in the courtroom, when we're calling out the police outside in the spaces where they are overseeing us, when we're calling out the slave catchers, then the target becomes on your back, because you are the one you're using your charisma to inspire other people to believe in themselves, that they can fight for a better world. And so doing that work and being outside, I put a target on my back, which is something I signed up for, because when we do what we do, it comes with it. But I was targeted. I was thrown to the ground. I was beaten. I have swollen tendons, muscles, and soft tissue. And I was assaulted for my charisma and charm and for using my voice and my body. But I expect nothing less from the militia of the federal government of the United States of America. But yeah, that is what happened to me. And seeing these videos and how I'm choosing to express it is the capacity that I'm able to, because I literally thought I was going to die because someone sat on my head. And in that same space, I was in a space where I was not the majority. And when the objective were really, I got a chance earlier, I came here earlier and I was listening to the stuff that you were talking about. And we just also asked the question on how do we get people to be able to get active in the community, get active in activism, and you use the word fight. And I want to be very meaningful how we use that word, because it's very weaponized, because there's space for everybody in the movement, but how you choose to show up has to be radical, meaning that when placing opposition on Black bodies, on Black experiences, on Black places, on Black communities, that every day when we go to actions, when we go to protests, there is no red, green, yellow. Black places, Black communities, Black bodies are red always. They are targeted always. They are dismissed. They are neglected always. So knowing that and being in being with community with other people, it definitely, when we say people are co-conspirators, allies, and people that are white passing are white people, they need to know what it looks like to show up when we talk about when Black bodies are under attack, rise up, fight back, stand up, fight back. It's very important that we start to, even as a community, because like I'm taking race out of it, or as a community, have to be very aware, when are we willing to cross the threshold when we say fight for Black bodies? And when I get at that is that we're very grateful for the young lady who recorded George Floyd. You know what I'm saying? But George Floyd's murder ushered in the largest civil rights demonstration in world recorded history. There was a Black Lives Matter protest on all 27 on 27 countries in all 50 states, and he still didn't get justice. So like, in that, knowing that he died, no justice, he got the recording, but no one fought back. So this is where I'm getting at with that fight back part, that we pay very special attention. And when we use it in explaining to our community, what does that look like? How does that show up? Like, you know what I'm saying? When is it appropriate? What does fighting back look like? Because fighting back is not just being in the streets, like we said earlier, about yelling and screaming at buildings and the police. This system, it gets control all deleted every single day. They auto control for this. So they are accounting for all the things that we are doing. They are accounting for the all the programs that they have enlisted to keep us oppressed. So what are we, knowing this, how are we moving and building alternatives to capitalism so that people can come in to the movement? Like, you know what I'm saying? That people we're moving in radical love and solidarity. And so people are being ushered in because there's space for them. But if we don't create space, if we don't validate people, if we don't center people and build community and build people power, things that like happened to me that are going to continue to happen to Black bodies, the solutions aren't going to come of it. But that's why we have moments like this and conversations like this to really hone in on it. But
can I just say, Kevin, man, I'm really sorry that you had to go through this shit, but really take advantage of this time to use it, you know what I'm saying, to use it to flip people, to get into people's minds and to say, this isn't just some shit that I'm talking about that I seen on the internet. It has happened to me, you know, myself, and I have proof of this, you know. So this you can take this far, and I hope you get some money out of this shit. You better get some money out this shit, boy. You on mute.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I said if Nene has her way, I will.
Yeah, man. You got. I'm looking at
that was a learning experience for Kevin. You know,
Right,
as I
was
get
also
to know your nephews and nieces in the movement, I told him his ass shouldn't have been there. And when he saw who was there, he should have left because Kevin put himself in a situation that made him unsafe.
But Auntie, you know what we say. You live and you learn. If you don't learn,
it's a lesson learned. He know now, but we gonna get it. We gonna get their asses because they already know. They wouldn't have done that to Kevin if I was there. Yeah. Kevin was out there with our clear people, and they just was comfortable. And he was the only one. Him and another one of our major comrades would
take them out.
She knew to be up front. Kevin in the back by himself, still talking shit with clear people.
He was like, oh. There you go.
You know, so it's a learning curve. But we gonna get them. They already know what it is. They know what it is.
You use whatever tools.
Kevin got to pay for attorney. Not even doing public defender. We coming after them.
Yes, and use these tools against them. Use these tools against them. Use these tools to build your empire. Use these tools to build whatever you need to get ready for whatever revolution that, you know what I'm saying, you see that you can lead, because there's many revolutions.
Even with the allies, because you need the allies. Harriet Tubman had allies, and I tell them that. Yeah. And I held the allies accountable for not keeping Kevin safe.
Yes.
Right? So that's real.
Yes.
Like Kevin just said.
See, some of them, they want to, we see that line of defense now. During the Black Lives Matter rally, when they was holding their hands and everybody's protecting the Black bodies and whatnot. But what would have happened if they would have really got rowdy? Everybody would have just been getting their ass beat, especially the Black people.
They stood up. They protected Kevin. If you all watched the video, but because they was white, they didn't arrest them. They wanted Kevin. Kevin literally was the target.
I always tell the white people, y'all the ones who need to go take it the farthest. Y'all need to take it the farthest. When it comes to shit like this, you out here protesting, trying to protest about liberation. You protesting about Black people and their rights or whatever the fuck it is. If you're protesting a fucking fascist government, you have to be on point with this shit. You can't go out there with you know what I'm saying? Not expecting to throw in the gloves, not expecting to go in the middle of the street, not expecting to get your ass beat.
They literally came
talking about liberation for Black people. What? This fucking nigger lover clap.
They literally came where they were taking Kevin to lock him up, and he had to spend a night. Because I said, "Oh, y'all not letting Kevin go on a citation?" They said, "No." I said, "Y'all might as well come with me because white motherfuckers going to jail now. You all gonna lock Kevin up, so you might as well just follow me because I'm making these white people he was out here will go to jail." And I meant that from the bottom of my heart. And I told them, "Y'all asses going down there, and y'all going into the cage with Kevin." But then I just, you have to strategize and think. I couldn't get Kevin free that day, so wasn't no need. I need them for tomorrow, so. I didn't let them get locked up because I needed them to get Kevin the next day, But no, that's real what you're saying. They got to step up, and we had to educate them with that. Like, don't you ever let a Black person go into a cage by themselves, and especially if they out there with you. I said, I don't care if you have to hit the cop. Like, you do what you need to do to take your ass to jail with them. And I meant that from the bottom of my heart.
Facts. When we were talking about experiences and like learning, everything is a moment about everything's a spirit experience and a learning moment. Like the conditions, yes, knowing it and like reading it, yeah, like you know what I'm saying. We know the statistics. Like I know cognitively right now that probably even more, but from my last update, 8 people have died in DC jail. Like you know what I'm saying. Like we like knowing the stuff, but seeing it, seeing the manner in which people are living, like and like when I walked in there, it looked and felt like slavery. It said like so.
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. Look at
Well,
the video as Kevin talks. I'm gonna play it without sound as Kevin talks, and you tell me this doesn't look like the takedown of a slave. You tell me that. Why is this cop walking in front? You think he's just walking, or he's walking in front of the camera so you can't see this the slave being kneeled on?
That's the cop that target Kevin. We have a campaign against him and wanted posters all over DC for him. So he literally told them to get Kevin.
Facts. Get him.
Go ahead, Kevin. Go ahead, finish what you were saying. Sorry to interrupt you. I just needed to see. Look at that. I'm trying to get people to see.
Yeah.
He is literally walking to cover up what he know is happening. There's no reason for him to walk right there.
I'm just want to try.
And we're paying for this.
I just want to say
for this.
If the white allies, if all of them would have pushed him off, everybody would have had a chance to push off, punch off, whatever y'all had to do. Get the police off of this man, and everybody run, split different ways, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't have went this far if people really had their back. It's not about getting more people arrested. It's not about getting more people in trouble. But God damn it, we got to protect our people. Because
the arrest.
They said
the arrest.
So what? Y'all could have saw another George Floyd, man. It's either that or another George Floyd. What do you want?
And that's what I'm talking about. So yes, there's de-arresting, and yes, I could have been de-arrested, but also understanding that, like, even if I was with all Black people, I could have been arrested. Like going outside, and they don't want us to use our voice. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't want us to go outside. So when we do it, we are innately putting ourselves in jeopardy, let alone being Black. But in that it's extremely important that we understand that without a doubt that if we don't take the time to put, I'm like, no bullshit. If we don't take the time to put a price on freedom, there is a problem. I don't want to hear people talk about that lives matter and things are important. Like just like the police are out protecting buildings and things of these nature. Put a price on it. If women's ovaries matter, you know what I'm saying? Like if Black liberation matters, if immigration matters, if imperialism, if all these things matter so much to us, what are we willing to risk for? What is the cost for freedom? There are a lot of good, no bullshit, a lot of good people, places, and things are going to get lost in the midst of a revolution. And we have to be willing to accept that. But that's personal, because being a revolutionary and being willing to fight back is a personal walk and a personal journey. And people like us have to be willing to usher people in and join them in helping them educate, meeting people where they are, allowing people to validating people how they show up, so that we are building actively towards making movement. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the number states that it takes 3.5%, anything that we've ever seen in world history, it takes 3.5% for the needle to move. That's the civil rights movement. That's the American Revolution. It took 3.5% of the population to get involved. Right now in the United States, that's 11 million people. But what we're talking about is so much deeper, because it doesn't matter if police brutality if there's no police brutality in the United States. It does not matter if there's no police brutality or in the United States if Black people in the rest of the world are still treated like trash. So like this concept of liberation, this concept of fighting for liberation and how you choose to show up and we make room for people to do the work is extremely important. We need to be willing to think about what does the sacrifice look like?
I'm only going to sacrifice like 2/3. That's all I got for you, Kevin. Like, you want me to fight? You want me to get my
different for white people? We're saying earlier, like we have sacrifice, like the sacrifice that we have to give and white people have to give are different. because we are not the beneficiaries of our own oppression. We are, everything that we do is innately connected to survival. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like surviving, we have to survive to get to liberation. Like, for real.
Right. Because if we are being oppressed, that means we have to survive that first.
Yes.
We have to survive that first just to be able to be liberated. Go ahead, Kevin.
Other people don't have that. Other people have the luxury of waking up with freedom of thought, freedom to move, freedom to speak, freedom to act how you want to without restriction. That's what it means to be free. So when you're in your space, white person or white passing person or other person of color, because, you know, all skin folk and kinfolk, there's a lot of opportunists out there. When you're in your place and you have your privilege and you want to call out white supremacy or capitalism when you see it, that's acknowledging that you have the luxury of do that because you don't get to reap the consequences, because we can't hold Black people accountable. We can't fault Black people for not always being vocal about the things that are affecting them, because Black people have everything to risk and nothing to gain from it unless you're willing to see the sacrifice in doing it. You may not get the promotion, you may not get reap the benefits of capitalism, you may not get the job or get the cover letter or get the reference to go to the next job because you decide to call your boss out on his sexism or his homophobia or his racism. You may not get it, but a white person may just, because they have the comfort of, oh, you may still get the reference though. It's about how we show up. It's about how people use their privilege and how they show up. And I think, and that's led, no bullshit, that is led by Black women and Black femme presenting people. They are going to lead us, and that's on the ancestors, and that's even on indigenous people. Those people are going to lead us to freedom, because there's no one is going to gain liberation until the Black trans woman gains freedom, justice, equity. Because justice doesn't start from the top; it starts at the very bottom, and they're the most marginalized people in the world. So it really comes back to really thinking about, when are you choosing to be Martha P. Johnson and throw the brick? Because it's that necessary to throw the brick. Not because you just want to throw the brick to throw the brick. Timing matters. When are we deeming it necessary? So when we can't be outside fighting for Black lives and fighting for liberation, talking about my arrest, and fighting for decolonizing Black people, and talking about the brutalization about Black people, and be outside with fucking drums and shit when we witness Black people get brutalized in real time. So I'm not talking about the stuff you heard about that's happening through the time of your lifespan, because this is the stuff we're talking about is historic time and current. I'm talking about it happening right in front of your eyes. What do you do? And that's what we need to start getting prepared for. What do we do?
Right. And what do your enemies have? What do your enemies have that we don't have? They have solidarity. They have weapons. They have weaponry. They have, you know, a lot of people backing them.
So. Facts. But we have each other, and I think that's enough. Yes. That's what this. We have this level of community that allows us. It's very easy for us to see the Iran movement and just write it off. It's very easy for us to see the farmers that are happening in Pakistan and write it off. It's very easy for us to see the climate space and write it off. If we don't see the intersectionality that lies between movement spaces and start and granted, you take it with a grain of salt. I'm not saying all skin folk and kinfolk, and I'm not saying that you don't have to be willing to educate yourself on people, places, and things, but we have to be willing to start expanding our community. Like, you know what I'm saying? If all I can care about, and this is no bullshit, if all I can care about, I live in Arlington, Virginia, if all I can care about are the Black bodies that get slain in Arlington, Virginia, or in DC, and not take the time to realize that there are Black bodies in Mississippi who are being slain, and I don't take the time to reach out with the people on the grounds doing the work and build this community, like, it doesn't take, if we in community, and Donnell Rochester got murdered by Baltimore Police Department, if we're in community and that it's an hour and 30 minutes away, we have to be willing to show up. If we're outside and we're on 14th and P in downtown DC, we have to be willing to show up, and we have to act. But the question that we ask is, why aren't people willing to show up? And it always goes back to that people power. It always goes back to community. People want to be accepted. We don't have to work tons of people are doing this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even the weird psycho white supremacists, but they're doing the same thing the Girl Scouts are doing and sports teams. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're doing the exact same thing. How do we get our community to be sold in to what the fuck is happening to them and what the fuck they're able to do? Because a lot of people think sometimes they're not able. We have to meet people halfway. But yes, they may have money. Yes, they may have resources. Yes, they may be able to get trucks and shut 95 down from Boston all the way to Florida with their big ass 16 wheelers. But we are so capable of doing that and more. And we don't have to wait for the neoliberals or the Democrats to care, because they don't give a rat's ass anyway. We don't have to wait for blue or red or none of that crap.
Man, we work at the gas stations that fill their Mack trucks. They can't go nowhere without us filling their trucks. They can't go anywhere. They can't get their merchandise without us shipping it to them. Or, you know what I'm saying? They're standing in them lines. They're not going to stand in a long ass line for them to get their merchandise at Walmart, Target, or blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, nigga. We can do it either way, or we can just have it our way. Or all of us can have it our way. Even if you don't want to live around, I understand, because culture is very important in liberation and revolution, right? Because some blacks don't want to live around some whites don't want to live around some blacks. I guarantee that some Native Americans don't want to live around a lot of us, right? And we're going to have to give people space, time, and their culture. And this is why this shit is so important right now, because we can't just think of liberation as it's just one whole thing. No, people want and need different things. Even right now, even if we was just to tweak it, and if we had the power to give the people democratic socialism, the people of Detroit don't need what the people of Compton need.
Well, people, the reason to speak to the point that you were saying earlier, how do we get people, and specifically, I'm going to speak to black
propaganda.
People. It's no. I don't know what's up to celebrity culture, but you ask a black person, explain how you are free without you using your money. Oh, I'm free to do this. You have to spend money to do that. You're not free. Everything that you are allowed to do is because of the money you have. So this freedom that they like to project on like famous celebrities. Oh, you can be Morgan Freeman. Oh, you can be, you know what I'm saying? Like these figures help to sell the black community that freedom has arrived. These sort of like, go ahead, Kevin, if you want to speak to that.
But that's because it goes back to the capitalism and the imperialism. You know what I'm saying? Because that in itself is like the desire to have money and capitalism. Like, do I not think my mother, who works like 50 hours a week, cares about what's happening to black people in her community? Going back to that dollar you were talking about earlier. I know for a fact that she cares 100%. But just like the cotton field, they work us from sunrise to sunset. The poverty and everything else that goes in between it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everything else that gets played, you know what I'm saying, as they pull the strings. Let's be realistic. We're talking about our people. Who has cognitively the time, the emotional appeal and exhaust, the ethos to do it? You know what I'm saying? Like that, and I'm definitely talking about
people that can run for office.
Definitely when we're talking about oppressed people, like their work. We have to the way we get people to get away from the American dollar is through mutual aid, by building alternatives to capitalism. If I don't got to rely on my job to give me this dollar to get this dollar so I can pay this rent, so I can live in this house, if I don't have to do that, if there's another way, if there's alternative to how I feed my family, how I clothe my family, how I provide water to my family, then that's how you get the people. Because the people are always going to be sold into the American dollar. If the American dollar is the only thing that psychologically, even though it's conditional freedom, that they feel as though that they can rely on.
Because it is what gives you freedom. I get what you're saying. Even if even if they know they're buying their freedom, they understand it. This is what gives me my freedom. So in order for me to have it, I get what you're saying. Like, I have to do that, but that is the design of the system. That the system is designed so, because capitalists know that people are gonna get tired of this shit, but it's designed where even if you're upset, you can't even get out the system. It's designed that way so that you work 60 hours, you can't be politically active, you can't be politically or as politically aware. Let me describe it that way. You can't be involved, you can't go to protests, you got to feed your family. If you get what I'm saying? Like, you got 3 jobs, 4 jobs, you got families that are having to merge. That in California, you had 2 different families living in one home because they can't afford it. So you got a 4-bedroom home, but you got 2 brothers and their 2 wives living together and their kids. Go ahead, Kevin. Speak on.
I'm saying that 75% of U.S. people that reside in the United States the United States of America don't know how the 3 branches of federal government work. 75% of people in this country don't know how the 3 branches of government work. That's intentional. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that they accounting for ignorance, like, you know what I'm saying, accounting for not knowing is a part of the design.
That's Reaganomics. That's Reaganomics.
Like, so it's but I'm really big on going back to the how and the why. If we know this is the issue, how do we do it then? How do we counterproduct it? Like, you know what I'm saying? What are we going to do? How are we holding ourselves accountable? Like through participatory defense, court watch. What are we doing? What are the tactics that we're going to use to get our people to be unable to be bound by the US dollar? Which I'm not talking about, and I say this with grace because I know what I'm talking about is hard to do. Like, and that's why freedom dreaming and having imagination and being an abolitionist is so important in thinking about this work and thinking about freedom and thinking about what you want your life to look like. It's because just as easy as they made up the cops, we have every right to think about reimagining what public safety looks like, reimagining what teachers look like, reimagining what healthcare looks like. We have every right to do that, and we have every right to fight for it. Definitely for the people that take our money and beat our asses with it, they don't care anyway. So it's like I don't know how to put it. It's that it's connected in that way. And if we show up in that way, I can't do nothing but like have ancestral faith, child. Like, because, you know, and when I say ancestral faith, I'm talking about cotton field. Like, that was faith. Having ancestral faith.
Yeah, you had to believe that there's something better than this. You had to have that faith. Go ahead.
But believing in it is not enough. If we don't you can't just believe. Manifestation doesn't just work because you thought about it. You can't just freedom dream a new future. You have to actually fight against the oppressor to dismantle it by also building something else in return. To sum all this up is that where I'm really standing in this fight for Black liberation and fighting for it intersectionally is that people are needed, bodies are needed, and as we protect each other, as we keep us safe, how are we going to utilize our people, all of our people, in the sake of liberation? Like, because it's so important, because like the intersectionality is so important for the sake of liberation, so that Black people free. Because everyone's life is going to get better when Black people are free. Everyone's life is going to get better. Look at people's lives right now. A lot of motherfuckers live very conditional, comfortable lives. You get to go marry who the fuck you want to because of Black people. You get to go vote, even though 48 out of 50 states got voting rights suppression because of Black people. There's housing protection because of There's all this stuff that Black people, that other people get to go, other racist people go get the benefit of, because Black people were reformatively centered in the 1960s. Because none of that shit had any good intentions for us. Like, you know what I'm saying? White women reaped more benefit than we did. So in that, and knowing that, if you won when Black people were just reformatively centered, like, remember, you couldn't even marry the same race in this country. Knowing that Black people are reformatively centered, imagine what happens when Black people are actually centered. like it's gonna be real. It's something to think about. Look forward.
It's definitely beyond the sphere of understanding for capitalism. But I do want to bring Chuck in here as a reporter on the ground, because one of the first things Nini referred to and Kevin chimed in on is that she don't normally work here on Sundays, but they came out for you. Why do you think that is? What are you doing in this struggle? What is your role that you see when you come to these events, these things that are happening surrounding police and policing and police brutality?
Well, I'm going to answer, but I want to say back to Nini. What I text her back was, I normally don't work on Sundays because you got the football and the Major League Baseball playoffs, and I'm a sports nut. So just so you know, that's where I get my piece away from the justice movement. But in any case, and I want to answer the media question, but I'd be remiss if I didn't point something out on the video that we watched. And that video is that the officer who was shielding was formerly Lieutenant Bagshaw and is Commander Bagshaw, and he's the most infamous, notorious cop in all of DC, hated by all protesters. And not only that, he killed Lazarus David Wilson back in July, something that we have been protesting, led by the people on this call since July, and that continues. And they put Bagshaw back on the street. What we have to understand is Bagshaw used to be a lieutenant, and by being the most hated and being the most aggressive and brutal and most complained about, it earned him a promotion in the DC police from lieutenant to commander. And now he's back on the street, which I would call taunting. So I have to put that out because there's a live case going on. But to your question, I think media is extremely important, particularly in DC. DC is a Washington Post. Washington Post runs everything in DC. So for a lot of people, if you didn't see it in the Washington Post, it did not happen. And one of the most amazing things is that the George Floyd uprising was incredible in DC. It was 8 months vibrant and strong from May 25th to January 6th, still going to this day in much smaller amount. And most of that did not hit mainstream media. Most of it, maybe the first week or so, maybe the first couple of weeks, if there was enough violence. The mutual aid, every people sleeping in tents, people in protest, people helping each other. None of that made the news. The continued protests didn't really make the news. So independent media was needed, not just myself, but many others in independent media was needed just to show that it exists. And we have to do that. And we have to continue to do that. But it speaks to a much larger problem in our corporate media that if it's against corporate interest, if it's against making profit, if it's against the state, and I use the state as military and the police state, it is not in their interest to cover it. So we have to build our own infrastructure locally. And the last thing I want to say, it because Kevin was doing this a little bit, and I've seen others, is that it's incumbent, I think, the way forward when organizations assign a person to do media work. So Kevin in 2020 was doing the why. He was interviewing a lot of activists, doing what many of the work you were doing. A lot of the organizations were doing that. And if we could get outside media, great, but we have to couple it with a really strong activist independent media strategy together.
The movement gotta be financed by us. The movement has to be documented by us. Like that's the facts.
By the worker, because we see when they get a chance what kind of tall tales they tell. If you read American history, that's a bunch of tall tales. But let's bring in Nini as we're gonna close the segment. Let's not close it, but coming to a close. Let's bring Nini back in because it feels like you're I don't know if the right word. Are you an OG of the movement out there? It feels like you're an OG. It feels like so I want you to speak from the OG hat. Like, do you feel all the years, all the time that you're putting in, do you feel like either more people are waking up, or do you, or if you feel like maybe you're getting this also, and do you feel like it's making progress? Do you feel like the waking up of people is the progress that is needed in this fight against in this abolition fight?
What I would say is, as I expressed to all my little nieces and nephews in the movement, you can't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been. And with that being said, we have made progress from where we've been. And just gotta realize that, like, just running to the streets and protesting is not going to get us free. We see that that strategy is not working, and this is why we Here's Wildest Dreams, where we do political education and we in the communities educating our people about. And we literally have every Monday abolitionist training just to tell people what an abolitionist is, what it is, and because people don't know and people really believe they need the police, we've been trained by that in our head. And so because of that, we're already like us, we're talking to the choir. And that's why I allowed you all to talk, because reality, we can say that, but we preach to the choir. We literally have to go and let them know why. Like, you know, we were just protesting for Lazarus Wilson. And I had to tell the man who wanted us not to park our cars on his parking lot because it was private. I said, they literally pulling us against each other. I said, they don't want us to get to the police station. And the mother came from Philly because the police that worked there killed her son. Can you give me 1 hour on your parking lot? So that they blocked the street so we can't park there. And he was like putting against us. And because he felt like I said, I could keep you safer than them. And he believed that this white cop that was standing over top of him, dividing us, could keep him safer than me. And it's got to be unlearned behavior. And with that being said, I know that it's a time to resist in the streets, but you have to go out there and we got to get in the communities and we got to do political education. We got to change the laws. I wasn't one about voting and stuff, but we got to go. We got to get our people to vote. We got to get into prisons and let them know if you're not charged and if you're not a felon and you can vote. And that's what we're doing now, expand the vote. We're letting the formerly incarcerated people know that, hey, your vote matter, because they think they can't vote. And so we got to educate our people. And as we educate our people, we'll grow the movement. And if we set one person free, then they can help us continue to empower the next person. We can empower the next person. We can empower the next person. So if I get one person on my train to freedom, I'm winning.
Facts. And
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I want to shout out Heritage Wildest Dreams for that, because it's been since their foundation, it's been part of the mission to like bringing it in new and but not just I would even just say, I hate that word, activists, people, bringing in people and like everyday niggas, people that care, and having the class, like child, there's one tomorrow at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. If you want to go, it's on Tuesday. Like, it's weekly. Like, and you can come in, and there's an internship program during the summertime, and it's the second time this summer. So it's just that I know, like, I know.
Yeah, we pay black people. We pay black people to learn, because that's how we had to get them in with fellowships. So we literally pay $25 an hour so our people can be educated.
Yeah, we RBN has got to. I mean, this is what this summit is for. We're here showcasing activists really around the world, because we actually had international. We had a woman, an activist, anti-war activist from South Africa that was on. But RBN wants to be on the block with our comrades here. We want to be here in this space, but me being more methodical, we kind of being nerds here, we want to understand what the steps are before we start to step out. But that didn't work because we've already started to step out, but we still want to learn because we couldn't wait, so we already started to do that. But it's always good to keep learning, but we feel like we need to learn a lot. And really, the idea of this came from us trying to learn from other activists, and then it just evolved into other things. This is kind of Rome's idea it's like we need to learn how to do this work before we're able to really do this work effectively. The Ashuru Socialist has invited us out to go out there to get some training for some community work. We would love to be in contact with both of you, just to make sure we're understanding if we could support you there and just learn so that we can bring the fight in all of our cities. We're in Detroit, we're in Los Angeles, we're in Orlando, Boston, and KC, and we just want to bring this energy to those places. So yeah, this is
just
great.
Want to give a
Go ahead, bro.
To the OGs, I want to give a shout out to Chuck because I've been watching you for many years, man. I want to.
Well, we met at the healthcare.
We met a couple of times, back in my DSA days. That was, back when I was trying to infiltrate and build a platform and whatnot, and like we was talking about earlier, how we knew that Bernie was going to lose, but saying we all knew, like, okay, we got to build off of this because we're not going to win with this strategy of changing some type of corporation. And once I actually knew the ins and outs, and I actually got to talk and sit down with a couple of politicians, and they actually talked to me about, because they didn't like how I was so routed, and whatnot. So they sat me down. I was like, look, it don't work like that. You got these people, that people. I'm like, oh, so y'all are sellouts. Okay, well, let me scrape the barrel real quick of a couple. I know it's a couple of revolutionaries out this motherfucker. I know I can scrape a couple of, people who want to go farther left. And that's what I did. I jumped off the boat. We stole a couple of life jackets, stole a couple of lifeboats, and we got the fuck up out of there. And we still here today. We built our movement. We found land. And we built our movement. I want to give a shout out to our OGs, my auntie Nini, Chuck Marty. Man, y'all been out here, and this is all that matters. Like, because a lot of our OGs, with their age, with their wealth, they start to lose focus. They start to forget where they came from. They stop caring about, who they were before, and the people that they say that they are looking out for. But keep doing your thing. And even if we don't agree on all strategies, that's not the focus. Because the focus is liberation. And like I said earlier,
right, it is necessary.
We all need different types of people with different types of mindsets, from political mindsets, who wants to run, who wants to vote, who wants to do whatever. Some people have to keep pushing for those third parties, but we have to show the parties and the corporations, the parties, more likely corporations, that we will keep them in check, that you won't go after these parties that's building up power, that's building up their foundation in certain areas or cities and whatnot. But we all need solidarity, and we will not get anywhere without it. We're going to be stuck here, and I'm going to be preaching the same propaganda that I am to you 10 years later.
I just want to tell you, Ryan, for a shout out to DSA. We actually had a DSA working group. They couldn't show up for us under DSA, but they called it the DSA working group to be on our Defund the Police coalition.
They have to build that separate lane. Yeah, they have to build that separate lane.
Everybody got a lane.
Hey,
the doors of the movement is open.
Yeah, if they're willing to do that, then that DSA is all right with me. But I think Kevin,
they stepped out and they told me anytime I say DSA, say DSA working group to distinguish it from them, that it wouldn't carry it. But no, shout out to them taking a step. Step outside of it. But the doors of the movement are open, and if the movement don't have what y'all want, create it. Like,
that's what I did. I was like, look, the DSA in Detroit, they weren't doing shit. They weren't going into the Black communities that I wanted, even if I begged them, whatever. I said, you know what? Fuck it. I created a fucking party. I created an organization to where now I'm going across country feeding people, educating people and whatnot. If you don't like it, build it your fucking self. And now I'm doing it in my own image. And it is hard. I will not say that all you got to do is pull yourself up. No, nigga, it is hard. You got to convince a lot of people. It's a lot of fucking brainwashing. It's a lot of propaganda that goes into this shit to get people on your side. You know what I'm saying? Even your family. Those are going to be some of the last people that's going to support you, because they want to see you actually get it done before you bring it home. Your report card, your progress report. What can you show, right, to prove that your strategy worked? And when I start being really bold about socialism, about communism, now my mother is out here wearing black and red, feeding the communities, being at damn near every event that I throw in Michigan. It goes a long way. It's a lot to do, but it has to be done, because who else is going to do it? Who else is going to do it? Right? Even if you don't have the funds, make up a reason to need the funds. You know what I'm saying? Like beg for the funds if you have to. I have done this multiple times. If you follow me on Twitter, I'll be like, all right, nigga, it's game time. Let's go. You know, feed these people. Let's get these people some water. You know what I'm saying? We're getting these people some whatever it is. Do it. Don't worry about embarrassment. Don't worry about people calling you a grifter. Don't worry about, all you need to worry about is the people that you promised to help. And if you don't deliver that promise, then you are what these other motherfuckers is calling.
I think JV came in to read the super chats. So I want to give everybody the opportunity to kind of, if you have a closing thought, or if you just want to, shout out where we can reach you, if there's a way that people can donate to your organization or anything like that. We'll start with Nini, then Kevin, and then Chuck.
Yeah, for us, we are Hurriet's Dreams on Twitter and Instagram. And also, if you just do mobilize.us/HWD, you can find out everything we're doing. It's virtual. We come to our trainings, like how we got info sessions, we got abolitionist training, political education. Like Kevin just said, court watch training. We outside, we inside and outside. So when I say I'm outside, we also inside, because we inside the legislation buildings and changing laws, and trying to decrim poverty, get harm reduction centers, and we get, we outside. So Hurriet's Dreams on Twitter and Instagram, and mobilize.us/HWD to find out what Hurriet's Riders Dreams is doing.
Only Black people can say something opposite, and you know exactly what they talking about, because she said I'm on the outside, which means I'm on the inside too, and I just was like, what? But
Thanks.
I knew exactly what she meant when she said that.
Like,
so that was funny. Kevin, your last words, shout outs, or anything you have coming up? Is he frozen? Is Kevin frozen a little bit?
Yeah, Kevin's frozen. Chuck, you got Check going frozen. Check up.
Okay.
There goes.
Yeah. So I just want to say, I always like to end and say protests matter. And this is why I cover them. They matter. They mattered in 2020. I'm not just talking about Derek Chauvin going to jail. I'm talking about schools all across the country were getting defunded. They were taking police off campuses. We saw some defunding in certain areas. And if it's gone, pendulum has swung the other way, it's because it hasn't been long enough and it hasn't been strong enough.
Kevin,
do you hear me?
You can reach me on
he probably breaking up.
Y'all hear me?
Instagram, which is
he probably breaking up bad. Just let him.
Is everyone? No, I think
I took him out because his something's wrong with his sound. But go ahead, Chuck.
You all can reach them on Palm Collective on Instagram and Twitter. Is Palm Collective.
Absolutely. Now, if you're able to fix it, Kevin, we can put you back in once the sound is good. But Chuck, go ahead if you want to finish.
Yeah, I was saying protests matter, but the thing I wanted to lift most immediately is that people know there was this George Floyd uprising in D.C., but that uprising gave voice to a couple of individuals who were killed by police in D.C., notably Deon Kay and Karan Hilton. And the Karan Hilton protests were the largest that we've seen in D.C. and sustained in, 10 years. And something very rare happened. Terrence Sutton, the man who murdered Karan Hilton, is going to trial this month. He's going to trial. And I have to say,
there now.
He's there right now.
The jury got chose. Court start Monday.
So Monday. That does not happen without the people in D.C. applying that pressure. And we have to be clear about that. That happened because unlike so many people, we had a mass mobilization to say, no, you're not going to get away with this. So even locally, not just George Floyd uprising, but locally, where there was pressure, we're seeing something happen. Now, we don't know who's going to be convicted, but I think we still have to take the wins when we push the needle forward when that happens. So that's happening, and that man needs to go to prison.
If not prison, because I don't believe in prisons.
Yeah.
One less cop out there.
Yeah. Well, here's how.
I can't be a hypocrite. I'm abolishing jails, prisons. So,
Nene, you're a moral abolitionist. Nene's a really super moral abolitionist. I'm an abolitionist.
But we ain't got nothing for him. I'm not gonna be mad if he go to jail, but I'm not gonna say go to jail. If he go to jail, what? Oh, well, motherfucker, you in jail.
Okay.
But, it gives me the opportunity to make him not be a cop anymore.
No, I hear you. I want to tell you the difference between me and Nene because she's more moral and pure than I am. I'm an abolitionist, but I'm not starting with Terrence Sutton. All right, we're gonna start with the people, and then we'll worry about Terrence Sutton. Till then, put that ass in jail.
First, then I'll think about it.
All right, Kevin. I'm glad you're back. I think we can hear you fine now. So, any sort of last words, Kevin?
Us then who? If not now, when? If not when, why? Why not? If you know that Black people are murdered, why? If we're not going to do anything about it, and the most revolutionary thing you can do are decisions and actions you make for yourself. You can follow me on social media, all my social media, which is Kevin Kramer _ the brand, or just Kevin Kramer, and also the Palm Collective DC. That's also www.thepalmcollective.org. But yeah, and with knowing Chuck and knowing Nene, like it's kind of like peanut butter and jelly. Like we're always around each other. So like, yeah,
absolutely. So I hope you don't mind. Maybe in a couple of weeks, we might reach out just to have you on again for like a regular show that we have, not a summit, a regular one of our interviews to kind of do a more deep dive in some of these topics. I know Nick wanted to speak to both of you, but he wasn't able to make it. So just wanted to give you that heads up. Whoever's sharing, go ahead.
Yeah, this is me. I just wanted to give you guys another shameless plug real quick, but we're gonna I want to give you guys a treat. Please don't leak this. This is some shit that you damn near gotta pay for. I know Kevin would kill me. I thought there was him texting me. I know he's probably watching this, but he's probably gonna kill me if I was to leak this. But he's gonna kill you guys if he was to leak this even more. But this is something that I had shot I'm shooting a documentary and whatnot. This is basically from our first type of clips and whatnot. This is the original. This is the real opening. I know you guys have seen a lot of versions of the intro, but this is the original intro. So if just listen up.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Just take yourself back. Do you know how many fucking guns we got just on this block alone? We outgunned the police departments. Sitting here watching our people die off. It's murder. And even our gangbangers. Because we have to keep in touch with our killers. They keep in touch with their killers. Their killers get badges. Their killers get ranks in their militaries and armies. Our killers get prison. So it's time to build our military and make sure our killers know how to actually aim their guns and know who the real target is, because it's easy to take me out. Like I always tell you guys, the only vote that we should be doing, especially Black and brown communities, is who gets the guillotine next. You're never going to be afloat. Why would they put you afloat? If you are afloat, then you can't work for me. If you are afloat, you can't fill my prisons. If you are educated, how can I get you to fight my wars? What the fuck? So when I say death to America, I really mean death to America.
But that's the intro for right now. We're gonna it's gonna be some it's gonna be a lot, but it's gonna be a long ass. That's a long ass movie, man. It's a documentary, really. So this is just the first part, and then then they're gonna come back out and shoot we are building a library. I'm building FDA from the left as of right now. You might know that, CJ, and building a couple more things. So we got a lot of more shit to shoot and whatnot. But it's gonna be fire. So y'all look out for that movie, man. I think y'all gonna like it for sure. I'm not all routed. We touched with a lot of people, talked to a lot of people, fed a lot of people, clothed, but it's just to pull you motherfuckers saying, but it's gonna be fun.
I was just curious. You all said Nick. Is that Nick with Mass Live in Detroit? Because that's my dude.
No, Nick Cruz, a member here. I just put it in the chat. I just saw
Okay,
your
yeah.
question.
Nah,
Yeah, it's Nick Cruz.
y'all know Mass Liberation out there in Detroit?
I heard it's so many fighters out here. Detroit is big.
Mass Liberation keeping people out of jails and prisons.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
And actually, y'all, we had to think about police brutality, but I want to be very clear as to educate the people. The police only can arrest us and beat us up, right? Not that that's okay, but it's literally the prosecutor and the judges that actually take out people and enslave them. So be clear on that. The police only can do like arrest us and throw a charge out there, but it's the prosecutors and the judges that's caging out people. So
they go out and catch the
12.
people.
When you say fuck 12, fuck 13 too, them judges and those prosecutors.
That's right.
14, 15.
All right, okay. Chuck is back. So I just want to put all of you on the screen so we can say bye to you guys and thank you for joining us. This discussion has to be revisited and in a little more detail. I'm sure we'll do that in the near future. Solidarity with you and all of our struggle together. So I'll put all of you in the back, and whenever you're ready to take off, you can jet out. So thank you again for joining.
This is
all right,
dope.
fellas. JB, the floor is yours. I know you wanted to kind of read some of the super chats before we close out the summit. Another summit is in the books. This is our 4th summit in a year. I can't believe we did 4 summits in a year. We did 4 if you count them.
You did 4?
Not even a year. 4 and 11 months. Yeah, it's not even a year.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I'll probably pull out like 8 hours of all these motherfuckers. Y'all niggas did this summit.
Everybody has a different role, Rome. You out doing more work than us in the streets. You're out, flying around.
Shit, nigga. I'll be feeling so bad. I'll be like, Rome, if you got time to watch it, you can fucking clock in. I'll be like, man, it'd be so much bullshit happening in my background. People playing music. This nigga want to talk. This nigga want to smoke and all that. Then I'm sitting here on my computer and writing up the GoFundMe. My nigga building CT, he was drawing on the bench this morning, and I'm just like, man, this is just too much. Then I got to check on my patient. Yeah, it was a lot this morning. I brought everything to my patient house.
Go ahead, JB. The floor is yours if you wanted to read some super chats.
All right, there's some chats as well as some things that need to be taken care of, house cleaning, and some things that I didn't get to earlier today for different parts of the summit. So I want to make sure I get to those as well. And so we will be getting into that right now as we close out the final day for our activist summit. So one of the things that I wanted to get to, let me see, I have a lot of start. So I'm not sure if they got to this one earlier today, but this is from Santino Reynolds. Says, I'm in Chandler, Arizona. Can I help you campaign?
I remember I started something that wasn't a super chat. I think it was a question.
Yeah. So I apologize for getting into it this late, but I'm pretty sure that if you reach out to one of the Green Party candidate for governor, she will, be ready and willing to help her. So Steve Wolprandt said, not one single green on the ballot in California. They're all a joke. Amen and amen. Brian Shea says, disabled people are isolated. The material factor that organizers in our community have to deal with, so being poor. Thank you, Angela, Joe, and Savage Joy for your work. Thank you so very much. Okay, so I think I already read those. Let me see. Okay. This one from LPA Films, talking to Savage Joy, says too many Americans are comfortable or ignorant to what is going on and how to fix it. Roger Meadows says he was talking to a right winger in the chat saying, I apply the Ninth Amendment to healthcare, which means that something doesn't have to be explicitly written into the Constitution to be considered a right.
Yes, that's
It
right.
can be implicit, therefore, it is a right.
Yeah, because the people need it.
Roger Meadows also says, because you told me, let's get together and fight for the New York Healthcare Act in the next term. Let's scare New York State Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart Cousins and Assembly Speaker he hesitate to pass it. Also, Roger Meadows says, if you live in a ballot initiative state, pass a law or add an amendment for your constitution outlawing private equity from owning hospitals, clinics, medical facilities, nursing homes, etc. YepX asked the question for Revolutionary Blackout Network. Have you guys reached out to those from the Deprogram podcast to have them on for talks or panels? I'm not particularly familiar with Deprogram podcast. So I can't necessarily answer that question. Sabby may know them better than I do, but as far as the Program podcast, I'm not exactly familiar. Are you familiar with them, Ron?
No, but okay. It never hurts to try.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Roger Meadows continues, says many of the same thing can happen at the federal level. You push this in all the states to make insurance companies fight you on all fronts. He continues, says you push where you can push with ballot initiatives as far as states having balance their budgets. That's why you charter public banks to build the surplus that you need to pay for health care. Joy, HHS Becerra said that he's willing to grant federal waivers. I read the New York Healthcare Act bill, and it covers everything you displayed earlier on national improved Medicare for all. Thank you, Rodrigo Mendez says Socialist Alternative to primary. Okay, Sabby read this one earlier. And then Eric asked, what are the core demands? I think they went over some of the demands a little bit earlier. Alfie says, thank you for all coming together today. This is how we turn this shit around. Solidarity is saying, Bangsak. You come for one, you come for all. Thank you so much. Mason says, work unions have nothing to do with politics. Leave the two separate. Politicians cannot provide any material benefit to unions or the
corporation. They just giving each other money. What the fuck?
Kat Terrell says, I can't get fresh groceries, so I got bucks for you. Everybody, mutual aid now. Thank you so much, Kat Terrell. Let's see. Carney says Ferguson was also testing ground for this recent military supplies from the Department of Homeland Security for a local police department. Sam Wise says, supporting all of this in the name of Jalen Walker. I'm not sure if I'm still scheduled for the panel, but at least I'm chatting. Thank you so very much. Abboting 71, thank you for the super sticker. Let me see. Jason Rodriguez says, how structurally can we confront the elites? And what leverage do you have?
This is what I start. What leverage do you have? You are the worker. What you mean what leverage? Y'all have all the leverage. You have in-home, you know what I'm saying, advantages. You have at-home advantages. You can really talk to your people and not just talk about your differences. Talk about what you can get accomplished together. Sometimes you can't put a name on it. Sometimes you can't put communism or socialism on it, but do whatever you can to pull your people further left. You have all leverage, from the maids, pool boys, the cleaners, the people who bag the groceries, the people who stock the groceries, the people who stock the whatever it is. We are the workers. Nothing move without us touching it. Nothing, right? You are the leverage. Remember this, and use it. You know what I'm saying? And when you talking to people, you trying to influence them, don't, because if we're gonna get in this movement of influencing people to push for a revolution, we can't second guess our own movement, our own strategies and whatnot, right? We have to be, you know what I'm saying, like bold in what we stand for and what we teach and what we are saying. So you have all the leverage. And if you don't have it, find somebody who do, and then teach them the leverage that they do. And then they teach the people next to them and next to them, and it's all gonna come down to a domino effect, to where you tip one and we all fall, or you leave us alone and this motherfucker is stand still. But yeah,
Each one teach one, right?
yeah.
All right. Also from Rocco says, do they have groups in other states? I think they were talking to Miss Nini about her group. Do they have groups in other states?
I believe that is a one location. I guess you can say one location. I don't think they have different. They may have solidarity sister brother groups, but it's not like a franchise or anything. No.
All right, thank you so much. And to N. Gibson, thank you for the super chat of 899 rupees. Yes, if you're wondering what the sign is,
I guess rupees. Hey, we finally made it over to Russia. That's my nigga Putin. What's good, boy?
Mother Russia.
You guys, I love the summit you guys have today. I tell you, Rome, you outdid yourself today, even though you only showed up for 30 minutes today. It's okay. I still give you money. You push Russian propaganda. And I send you 899 rupees a day.
Yeah.
It says that's an Indian rupee. Indian.
And that's why I got my Indian. That's why my Russian accent kind of sound Indian.
Russian is rubles. Russian is rubles. He says Russian is ruble. We're learning pronunciations here. Go ahead, JB.
Yeah. You know, and as we're closing this out, I just wanted to, say that, look, activism is not the sexiest subject. Let's be real.
Shit.
And the thing is that a lot of people may not tune in because it's not, this person destroyed that person. Or it may not be us literally critiquing certain famous people in independent media. But the most important messages were really to encourage you how to become into activism, learn from the experiences of those who are activists in order to activate yourself into doing more for your community, as well as helping others to understand how it's done and why they're doing it. And so I think that's the benefit of having this type of summit. And so if you are, curious about how to get into it, you now have, basically 24 hours of coverage to go from when we started off with case study yesterday at 10 a.m. to now, you have with Nini in the evening tonight. So you have all that to be able to consider. So that's one of the things that is beneficial about summits like this. It's not just telling you what the problem is. Oh my God, America bad all the time. No, it's also talking about solutions.
Man, we always tell motherfucker solutions. They just don't watch the whole stream because they get mad because we be busting their motherfucking bubbles and making them feel like, you know what I'm saying? I'm uncomfortable on this subject. He just said the N-word. No, motherfucker. Y'all trying to take those little things and run with it. But no, come back to the conversation, because what are we talking about structurally? What are we talking about overall, right? Right? But motherfuckers always try to find a way to run from the conversation. I have done these things multiple times. And I can only call it out because I have been that person before. And to be honest, it's a cop-out. It's weak. Because when people are really speaking, I don't even do that to white allies. I don't do that to the white people that claim to be to the left or whatever to the right of me. I listen to them, even if they're the conversation turns me off or make me uncomfortable. I still have to listen and learn and teach from, you know what I'm saying, from their side also, because there's a lot of people that I just met even this year who have family that is racist, that is bigoted and whatnot, and you know what I'm saying, they trying to change them. It takes a lot though.
All right. I have a outro video set up, so whenever JB and Rome we've said our last words, we'll go ahead and let Malcolm X take us out of this fourth summit in 11 months.
Nigga, we
Any
about
other
to build
words,
a
JB? Go ahead.
library. We're about to build a motherfucking library, nigga. You know how much socialism is about to be in this goddamn library, nigga. What? You know how many banned books I'm about to have in this damn library? I'm about to turn all these motherfucking children into socialists. Oh, I can fucking feel it, boy. Oh, man, I'm so fucking happy that, man. Ooh, y'all motherfuckers thought that we was just gonna stop here and there and this is gonna be our no. We're gonna do every fucking thing. Everything that we can do, we're gonna do it. Even if we can't. I'm gonna try. I never thought I'll be able to pull off a library in a building that I don't even own, and they let me do this shit for free. Like, nigga, this shit is so fucking dope, and we're gonna fucking change a lot of minds, generations. Not only do we have the library, we have the garden, so we can take these children, these kids, these teenagers, take them from the library, do a field trip, and teach these people and these kids, these teenagers, how to grow their own food, how to feed each other. It's gonna be beautiful. And RBN is gonna we got a lot of shit planned. I'm not gonna say everything is gonna fall through, but we're gonna do everything but flop. And I can guarantee you that.
Right. All right, JB, anything else before I press play on this video, sir?
My last words are, like I always said, leave the world better than you found it. And throughout this summit, people were telling you how to leave the world better than you found it, and in different ways you can do it. So now some of the tools are there. Let's make it happen. Love you guys.
Yeah, so like I said, we're going to leave you with Malcolm X. If you're not a subscriber, make sure you subscribe. We're at 23,814 JB and Rome. If you didn't know, join our Substack if you want to get notifications of streams like this. Let's say you just found us for this summit. We do a lot of political videos every single day, so make sure you join our Substack, and let's leave you with Malcolm X, and then the stream will end. Thank you for joining us for this fourth summit, the Activist Summit, the second annual General Strike Summit, and here's Malcolm.
The game starts as of now. But isn't it something else? Because the Negro didn't make the game. See, as long as someone is giving you something, he can always take it back. And this is the mistake this is where our people are making the mistake. We are sitting, waiting for whites. Nobody gets the Negro anything. I don't mean it in that sense. Either in court or out of court, we've been sitting and waiting for the man to give us some concessions. Now, whenever you ask if you're asking the white power structure for jobs, that's only a temporary solution. If you ask the white power structure for housing, that's a temporary solution. As Mr. Farmer said, where the Negro used to ask for equality, now he's asking for more. He's asking for more than equality. Well, likewise, if they give us more than equality, 10 years from now, we're going to be asking for more than that because the problem has still not gotten a real solution. Just one moment, let me finish what I'm going to say. As long as we accept the temporary solution, the problem will go unsolved. It'll be solved for you and me right now, but not for our children. If the black nations in Africa, most of which have a less number of educated Africans than exist among black people in this country, yet they can establish their own independent nations and try and create a future for their people, then Mr. Muhammad says here in America there are enough black people who profess to be educated, and when all of this With all this talk about equality with the white man, if we're equal with the white man, why can't we separate from him and set up our own government and go for ourselves and solve our own problems? If we can stick for